Hello, how is everybody? Hi, gamers and others and stuff. What's up? What's up? Hope everybody's having a splendid day. And it's the best of days, and everything's going great and stuff. Kara, Song, Ease, Cryptic, Happy, Gwyn, Sylvie, Justin, Supreme, Jesse, DMS, Connor, Slooch, Joel, Larry, Captain, Quagmire, Connor, Skeptist, and Andrew. What's happening? You sound sick? I'm fine. It's just like a morning voice and stuff, you know? That's all it is. Hello, Cruiser. How are you? Hope you're doing well. We're going to be doing some tier list stuff today. Because I was like, let's go do a tier list. Because I haven't actually done a tier list of the Nightreign bosses. And then, like, we might as well just do all of them. And then, like, you know, why not? That'll be fun. Tier list anti-slop. We love some sloppity tier lists. It's gonna be so stupid. We're gonna start yapping about random stuff and be like, I like this boss because it looks cool. And it has this attack that I like. And it looks cool. The funny thing is I could do another playthrough of every single game right now. Then this list is gonna look different. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to look different. Grady, what the fuck? What happened to your level 1 run? Why'd you stop? Thank you so much for the raid, Grady. Welcome on in, everybody. How's everyone doing? Cuz, Grady, Tristan, Laboret, Gary, Chilled Knights, Pixels, Sir HC, Jamie, what's happening? Hope everything is doing well and everything is amazing and splendid and stuff. We're going to be doing a tier list. Also say hi to Saba. Saba, we got raided. Say hi to the stream. You don't care? Whatever. Go back to sleep. Yeah, we're going to be doing a tier list because why not? We'll figure it out. Sabakem? Yes, Sabakem. Nightreign counts. It is in fact a FromSoft game, so it got included onto the list. Although there's no Armored Core bosses here, which is fine, I guess. I do want to play AC6 again, though. At some points we will. But it's just going to be main bosses. We're just going to go yap about some bosses, and who knows, you know, like if I go ahead and play this game again, play all the games again, which I'm probably going to do another marathon next week, like we always do, my list probably changes. Doesn't believe me, it's a good game, but Armored Core 6? I mean, all the Armored Core games are fun, they're great. But yeah, AC6 is a peak. Peak stuff. Hello, Bango, how are you, bud? Saba boss fight when? Every day is a Saba boss fight. She fucks me up. I gotta play with her and she's dangerous. Yeah, I'm talking about you. What are you doing? Why do you just, if you want to look at me, you just lean over. So you're gonna strain your neck that way. She doesn't care. It's a FromSoft mech game, yes. Holy wall of stuff. Wall of stuff? What are we referring to? Hello, Wesdens. How are you, buddy pal? Stab would be so OP, she would grab you while you're walking through the floodgate. She probably could. She a dangerous kitty cat. And how's everyone's week been going? I'm sure you guys got up to amazing and fantastic things. Labrets, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate it. The whole wall of bosses. Oh, yeah. We got lots of bosses to talk about. We're going to start off with the Demon Souls and work our way up. Up. Hello, Ballistic Bear. How are you, bud? How's the morning? Yeah, it's not too bad. Didn't sleep for as long as I would have liked, but we're here. We're going to tough it out, and we're going to go yap about some bosses and play some Nightreign afterwards. Begrudgingly. Make some builds and stuff. I was going to do like DS2 Rando today as well. But no. What do you think, Saba? What should I do tomorrow? She has no fucking idea. Has no idea. Put every single Demon Souls bar penetrator and old king into the F tier and call it a day. How about I put you into the F tier? And then call it a day. How about that? Okay, so keep in mind for this tier list, it's my opinion and it's my list. And the enjoyment of bosses is subjective. That is all that needs to be known. Hello, Notisu. How are you, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Wesdens, thank you for the 7 stream streak. You are officially out of ideas. But I'm doing a boss tier list is out of ideas. I've never done a boss tier list including Nightreign yet, so I've got ideas. This one's just an easy one. I like easy stuff. Godfrey's used Rapier with both multi-hit talismans and was chunking. Might do a dormant thrusting build for it, honestly. Sure. Didn't say about my stream streak. What was yours? Oh, 130 stream streak. I'm sorry that I missed that one. Holy. Song with a 130 stream streak. That's kind of crazy. That's like 5 years. Something like that. Uncharged heavies go hard. Underrated weapon? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure like this, the light attacks just do better DPS, right? I'm sure if you just go like this light attack spam. That's from what I tested. I don't know. I kind of forget. But I'm pretty sure it is. Because like thrusting sword light attack combos are super quick. But the charged heavies can do more stance damage. My pathetic 37 stream streak means nothing because it should be 175. Poor Bussy. Poor Bussy. Augur S tier. Absolutely not. Under no circumstance. Not as cool though. Completely valid. Hello, Merzel. How are you, bud? Hope everyone's doing good. Did we stall long enough? I think we stalled long enough. Do we actually start yapping about these bosses now? Hello, Darkman. And make sure you guys are going to follow Grady, by the way. Very generous raid by our boy Grady. He's currently doing his first Elden Ring level 1 run. And he's playing extremely well. I don't think he's died a single time yet. Hello, Joel. Prowling Magus and Congregation S tier? Are the Everdark variants going to be considered? The Everdark variants are in fact there. They are in fact there. Except for Everdark Hjalster. For some reason, I didn't put that one onto this tier list. Kind of weird. They give you a tight night slab, so S tier, yeah. It's enough reason for that, huh? We're going to go in the game release order. Yes. Well, it's already in game release order, so that's what we're going to be doing. Keeps it simple that way. I think I'm going to go like an alphabetical order or something. You need a tier lower than F. Should we call it the Kurisu tier? I heard Everdark Hjalster's second phase makes him come down from the heavens and kisses you on the lips. Hopefully. That'd be sick. Hello, Big. Hello. Hello, Ricky. How are you, bud? Better do more than kiss me if he's making us wait that long. Fair. Completely fair. Guys, go start off with the list. Demon Souls time, bosses and Demon Souls, pretty basic for the most part. But they're cool though. They have unique types of gimmicks and whatnot. They're very interesting. They don't really feel like just regular, you know, glorified mini bosses. They actually feel like bosses. Vanguard Demon. The OG Stray Demon. We're just gonna wait until you guys get your blebs out the way. We're not even gonna bother streaming. Go ahead, get them all out the way. Not gonna bother talking until they're all gone. Yeah, Nightreign's on this list, yeah. Penetrator's cool? Yeah, Penetrator's cool. Pizza, thank you for the 100 stream streak. Holy. There's some W's for my guy Pizza. With the 100 stream streak. Wait, I actually missed the message. You're the goat, Yui, and Yui gang, y'all are awesome. You know what, Pizza, you're awesome, buddy.
No, yowie.
Yeah, Sekiro's in here as well, yeah. This video about to be 7,000 plus hours. No. Anyway. Demon Souls bosses. They're pretty cool. Cool gimmick fights. Nothing too crazy though. Vanguard Demon. He's fat. He can jiggle. Pretty basic. Kind of shit hitboxes. Interesting beginning to the series. D tier. Do not care. You kind of meant to die. It just exists for the sake of existing. Not even memorable, honestly. Actually put into the C tier. It's like it's not that offensive. Not that offensive. It's an interesting design, at least. Mainly for the original. The Phalanx, though, I think is one of the worst first bosses of all time. I think it's incredibly boring. It's an interesting mechanic of having to just, like, play incredibly slowly. And just constantly whacking on shields until you find an opening. And then getting continuously stun-locked by spears. Like, the only enjoyable part of the fight is when you bring in firebombs and it's, like, completely fuck up the Phalanx. But yeah, other than that, it's a completely boring fight and incredibly obnoxious. And it's, like, a very stalling type of fight. I don't know why they decided to make this to be, like, the actual first boss fight in the game. Yeah, kind of annoying and shit, not gonna lie. I put it into the D tier. Because at least it was interesting. And it wasn't just, like, you know... It was poorly executed, I'd say. But it was an interesting concept. The Tower Knight is a pretty cool fight with another interesting gimmick and concept of having to, you know, actually have enemies in the arena and clearing them out. So you don't get continuously peppered with crossbows. The actual fight with the knight itself is obviously incredibly basic. But it's not too frustrating. And it is very satisfying to just, like, land very big damage on his head when he falls down. Pretty cool concept. Nice Tower Knight fight. I'm going to put this bad boy into the B tier. I don't think it's that bad at all. I think that one's actually a memorable fight. The Penetrator. Looks like it's going through this area 1, then 2, then 3. Penetrator is probably the best fight in the game because, 1, he looks really cool. And he does have, like, a somewhat decent moveset.
Hello, Yui gang.
By somewhat decent, I mean, like, it's a cooler looking moveset, but he gets, like, 3 attacks, so he's not going to be anything that amazing. Having attacks that you can strafe always makes the boss fight better, and Penetrator does have some cool strafing types of attacks. But yeah, he's not going to really peak that high, honestly. His AI is kind of stupid. We literally just fought him with, like, a bow last run, and he did absolutely nothing. So with projectiles, this guy just is a complete fucking piss take. But I put him into the A tier because he looks cool and he has a really cool opening cutscene. Probably the best fight in the game. Udai, thank you for the 7 months. Can we get some dubs for Udai? And Tim Tams suck. What? How did Tim Tams suck? What? Thank you for the YouTube membership. Appreciate it, man. I'll let it slide this time. Armor Spider. This one's another pretty cool fight. In terms of that, you have to stay in front of it the entire time, and it's a pretty cool way to actually design, like, a really large fight without having the camera be a complete issue, multiple ways that you can approach it by, like, going to the side or just running backwards. And in terms of its moveset, nothing too major. Once you get close, it's pretty trivial. There's only, like, really 2 attacks that you have to dodge. But you still got to be locked in and really look out for the fire AoE that the boss does. It's a pretty cool design too. Like an armored spider, I think is pretty lit. I'll probably put this one probably the B tier. I don't mind it at all. Pretty inoffensive. Flame Lurker, on the other hand, is completely offensive. One, from my eyes. This thing just does so much damage to your retinas because it's incredibly bright for no fucking reason. In both the remake and the original, it's a complete eyesore. In terms of the boss moveset itself, I think it fucking sucks. It's incredibly quick. It has lingering hitboxes for every single AoE. He's like, for some reason, when he like jumps around and moves around, that gets a hitbox too, so you can just get staggered. Sometimes when he jumps in towards you, it does like 2 damage. Other times it does like 200 damage. It's just a weird, inconsistent fight. And even then, you can actually like stun lock him too with attacks. And it's like the stupidest looking animation when you continuously like just spam R1 on him. But then sometimes it gets hyper armor too. I think this fight's terrible. He's like a challenging fight, but I think for all like the wrong reasons. He just does not feel fun to fight at all under any circumstance. I put this bad boy into the D tier. I do not like the Flame Lurker. He looks cool, has a cool name, and like on concept, when you're looking at him, like, at a fight with him, it's like, that's pretty cool. But nah, he's a straight up fucking ass cheeks. If they, I don't know, if like at least the remake at least, fixed like their lingering hitboxes for the AoEs to make it seem, cooler to fight. And if like the first initial punching attack wasn't like fucking 2 frames, then maybe. He just doesn't have like actual combos. He just has this like really quick attacks and there's like bullshit hitboxes. So yeah, don't like him at all. But I put him into the E tier. Did I say anything positive about this guy? E tier, fuck it. Okay, Dragon God, though, another gimmick fight. This one is like and it's like a stealth-based gimmick fight, which is interesting. Every single one of these bosses tend to have like a unique effect or unique thing happening. There's a couple of exceptions. And Dragon God is an interesting gimmick. Like, it's a pretty cool looking dragon. The stealth mechanics are super jank. Like, sometimes it feels like you should be able to make it through. And other times where it's like, how the hell did you even see me? It's like he just like notices you even though he's turned the other way. But like when it does work pretty well. Although like the actual concept of the fight is kind of stupid. How he's just standing in an arena where there's like 2 ballistas pointing right at him. And he decides to destroy the ballistas after he's been hit. If you look past that, it's a cooler type of fight, but it's still pretty stupid. It's a pretty stupid fight. So I'd probably put it into the C tier. Because at least it does something unique, and it's an interesting way to kill a big giant boss. Okay, Fool's Idol. The original Renala. Another gimmick fight in which it spawns in clones, and then obviously there's a bunch of, fake ones, and there's the one that you have to kill, so more like the OG, like Pinwheel, I guess, but it looks like Renala, but OG Pinwheel and Crystal Sage. But another gimmick is that there's a bunch of these, like, staggering sigils on the ground that have you get frozen in place and get continuously stun locked by spells, which, like, it's interesting in that, the sigils spawn in for a second, so you know where they are, and you have to try and avoid them. But like, it doesn't last long enough for you to actually memorize it. It's there for like a second, and it's just like, okay, where the hell was it again? And like, that could be at the opposite end of the arena, then you're getting blocked by these fucking chairs as well. Like, there's something interesting going on there. And it's an engaging fight. But yeah, getting hit by the sigil is getting completely fucked up by spells is like super annoying. You can definitely get killed very easily in this fight, which makes it a threat, so I'm not too mad about it. I probably put it into the C tier as well. It's interesting. The Man-Eaters, on the other hand, holy shit, this is the single worst boss in the entire game. I've never seen such a bad boss AI in a FromSoft game in my entire life. This thing is an absolute monstrosity. There's nothing positive I can say about this boss. It looks stupid in both versions, remake and original. OST is forgettable. The boss room is just stupid and obnoxious. Not because you get knocked off the ledge, which like, doesn't, you can pretty easily avoid that. But like he's going to keep flying off the ledge and the fight just lasts forever because he's just running off the ledge, flying away. And then there's two of them and they both get basically the exact same moveset. Nothing's really that, interesting about it at all. If like both of them worked like a little bit differently and looked a little bit differently, then maybe there could have been something there. But you just fighting the same boss twice and it's just dog shit AI because it just keeps jumping off the cliff and just keeps stalling and you don't even get to fight it half the time. It's always like a 5-minute fight and you're spending like 30 seconds of it actually fighting and he's just lunging back and forth. It's just stupid. It's a glitchy ass fight. He's like literally standing in midair and then he starts flying away to like reset position. It's so bad. It's actually awful. I think the only interesting part about the fight is that when his like tail can like bite him to like buff himself and do more damage and shit. I think that's the only interesting part of the fight, but it's still an F tier fight. It's terrible. Old Monk, the very first PvP fight. The actual NPC itself is like, it's an NPC fight. It's basic. It's stupid. But, it's a PvP fight. I wish you had more of these in the series. Because they're pretty cool. It definitely enhances the PvP experience and the online experience, in my opinion. But they don't really do much with it, compared to what we have with like some of the newer games. But it's cool, I guess. I'll put it into the B tier. The Adjudicator is another gimmick fight in which, you have to like hit it down so you can whack it at its head, which you already did the exact same thing with the Tower Knight. But the Tower Knight was like a lot easier or a lot like more engaging because he had more moves and you could hit any part of his leg. Whereas the Adjudicator, you have to specifically hit him in that one part. And then sometimes it can just whiff. And then you have this tiny ass arena. You have to dodge his like annoying ass hitboxes and stuff. And it's just the fight lasts way too long sometimes. Or if you have projectile attacks, then you can just sit on a cliff or sit on a ledge and just keep firing at him. So like it's interesting that you can fight in multiple ways. And then you benefit a lot more if you do come with projectile attacks. That's why every single time you should just be using a bow in your playthrough. Because there's so many bosses that can just be cheesed by it. This one included. So, I know the fact that they kind of just made a worse version of the Tower Knight makes me not really like it as much. But it's an interesting design. Interesting. I think like when you enter the boss room and have to like go down to the bottom, I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'd probably put it top of the C tier. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. The Old Hero. This one is just like another cool moveset boss, It's just a dude with a sword. But it does have a very specific gimmick in that he is blind. And when you use things like the Thief Ring to mask your sound, it can pretty much trivialize the fights. But I think that's a really cool interaction that they thought about. And I thought that was pretty cool. In terms of his moveset itself, it can be pretty challenging. Like, the Demon Souls bosses, they don't really have like movesets half the time. They just have like just attacks. They attack once and then like this reset. And the Old Hero, when you're dying to this character or this boss, it's because he's like attacking like way faster than you think. Or like if the hitboxes are just shit, which that's why it's hard to actually design like a really cool boss moveset in this game because like the hitboxes and the speeds are just like, they're just not right. They didn't actually design actual boss movesets with like, long combos or whatever. Or even just like smaller combos that is like attack once and then reset, attack again, reset. And it could be cool sometimes. At least the fight looks cool. I don't hate it. I'll put it into the B tier. Probably put it above Old Monk. I think I like the Armor Spider more. I think it's more engaging. And also the run back to the Old Hero just sucks dick as well. So dying to it just feels even worse. The Storm King. This is the first of the Storm Ruler fights, and honestly, one of the best ones too. It has a really banging-ass OST, really cool atmosphere, cool sound design. The skybox is pretty cool in the remake. The visual effects that you get with the sword itself that you use, the Storm Ruler, pretty cool. And you don't have to use the Storm Ruler either. You could use spells, you could use bows. There's multiple ways that you can go about it. I think it was a very cool and atmospheric fight. And I think it worked very well for what it was trying to do. It even got a cool cutscene. I think the cutscene is fine. It's possible. We say it's one of the best Storm Ruler fights, but like that's not really saying much. I think it's better than Yolm, and that's probably and better than Augur too, honestly. I probably put this bad boy top of the B tier. You know what? I'm feeling generous today. We'll put it low A tier. I'm feeling generous about the Storm King. I think it's a cool atmospheric fight. Leechmonger is a boss fight that exists. The gimmick is that he can hit you and then put leeches on you and stuff, which I guess is interesting. But in terms of its moveset actually being recognizable, it doesn't really have that. It's pretty hard to see half the time. He just like flails around when you get close to him, then just like knocks you down to the ground. Kind of shit, not gonna lie. I think it's still better than the Flame Lurker though. Even though it has like 2 moves and like its moves are just flailing around and you're not even seeing what the fuck's happening, I still think it's better than the Flame Lurker. The Doedic Colossus is just a better version of the Leechmonger when it comes to, you know... This thing actually does have a moveset, and it feels like the hitboxes aren't completely shit like it is for some of these other bosses, like the Flame Lurker. And when you get hit by its projectile attack and having to do that damage over time and having like a torch in the arena as well so you can like remove those like bugs from you, I think that's pretty cool. I like the concept. And then, you know, being able to like break parts of its body too, like probably one of like the first games where you actually had that as a concept. I kind of like this fight. It's nothing too amazing, but you know what? I'm going to put this bad boy into the A tier. We're going to be, yeah, this is an A tier fight in my opinion. I might like it more than the Storm King. The more that I'm talking about it, the more that I think about it, it actually is pretty unique. And it does some interesting things. Run back sucks though, unless I get the shortcut, which is not even much of a shortcut. But yeah, Doedic Colossus not too bad. Obviously, you gotta like look at these bosses and how they are in their own games, you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, if the Doedic Colossus was like an Elden Ring boss, it wouldn't be anything that special, because you could probably just fuck it up pretty easily. But, you know, for a Demon Souls boss, I think it's a solid A-tier fight. Even though we are kind of, like, looking at them as, like, in the grand scheme of things, because putting none of them into the S tier. But whatever. Flame Lurker is a dog shit fight. Maiden Astrea. Maiden Astrea is just a really cool atmospheric moment in the game. It's not really much of a boss fight. Like, there's just an NPC there. And that's about it. But, like, for an atmospheric moment in the game, it definitely makes you feel like I'm the bad guy in this situation. Even though you're kind of really not, and she's kind of stupid. So I'm going to put it into the B tier just because of the vibes. Music is banger. In the original, at least. So I put it to the B tier just for the music and the atmosphere alone. The NPC fight sucks. It's whatever. Hey, Shogun. How are you, bud? Still content while I make coffee. Go ahead, champ. Do what you gotta. Old King Alliance. This one is another cool moveset boss. There's no real gimmick here. He has more of a complex moveset compared to any other boss. Actually has, like, you know, different combos, different AoEs. He has, like, the grab attack that can drain your levels as well. I thought that's pretty interesting. I'm not going to put him that high at all because he's one of the most jank fights in the entire game because he can, like, literally attack you with, like, no startup frames and he just skips animations and he can, like, lunge at you at insane speeds and it's completely broken. And he has it in multiple different attacks. All, like, those lunging attacks he gets are just, there's no frames there at all. It's completely buggy. And they didn't fix it in the remake either. There's just random times where it just does that. And that just completely ruins the fight. Yeah. It doesn't help that Demon Souls hitboxes are what they are as well. So I don't like this fight at all. I'm putting it into the D tier because it's buggy. If the remake fixed it, it probably would have been like somewhere in the A tier. But yeah, no. It's all borderline unplayable half the time. Does not feel fun. And like the only real consistent way to counter him is just like just waiting until he does his AoE half the time. His lunge is not that fast. He can bug out plenty of times, and his lunge is literally instant frames. I can show you guys videos and stuff of him doing King Alliance. This one is just another atmospheric fight. It's just a big slug. It's whatever. I'll put him above old King Alliance just to disrespect the King Alliance. That's how much I dislike this fight. It's dog shit. One of the worst final bosses. Still better than some of the other ones, as we'll get into. Anyway, Asylum Demon. Okay, Dark Souls 1 time. Now, Dark Souls 1 kind of took a step back from Demon Souls in terms of, like, how unique the bosses actually are. Like, Demon Souls are like, we're going to make some interesting designs and differing concepts in terms of, like, gimmicks and whatnot. Because there's not really, like, gimmick fights in Dark Souls 1. They kind of feel like more like glorified enemies, which is why like a lot of them end up returning later into the game as just regular enemies. That is glorified mini bosses. Anyway, Asylum Demon. This is just basically the Vanguard Demon from this game, but it's more memorable because it has a cool OST, and at least you can come back to kill it. I think like the entrance and being like, you have nothing, run away, and then you get your weapon and come back and kill it and plunging attack. It's much more memorable. Why the fuck is the Vanguard Demon in C tier? Put it into the D tier. Whatever. Fuck out of here. Put this Asylum Demon into the C tier. This one's possible. It's, it has like 2 attacks. It's the original Erd Tree avatar. Well, I guess like the Stray Demon is more Erd Tree avatar. But yeah, I put the Asylum Demon over here. It's whatever. It's a cool entry to the game. I put it into the B tier. Why not? Why not? The Taurus Demon is another cool entry to the game. First boss, basically. Because don't include the tutorial. I think the entrance of him like jumping off onto the bridge was very memorable. Having him potentially fall off the cliff is very funny, or having you fall off the cliff, also very funny. Using what you learned in the tutorial boss to climb up the ladder and get a plunging attack to trivialize the fight. I think there's like very cool and like lots of nice charm to this fight. And it's a pretty cool looking demon too. I like this fight. I think this is an A tier fight. Low A tier. This one is, I think everyone remembers the Taurus Demon on their first playthrough. It's cool. The Moonlight Butterfly, though, is a very cool looking boss with a cool OST, and that is about it. That's all I can say. All I can say about that one. Even if you are using projectile attacks, it's still like incredibly boring. He has like literally like 3 attacks. There's 3 like magical attacks, and then goes down to the ground and like just lets you just whack at it. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's completely forgettable. They could have done something cooler with it. We're going to put it into the E tier. At least it looks cool and has a good good OST. It has something going for it. Anyway, Bell Gargoyles. Bell Gargoyles. This one is another memorable boss fight. So the rooftop gargoyles are really cool in my opinion. See what I mentioned with like the man-eaters and like, halfway throughout the fight, it spawns in a second one, but at least the second one works a little bit differently. And you have like a much more forgiving arena to work with. And the boss AI isn't completely another dog shit. So, yeah. Bell Gargoyles. We're going to slide this bad boy into the A tier as well. I'm going to put it above the Dirty Colossus. I like the Bell Gargoyles fight. Obviously, the idea of dismemberment and like, cutting off their tail to lower their moveset and make you not get hit by their tail attacks. Really cool, because like they think the tail attacks are probably like the hardest ones to counter, I want to say. So that's an interesting concept. I don't like weapons being tied behind tail cuts, but for this one, it's not that bad because there's like multiple gargoyles throughout the game. Chances that you can get the weapon, and it's like the easiest tail cut as well, so I think this shit is pretty cool. Capra Demon, on the other hand, is another memorable fight, but for probably all the wrong reasons. I think the Capra Demon fight itself, the moveset is like, it's pretty cool. Now, obviously, tiny ass arena, little ass dogs that stun lock you and get you fucked up, awful. Every single time that you do die to the Capra Demon, it's probably because of some fuck shit. Doing this fight without the Wolf Ring or any type of poise is just disgusting. I can do it pretty consistently nowadays. It's like just run, fuck up one dog, get the next one. It's like, it's a pretty interesting minigame. I kind of find it somewhat fun. As soon as they enter the arena, it's like this instant panic mode. As soon as you walk into it, it's like, holy shit, fucking dogs. Capra Demon to dodge. Honestly, over time, I've actually ended up liking this boss somewhat. But any single time that I do die to it is because dogs exist. So I can't put it that high. But I'm actually going to put it into the D tier. But it's, I don't know. It's like an unfair fight, but I think the panic that I get when I walk into the boss room, I kind of fuck with it. I'm going to put it into the C tier. It's my tier list. I might end up playing this game again and then doing the Capra Demon again and then being like, this fight sucks. Why did I put this into the C tier? Was it Capra? I think the Capra Demon OST shares the exact same one as the Gaping Dragon. I think Gaping Dragon and Capra Demon get the exact same OST. So I think, I don't know, Capra Demon, I think it's funny. Because like the moveset itself, I think is more, I think it's cooler to read. I think one thing that's bad about the Taurus Demon is like some of his hitboxes are super jank. And obviously he can like slide your character away like mid-roll. and slide you into the hitbox, which kind of sucks. So this happens with with larger bosses in these earlier games. But Capra Demon has a more interesting moveset, I want to say. Yeah, the more that I'm talking about it, the more I actually like the Capra Demon, which is like really weird. Because I guarantee with like my first few playthroughs of Dark Souls 1, I was like, fuck this boss. This shit is trash. Anyway, Gaping Dragon. I think Gaping Dragon has one of the more memorable opening cutscenes. In terms of a boss fight itself, I think the only interesting thing about it, outside of its design, would be the fact that you have the channelers like shooting projectiles at you. So like there's some type of like, reward for like level progression. And I think that's the most interesting part about it. Other than that, it's a very, very basic fight. And stupid ass hitboxes. The camera shake is completely disgusting. The tail is way too long. It can drag you into a hitbox as well, even if you try to dodge it. There's a tail cut, which makes it cooler, I guess. But I probably put this bad boy into the D tier. I do not like this one that much. This is gonna include Nightreign. We're gonna get to Nightreign eventually. Quailag. Then Dark Souls 1's first half has some very like memorable fights. Holy shit. Actually, the entire game is very memorable. I love Dark Souls 1. What a great game. Anyway, Quailag. This was probably like the first like pretty good fight. Based on like challenge and movesets. Obviously, another very memorable cutscene because boobs, and we love boobs here. I think having, the concept of a lady with a sword and having to dodge its movesets by also keeping an eye on the spider down below just in case it does its weird attacks. And there's all these different types of animations that give you clues as to which attack they're actually going to do, and I think that's really cool. Now, sometimes, the entire arena can get like littered with lava and stuff, and that can be super annoying, but it's like something that you do have to manage. And the arena is large enough to where you can manage it. Some of the hitboxes when she like jumps around can be kind of weird, but I think I like this fight. I want to put this one into the S tier. I think Quailag is an S tier fight, chat. S tier Dark Souls fight. Ceaseless Discharge, though, on the other hand. Oh, boy. Okay, so you can fight him legit, and the fight sucks. Or you can fight him not legit, and then the fight sucks. But when you fight him not legit, it's the funniest outcome because he just falls off the cliff and dies, and that's pretty hilarious. But when you fight him like legit, he just does like 2 attacks, and it's just like, whatever. There's a stupid lunging attack. And then some shitty-ass lava attack. I don't know. And he has a stupid name as well. Probably an F tier fight. Maybe E tier. I want to say the F tier just for like the worst of the worst. And I think Ceaseless Discharge is like, it's shit, but it's not like completely. It's free money. I like the free money. That's about it. Iron Golem. Iron Golem. This one is interesting because just like the... the Gaping Dragon, there's like some type of like level progression. There's gonna be some guy like throwing shit at you while you're fighting the boss, so you're gonna get rewarded by actually clearing out the area, even though it's just like this one troll or one fucking giant dude. The Golem fight itself is pretty interesting. I think it's the most enjoyable part of it would be just like ledge killing him, just like hitting him off the ledge, lining it up. That's pretty funny, and if you fuck up, then he grabs you, then throws you off the ledge. I think that's also funny. Summoning Tarkus for this fight is also hilarious, because he can just straight up solo the fight. In terms of his movesets, just like stomping attack, grab attack. He has his like projectile attack at the beginning if you're far away. I think it's a charming fight. I think it's a charming one. I think it's a cool boss, and it fits the theme of the Sense Fortress. I like this one. I think it's a B tier fight. I don't hate it at all. The Stray Demon, on the other hand, just basically takes the Asylum Demon and just makes it more annoying. This is basically the original Erdtree avatar that like has an entry in every single game, and I don't know why that they decide to keep reskinning this boss, because it just fucking sucks. He has like insane fucking reach. Stupid delayed lunging attack I fucking hate. The fact that you gotta like stay like right underneath it the entire time, and he has like all these like stalling attacks. I just don't care for this fight at all. I think it's stupid. So I'm gonna put this one into the E tier. But he does have a fat ass though, so maybe D tier. We do like a dumpy over here. Okay, crossbreed Priscilla. Priscilla was a cool concept, being that, you know, you don't have to fight the boss. She's like, don't kill me, just leave me alone. And then you fuck her up. Then it's sad. But she does not wear shoes as well. Whether, you know, you like that or not might be dependent on its score. I, for one, am not a fan of feet, so it is what it is. But the boss fight does look really cool. Scythe is always badass. We need more bosses that actually wield scythes, because scythes are always super cool. Now, in terms of the gimmick of her, like, teleporting away, that can be, like, super inconsistent and buggy, because it's dependent on her, like, on the damage that you do. Sometimes you could just be doing, like, some shit damage to the weapon, and she could be, like, invisible the entire time. Like, when I did my dagger run, and I killed Priscilla, I literally killed her when she was invisible the entire time. Because it's, like, based on the amount of damage that you do per hit, and, like, the stagger damage, too. Which is, like, super weird. It should just be, like, after you hit him a certain amount of times, or, like, after you do a certain amount of damage. Not the damage per hit. It should just make her be visible again. But, like, you know, looking at the floor to, like, look at for footprints, which it does go invisible, that's pretty cool. In terms of her moveset itself, it's pretty forgettable. But it does, like, you know, it does feel like a Demon Souls boss in the aspect that there's actually a pretty interesting gimmick behind it. So I want to put this bad boy into the... I think it's B tier fight. I think it's a B tier. There's some inconsistent things about it. But I think it's interesting. Hi, B tier. Ornstein and Smo. This one is actually turned into like a more, what do you call it? There's differing opinions in this one. I'm forgetting the word. But when this game first came out, everyone loved Ornstein and Smo. But over time, people were like, this fight's fucking overrated and trash. This shit's fucking S tier every single day of the week. Hell yeah. Divisive? I think that was the word I was thinking of. Ornstein and Smo is an S tier fight in its own game. It hasn't aged very well, no, but that shit is still S tier. Bangin' ass OST. Very cool concept and interesting concept that actually, like, it helps you, polarizing, I think was the word I was thinking of, yeah. Of having you, you know, manage a duo fight and, you know, using the pillars to separate the bosses and actually having them have different types of movesets that complement each other is very cool. Now, is it incredibly buggy and inconsistent, like with Ornstein's charging attack? Yes. It's going to be annoying when, like, Ornstein shoots laser, you know, lightning projectiles through Smo. Yes. But the shit's fucking peak. It's incredibly memorable. It's a very cool fight to try and manage, and it's a very challenging one because it doesn't work like any other fight that you get. And I think it's a S tier fight based on its duo concept, and it actually has a really cool second phase as well. And it builds upon it. Like, you can just quickly just, you know, get one down. You don't have to bother killing both. Just get the one down. And it's a really cool second phase cutscene, depending on which one that you kill. And I think it's a really cool concept. Really cool concept. And it just enhances the boss fight in the second phase. And I think the one-on-one fights are pretty decent as well. I don't think either Super Ornstein or Super Smo are that bad to fight. I think they're pretty cool. Maybe pretty basic, but it's still Dark Souls 1, and I think it is fine. Alan's buggy is unplayable. Ornstein and Smo buggy is not unplayable. Okay. Dark Sun Quindlin. Pretty boring fight for the most part. I mean, it's interesting, but I don't know. You're just running the entire time and just chasing him down. Which it doesn't work like any other fight, and I can appreciate it for that, but I just don't care for it still. I'm going to put it... I'll put it above some of these. I'll put it above the Phalanx. It's like Phalanx type of thing. Versus like... I don't know. Just frustrating. If you do have any problems with it. But it's not challenging. You're just like running. But it's cool or whatever. I don't know. I don't think it's that offensive. So I'll put it into the D tier. Gaz Kaffa, thank you for the follow. But no, it's probably like something that you probably like more in your first playthrough because like it's super interesting. It's like a never-ending corridor and you just keep running and stuff and it's whatever. Pinwheel is a boss fight that exists as well. The fight either goes one of two ways. One, you'd kill it in 2 hits, or if you have dog shit damage, then it can spawn in a bunch of pinwheels and you can potentially get fucked up because like the fire attack actually does insane damage and it can stun lock you. So you're probably gonna get hit from like every single direction, but I don't know. It's a funny boss. It basically takes like a very similar concept to the Fool's Idol, but removes like the most interesting part about the fight and just gives it like the health bar of fucking like tissue paper. So yeah, E tier. Whatever. Gravelord Nito is a very cool looking boss that's has some interesting types of attacks. Like the Gravelord sword attack where it pokes into the ground and it's like, you know, spawns in your position and it's like an instant attack too. I think that was pretty cool. That's about it. That is about it. Having a bunch of skeletons be in the arena is like super obnoxious, being how like annoying skeletons can be and their stun lock potential. If you have poison, they're not the worst. The fact that they just don't die straight away as well, unless you're using, you know, divine methods or whatnot, that's kind of annoying. Especially if you like go too far into the boss room and then you just like you summon like all the big skeletons as well, then it just makes the fight just fucking even worse. But like they could have just made, I don't know, they could have done something cooler in terms of having it be like something that summons skeletons, like maybe for like a second phase or whatnot. Be like, fuck, I'm losing. Here, fight these like waves of enemies, and then you fight them and then fight the boss again. I don't know. They could have done something cooler. That was probably a shit concept too, but yeah, with the way that it works, you're basically just like managing all the stupid skeletons constantly spawning in and hope that you just don't get stun locked to death and hope that he does the AU. I think that like one of the cool parts about the fight is that like, you know, he can, you know, if there's friendly fire, he can fuck up the skeletons. So you can bait out the AoE, kill the skeletons, quickly run in. It's like somewhat of a DPS check sometimes, but it just ends up being more of like a messy fight. When like, this is one of those fights where you just wish that it was just like a cooler fight one-on-one. And it just wasn't. But they could have done something cooler if you did want to incorporate trash mobs, and I didn't think they did. So I'm going to put this one into the C tier. Because it's more of a missed opportunity, especially because it's a main boss, and it feels like more offensive than if it was just like a chill, like random dude. So I'm putting that one into the C tier. Centipede Demon, oh boy. I think Centipede Demon is one of the worst fights in the entire game. I think Centipede Demon would be the single worst fight in the entire game, if not for another one that we're going to talk about very, very soon. I think Centipede Demon is straight up fucking F tier. This thing is dog shit by every fucking meaning of the word. It is so fucking bad. The camera shake is the worst thing. It's the worst camera fight I've ever seen in a video game ever. The camera shake is horrendous. When you get further away from him, he just constantly does like the fucking stupid arm grabbing attack, and he can just continuously do that until you get close to him, and then when you get close to him, you have no idea what the fuck is going on. You have absolutely no idea because the camera is like so close, he jumps up, you can't even see what the fuck's happening because your camera doesn't go up, and then every time that he's on the ground, it's just nothing but camera shake, and the camera is just constantly bouncing off the demon as well because it has this long arm and it goes through the camera, and you just can't even tell what's happening.
Random build planning question.
At all.
Is 20 endurance enough for a red bear claw build?
I think that's...
Talisman.
I got confused for a second. Cliff, thank you for the 26 months. Appreciate it, man. Can we get some W's for Cliff for the Prime subscription? 26, that's kind of crazy. My 20 endurance enough for the red bear claw build and 2-headed talisman. I'd probably go into 25 endurance. The red bear's claw is pretty expensive with stamina cost. I'd go in at least 25. Just sacrifice some damage for 25 endurance. Yeah, I think Centipede Demon is really, really bad. And the fact that like you start the fight off and you have to like, you know, go to like certain pockets of the arena that are like littered with lava, so you have like even more problems to have to manage the stupid camera and shit. It's just so bad. I can think it's cool where you can like cut off his like arm or his tail or whatever, and you can get the orange charred ring early. to like make the fight more manageable, but like it's just, I don't know, it's kind of stupid. I think it's awful. Demon Fire Sage. This thing is just like the Stray Demon, but just worse and even more offensive because it's pretty much the exact same thing. The only differences between the Stray Demon and the Demon Fire Sage is that one is lit up on fire, and that is literally it. They have the exact same resistances, the exact same movesets. They do the exact same type of damage as well. Like that AoE on the ground that does that big, you know, fucking magic AoE, that actually does magic damage for the Stray Demon. And it also does magic damage for the Demon Fire Sage. You think that it would do fire damage because it's a fire demon, but no. It's the Demon Fire Sage that does magic damage and is also weaker to fire damage because it's the exact same resistances as the Stray Demon. They didn't do anything different to this fight except just make it light up on fire and call it the Fire Demon. That is it. Really bad. Obviously, this is like the prime example when you look at they didn't have much time at the second half of the game. They just put a random fucking boss there. It was probably like a placeholder that they probably wanted to put something different there, and then they just didn't. Okay. So, the Bed of Chaos. This is the single worst boss in the entire series, and it's not even close. This is F tier. Okay, we're gonna give it a second. Alice, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Alice and friends. What's going on? Hope everybody is doing well. What you guys get up to? I saw you guys playing Nightreign earlier. How was that? Alice, Chef, Reshi, Zhao, Sak. What's happening? Welcome on in, Raiders.
What's going on, Yui?
We're currently doing a Soulsborne boss tier list, or like a FromSoft boss tier list. We're doing all the games. We just did Demon Souls, doing Dark Souls 1 right now. Then we're going to work our way across. Obviously, it's going to be a very personalized list, and this is not going to look like anybody else's because, you know, I play the game a lot and I have my own personal preferences and opinions. And people are going to be like, why the hell do you have this boss so high? How is this one this low? What? But it's fun. Just some viewer runs, pretty fun. Hell yeah. Glad you got some dubs. Make sure you guys are going to give Alice a follow. Have you gotten your partner yet, by the way, Alice? No, you haven't gotten a partner. When are you getting a partner? Can you apply for it yet? Need to make a list like that when I play all the Souls games? Yeah. I mean, like, my list changes all the time. Like, I've played these games dozens of times each, and my list still changes all the time. So, I have done this video already. I haven't done a tier list like this already, but it didn't include Nightreign, and I've played the games a lot more since, so we're yapping about him again. And I probably do this exact same video again a year from now, and the list will probably look a lot different. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the Bed of Chaos. Okay, so the Bed of Chaos is a boss fight that works very similar to the Dragon God in that you have to, like, you know, go to the left, hit a thing, go to the right, hit a thing, run into the middle, hit a thing. But unlike the Dragon God that had, like, the interesting concept of, like, stealth and that it looked pretty cool, this thing has nothing going for it other than complete jank and just visual clutter. Because one, the boss fight itself looks stupid. It's just a dumb tree. And it's nothing but a bunch of like attacks that you can't even see come out half the time. Especially when you get to like to the third phase of it with like all these stupid, dumb poking tree fire attacks. But I think the most egregious part about the Bed of Chaos, like, even if you don't, like, there's ways that you can get around it. I'm pretty consistent in this fight nowadays. I don't really die to it much anymore. Even if you do die to it, it's obviously some bullshit jank that does ledge kills you. But, like, this is a main character in the game. Like, one of the most important characters in the game. One of the most important bosses. This is the heart of the Chaos Fire. And you going through this hellhole that is Lost Izalith, fighting all these monstrosities and all these demons. And at the very center of all of that, you're thinking you're going to fight some amazing demon when you go down this badass slide. And it's like, oh, I wonder what's going to be at the bottom of it. And it's a fucking tree that's being controlled by a little bug. It is so bad. It is so bad. It's so offensive. And then the fight itself is just so boring and shit. Like, the only enjoyable part about the fight is the slide itself, which that's not even tied to the fight. But that's like the only enjoyable part about it. Because everything else about it just sucks. Not even original concept. Jank. It has everything bad about the game. Everything that's bad about Dark Souls 1 is very present in that Bed of Chaos fight. Like the rushed second half is very prevalent there. The forward directional rolling hits its peak. The jank hitboxes. Having your character get dragged even if you're in the middle of a roll. It's all there. Terrible fight. Anyway, Sif. Honestly, Sif. There's not really much I can say about Sif. He's kind of mid, honestly. Or she. Like, it's a dog. It's cool. Cool cutscene. Cool OST. Like, it's a very memorable design of like a dog with a sword in its mouth. But like in terms of its moveset, it's so mid. There's like nothing really that interesting about it. He has like a couple like just swinging attacks. It does have that very cool, ending part of the fight where it's like one shot and it starts to limp around. So like there's some care that went into designing this fight. And obviously when you do interact with it in the DLC, then come back and you get that unique cutscene. I think that's also really cool. It's like everything that's surrounding the fight's moveset is great, but the moveset itself is just so mid. But it's not egregious. It's not like annoying. It's not like a Red Wolf or Radagon where like it just jumps around too often. I guess it can still do that, and it can still like walk away at a pace where it's like it's just as fast as you're sprinting, so you can't really catch up to it sometimes. It's a cute fight. I don't know. I'll put it into the B tier. I think it's like. It's good. They should have given it something else, like either a gimmick or just like more of an enhanced moveset. Because it has like 3 attacks. So I put this bad boy into the B tier. If it like, if it wasn't for its cutscene and like its lore and like the setting, the music and all that stuff, it'd probably be like a D tier fight, let's be real. The Four Kings. The Four Kings. Which could actually potentially be like the 6 kings or the 7 kings, Not even 4 kings. But the actual fight itself, I actually like its moveset. I think it's cool. It has some attacks that you can strafe. I like it when there's like multiple of them and you have to like manage the fight sometimes. But it is like very much a DPS check, which if you're doing certain types of challenge runs. What did I say? 6 or 7 kings. That's what I said. Even though it's called the Four Kings. But like there is some really bad attacks though. One of them is the projectile attack, because the arena is so hard to gauge how far away something actually is. The depth perception is just terrible in that fight. So the projectile attack definitely hurts it a lot. And the fact that it is a DPS check means that if you are playing with certain types of builds or doing certain challenge runs, it just fucking sucks sometimes. But they do behave somewhat. So if there is like multiple of them, it feels like they tend to aggro one at a time for the most part. And they do look pretty cool. I actually like this fight though sometimes, for the most part. I kind of fuck with it. I'm putting this one into the B tier. Until I do like a level 1 plus 0 run, and then I'm just going to go into the F tier. I like it. Seath the Scaleless. Thanks for the stream streak, Slash. What's going on, Sam? F tier. I mean, I love people like. I honestly haven't had bad experiences with the Four Kings. I can't put it low because I haven't really had any bad experiences, except for when I was doing like a dog shit. I think I was doing like a fist run at one point, like one of my first fist open runs, and it was just really bad. I don't mind it though. Seath the Scaleless. This is a fight that exists. Cool arena. Very interesting design. I don't know if I even like the design of Seath the Scaleless. It's kind of weird looking. Like it can fly around, but it's so big and fat. It's kind of weird. Like these small ass wings. The concept of having to destroy the crystal just so you can fight it is kind of just, I don't know, stupid, I guess. I feel like there should have been more of like a prerequisite that you had to do. Like having like the weakness be in the arena itself is like, I don't know. And then in terms of its attacks, like it's very basic, just a bunch of AoEs that it just spews out. Sometimes it can punch you and the punch is like the slowest and most easiest things to dodge in the world. One thing that completely sucks about the fight is when you're trying to get the tail cut for the Moonlight Greatsword, because then the fight then is completely awful. If you're trying to get the Moonlight Greatsword, this is an F tier fight. If you just ignore it and don't bother about the Moonlight Greatsword, then you're gonna stay in front of it, and then it's a pretty easy fight at best. I don't know. I think this is a C tier fight. I think I might like, I don't know. Nito felt like it was more of a missed opportunity, whereas Seath was like, what more could you have really done? Like, it still was a missed opportunity as well. Like, I feel like there could have been something cooler there. I'm not sure if I like Seath more than Nito. Maybe I do. I think Nito is more offensive. But, like, what does Seath actually do to actually have him be in the C tier? What do I like about Seath? I don't know. D tier, I guess. Seath, the scale is 2 S's, so S+. Your scale is top tier. What does that mean? Okay, Gwyn, the Lord of Cinder. Yeah, bam, E tier. Honestly, I kind of want to put it into the F tier, and I will. Will I? No, it has a good OST, never mind. It has good music. A tier. That's it. Gwyn is one of the worst bosses of all time. This thing completely sucks in every way, shape, or form. The fight goes one of two ways. One is that you just parry him to death, which is incredibly boring and shit. Two, the fight is just incredibly fast and bullshit, dog shit hitboxes. You can't even like react to half the things that he does, and no openings to do anything. Except for like use really quick attacks and then there's like stun lock him. He's like a really bad fight. Like it was so bad that Miyazaki had to apologize. There's actually 2 bosses that Miyazaki apologized for, and that's the Bed of Chaos and Gwyn. So if the director had to apologize for this piece of shit boss, that's how you know it's terrible. But yeah, the OST is the only good thing about the fight. Everything about it is awful. Like they've literally remade this exact same moveset for the Soul of Cinder. And they actually made it slower. And it's still like fast, you know? They slowed it down for the Soul of Cinder just to make it like scaled better. And that's a game that's much faster paced. Did he actually apologize? I don't think he apologized. I think he said he regretted the way that the fight turned out. I think that was the quote. He said he regretted the way that the fight turned out. He apologized for this shit. Yeah, Gwyn is terrible. He's like one of the worst final bosses of all time. There's nothing redeeming about him. Like, I don't know. They could have. He does insane damage as well. Like people like talk about the Gwyn as if like, oh, he's supposed to be really weak. But that's not even the case. He's like incredibly fast, hits like an absolute truck, and he's just shit. Like he doesn't get any cool like lightning attacks. Doesn't really get like interesting or unique movesets. He's just like a bunch of just horizontal swipes back and forth, and it's just incredibly quick. He gets like one grab attack that's pretty slow. And like that's about it. That's about it. I think it's a terrible fight. Sanctuary Guardian. Can we move on to the DLC? Sanctuary Guardian, I think is a very cool design of a fight. Has some cool like lightning types of attacks, unlike this character. It's kind of hard to distinguish which one he's going to do sometimes, whether we do like the multi-hit one or the very big one. He does move around a whole lot. And sometimes like the stun lock potential can be very annoying. Like a lot of this fight ends up being like just trying to bait out certain attacks and sit at a distance instead of just like being close and dodging the attack. And it's mainly due to like the jank of Dark Souls 1. So like not like a perfect fight, but like I think it's possible. So I feel like, you know, he's pretty squishy as well. So I'd probably put him into the B tier. Because you can fuck up the Sanctuary Guardian pretty quickly, which can be very satisfying. But then there can also be times where he just keeps running away, keeps stalling the fight. And you can hit like a truck too. Feels like most of the times that you die to the Sanctuary Guardian is because of some jank bullshit. But I put it into the B tier. Hello, Drizzy, how are you? I don't like this boss. Yeah, I can see why somebody would put it very low on the list. But like, I haven't had too many bad experiences with the Sanctuary Guardian to have me do that. I think it's right there next to the Asylum Demon for very different reasons. It's crazy how I could put like the Asylum Demon and the Sanctuary Guardian in the same tier right next to each other, but like they're so different. Anyway, Knight Artorias. We got another S tier fight. This is probably the first actual like good, like interesting moveset fight for like, you know, a humanoid enemy that has like supposed to have like, you know, complex moveset for its time and age. And this one's actually done well. Like the hitboxes aren't really anything too bad, although there can be some moments where it is. The moveset isn't like incredibly like fast like it is in some of the other games. Like, you know, when you're fighting a Flame Lurker or like a Lant or some shit like that. I was like, oh, we're going to have this like, you know, shorter enemy with a cool moveset, and it's like incredibly fucking quick. Knight Artorias has like decent speed, decent openings. Obviously, the opening cutscene's really cool. He's a very badass fucking design. The buff that he gets in between the fights, I think is really cool. I put him into the S tier. I don't think he's like S plus tier though. I put him on top of the S tier. That's because there are some like weird moments with his hitboxes, and he isn't like anything too, you know, complicated with his moveset. He's just like a solid moveset. I think he gets carried a lot by his design. But he's cool. He does very well. Calamite the Black Dragon. I actually like Calamite. This is another S tier fight. Calamite, I fucking love. Calamite's better than Artorias. Honestly, I'm not even mad at that. The only reason why I wouldn't put Calamite above Artorias is because of the neck swipe, which you can somewhat consistently dodge, but it can be super jank when you're at that certain distance and you dodge and it drags you into the hitbox and like it double hits you. I think that's the worst part of the fight. But for a dragon fight, the pacing is actually very good. A lot of like what suffers from dragon fights is like the stalling, the bad pacing. But Calamite's pacing is very good, like in most cases. Because there's always going to be times where like you can just get bad RNG and like the dragon will fly all over the place. But like it feels like every single time that he does an attack, it results in an opening. There's no like filler attacks, and he has like multiple different ones, all have very cool animations. The grab attack does have that annoying sound, but it is a very cool animation though. And it's a very cool concept. When you do get grabbed by it, it puts the Calamity Ring effect on you. I think it's a really cool fight. But yeah, the only thing stopping me from putting it like above Artorias would be that neck swiping attack. And so also the stomping attack if you're on certain parts of him. But the stomping attack, you just got to stay on not the back left side, then you should be fine. What's the ring effect? It makes you take double damage. Anyway, Manus. I think Manus is the best fight in this game, in my honest opinion, because he has more going for him in terms of like compared to Artorias. Artorias has like, you know, only a handful of attacks, whereas Manus has like a lot more things to manage. I think he's a cooler design. I think actually a more meaningful second phase that incorporates all like the black flame attacks and stuff, or like the dark hex attacks or whatever the fuck you want to call them. I love Manus. Is there anything that I don't like about him? What do I not like about him? Sometimes, I don't know, when you get caught in like an animation, like the whole like stun locking attack gets shut down as a pendant gimmick. The pendant, I honestly like never use the pendant. All of his attacks can be pretty countered easily without the pendant, and I think they're pretty fun to try and dodge, like the AoEs and stuff. It's a very engaging fight, and he still gives you like ample openings as well. I think he's a fun moveset to learn. He's like very challenging, but it's cool. I might put him, do I want to put him S+? I might preserve the S plus tier and like the F tier for just like the best of the best and the worst of the worst. So I think there's only going to be like 5 of each. So I put Manus S tier. I like Manus a lot. Manus is really cool. He's my favorite fight in the game. But these 4 I think this is a solid top 5 for Dark Souls 1. Manus, Artorias, Calamite, Orange Sinistmo, Quelaag. I think in this exact order as well. I like this. Okay, Dark Souls 2 time. Holy shit, look at the boss lineup. Do you know, like, as mid as a lot of these bosses are, there's not like really really bad ones, which is funny. There's not ones where it's just like, oh, this thing is just... I lie. Never mind. Okay, Last Giant. Never mind. I completely lied. Last Giant. Hello, Excellion. How are things, man? I was like looking. It's like not really any bad ones, and I'm like, wait a minute. There's like a couple of entries there. Yeah, the Last Giant is the first fight in this game. It's not a tutorial boss or anything like that. It's basically like the Taurus demon of Dark Souls to, but it's just not memorable in any way. Doesn't look cool. Has like jank hitboxes. It has a second phase at least that does something interesting. Like he rips off his arm and uses it to extend his range, even though you're gonna spend the entire time just whacking at his feet anyway. I don't know. It's a D tier fight. It's an E tier fight. Let's be real. I don't know. I mean, like it serves its purpose as like as the first boss. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it into the D tier because like at least it's it's the first boss. It's whatever. It's an easy fight. You get some money out of it. It is what it is. It's funny I put in the last giant above Gwyn. But the Gwyn is offensive because this is the final boss. You're supposed to be good. The Pursuer. The Pursuer. This one is actually pretty cool. This entire fight. This one is a good entryway to Dark Souls 2 because it teaches you that, dodging is very punishing because dodging consumes a lot of stamina. But one thing you should try to do a lot of is strafing. And this guy's entire moveset can be strafed. And it feels very cool when you just strafe every attack that he has. And I think the fight peaks like that. Now, he also has like the ballista in the room. And using the ballista to kill him like, instantly is a very interesting and fun mechanic. It was a fun interaction at least. And the fight is just fun. I think it's really cool. And he definitely is a really cool design. Decent cutscene. It's a floating knight with red eyes. I think one of the things that hurt the Pursuer is the fact that it spawns in like 1,000 fucking times afterwards, so it kind of just doesn't make it feel as special. But I also put it into the A tier. I think it's right there. I think it's right there. The Dragon Rider though. The Dragon Rider feels like it was like the actual first boss of the game. Because it feels like it's it's more basic moveset. But it's actually readable. And it still does teach you like to strafe attacks as well. I think it's fine. If this thing was actually the designed first fight, which it still can be. But I don't think it's intended for you to go to this the Hyde's Tower straight away. But I put it into the B tier. Because you can make it fall off the ledge too, which is funny. B tier. Old Dragon Slayer armor. This thing, it is reskinning Ornstein, just making him less interesting. He gets like a couple of like enhanced attacks, but it's pretty much like the exact same fight, but just, yeah, with nothing really interesting going for him. If there was no Ornstein in Dark Souls 1, then I'd probably put this thing higher, but the fact that it's just like an uninspired reskin just makes it stupid in my opinion. So I'm putting it into the D tier. It's not a bad fight mechanically by any means, but it's completely uninspired. Yeah, I don't think it's that bad though. Maybe put it into the C tier for that reason. At least it's mechanically sound. Flexile Sentry is actually a really cool concept of a fight. Like you literally have a different moveset depending on which fight that you're on. Both side that you're on, and you're fighting in like a sinking pirate ship. So like the longer that you fight, the more the water rises up. And that's a pretty cool design. Now, in terms of the actual moveset, it's nothing that amazing. Especially if you're on like the side with the curved swords, it's like super jank. You're spending a lot of time just like outspacing it. The hammer side is a much more manageable, a much more enjoyable side to fight. And that makes it like pretty solid. I think for the concept alone, I kind of want to put it into the A tier, but I think mechanically speaking, it doesn't really end up fleshing out as well. So I'll put it into the B tier. It's kind of like it's like a Sif situation. Like the concept and the things surrounding the fight makes it cooler than the actual mechanical moveset itself. Ruin Sentinels. There's so much mid in this game. So much mid in this game. It has a cool OST. The design of the enemies are interesting, kind of goofy looking. All three of them getting the exact same moveset pretty much is nothing that crazy either. Somewhat of like a DPS check as soon as that spawns in, hoping that they don't fall off the ledge straight away. But you're just spending the entire time like waiting for them to jump up and hoping that they all don't come at once. Yeah, I don't know. There's like some interesting concepts in terms of like, I think the most interesting part about the fight would be the actual like boss arena. And that's about it. So I put it into the C tier. The Belfry Gargoyles, on the other hand, is a complete and utter fucking monstrosity. This shit is straight up fucking trash. Yeah, you took the thing that made the Bell Gargoyles, from Dark Souls 1. Like, very memorable fight. Very cool fight. And then they were just like, let's go spawn in like 25 million of them. instead on a rooftop. It's like, remember how you guys liked Dark Souls 1 rooftop gargoyles? We're going to do that again. But now there's 6 of them. Yippee! No. Another uninspired fight, but like even worse mechanically because it's a stupid fucking gank. E tier. Bottom of the E tier. Because it can be funny sometimes. Sometimes. Lost Sinner. It's another interesting fight. You know, when you fight in the dark, you don't get to lock on as far, but you get to like just light up the things and light up the room. Makes the fight a bit easier. Some interesting mechanic to it. The moveset itself is like okay, I guess. The hitboxes can be kind of jank in this fight, especially with like the poking attack. Losing aggro when they jump around, or losing lock on when they jump over your head can be kind of annoying too. I think the hitbox is probably the worst part about it. And the fact that it can like just jump away after every single opening that you kind of get. It's like, it's okay, I guess. I might put it into like the C tier. It's honestly, I've never had a time where I'd be like, damn, that was a really good Lost Sinner fight. That was really fun. So yeah, I put it into the C tier. Executioner's Chariot. This one is an interesting fight as well. It's a cool gimmick fight. There's not really anything that works like the Executioner's Chariot. It's kind of like you run through the area, do a thing to make it die, then you can fight the boss. Kind of like a better version of like the Ancient Wyvern now that I think about it. It's a more engaging version of the Ancient Wyvern. Because, you know, at least like you get to fight the boss and there's like something interesting there. Although the fight with the horse itself is nothing too crazy, but it's cool. Cool cutscene as well. I like it. I'll put it into the A tier. But then again, the horse hitboxes kind of suck. I'll put it into the B tier. Put it into the B tier. Okay, the Skeleton Lords. This is like the only thing about the Skeleton Lords that makes it interesting is that it's funny. There's a bunch of fucking skeletons. Like skeletons, like you'd think they'd be like scarier than what they are, but they're just super goofy. Like skeletons are just so stupid looking in the games. I don't know what it is, but you think like a skeleton would be scary, but they're just not. It is stupid looking. And this fight is just a bunch of them. Like you kill one and it spawns in a whole bunch. I don't know. There's something going on there for it to not be into the F tier. I put it above the Belfry Gargoyles. Covetous Demon. Another funny fight. Hello, Yuna. Hi. Covetous Demon. This one is another hilarious fight. This one cannot go into the bottom 2 tiers at all. Under any circumstance. Because it actually has some funny things to it. 1, it looks very funny. 2, with how easy it actually is, they designed unique interactions in the fight itself to make it even easier by like hitting down like the enemies in the barrels and then having them take the aggro so the Covetous Demon can eat them. That's pretty funny. The fact that there's a grab attack that can strip you naked as well. If you didn't know, by the way, the Covetous Demon has a grab attack that swallows your entire character whole, takes off all of your clothes, and then spits you back out. Cinema. But for real though, like we'll put it in the fucking D tier. Juice, hello, how are you, Juice? What's going on? What happens if you don't have clothing? Nothing. You just get you got eaten and sucked up, butt naked. Yeah, I put it into the D tier. It's funny. It's not bad at all. It's just funny. But like, you know, the fight is over like in 5 seconds because he has no health and he does absolutely nothing but just roll around. Mytha is a pretty cool fight. I think she's very interesting. The concept of having to fight in a poison swamp, but having that poison swamp be mitigated by, you know, burning the windmill, which there isn't many tells to be able to, you know, tell the character, hey, look, burn the windmill first. Although there is an NPC that you can summon and it actually tells you to do it. They point in that direction, like, hey, look, do the thing. But it's still not really as noticeable. Something that you should be doing. But in terms of the moveset itself, it's pretty cool. Couple of poking attacks to dodge. She has a couple of tail swipes as well. And a tail swipe is like probably the most like, you know, challenging part of the fight sometimes if she does it because it's hard to read. But you can cut off her tail to make her not do it. She has like a goofy like attack where she throws her fucking head, then runs and goes get it. It's kind of goofy looking. I don't know. I probably put it into the B tier. It's like Priscilla type of thing. Priscilla's probably more interesting. I don't know. She doesn't do anything too amazing. She has like some magic projectile attacks as well. I think she's okay. Think she's okay. She just doesn't do any like too much to make her be like a top tier fight. 3-hour tier list coming up. Is it actually? God, we haven't gone very far, have we? Smelter Demon, though, in the other hand, I think Smelter Demon is a fantastic fight. This one is an S tier fight. This is my favorite fight in the base game. Fantastic, really cool movesets, cool design. And the fact that you fight in a small arena actually kind of helps and enhances the fight, in my opinion. Because it's not that big of a fight, and you also have to manage AoEs too. And he has actually some attacks that you can strafe, and having attacks that you can strafe in a fight always makes the fight better. But he's just like a very solid moveset, not too fast, not too janky. Just a solid fight. Very much suits Dark Souls 2, and it does very well. Old Iron King. The fight directly afterwards is just not as good. It's not the worst thing in the world. Like, it's pretty easy to counter, but you got to be like staying on one side of the arena because, you know, staying in the middle is basically a death sentence because you're going to get knocked off the ledge. And that shit's frustrating. That shit sucks when that happens. But yeah, I don't know what really much to say about this fight. It has a bunch of AoEs, not too hard to dodge. You just keep whacking at his hands. He's like leaves his hands down on the ground way too long just so you can have an opening. So, but it's kind of stupid though for the most part. I'll probably put him into the C tier. Najika. They basically were like, hey, look, remember Quailag? Remember how you guys liked Quailag? There's a lot of that in Dark Souls too, by the way. Like the gargoyles. There's a couple other ones too that I forgot. But yeah, Najika is one of them. Robot Authority, kind of. It's like, remember Quailag? Here's the same thing, but just worse. Because like the scorpion parts of the moveset are kind of like more jank and kind of harder to read, worse hitboxes. The fact that she goes burrows underground and comes back up again is like it's a stalling fight. Kind of annoying. Most enjoyable part of the fight is that you can ride her, which is like the tail slamming attack and you can run up her tail. That's like the most interesting part of the fight. Otherwise, just like another attempt at making a Dark Souls 1 boss just not as good. So we're going to put this bad boy into the D tier. I'll put Gwendolyn a bit higher. Royal Rat Authority, another big dog that's a rat, and it has a bunch of rats in the arena that are super annoying to fight because they're super small. Riding Najika, right? This shit is trash. E tier. Nothing good about it. Jank hitboxes, skinny ass legs, toxic dogs. E tier. Yeah, fuck that fight. F. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's F tier worthy, right? I don't know. Prowling Maggots and Congregation is literally not even a boss. Like, this shit is just like a room full of enemies. They just decided to put a boss health bar on it and give you a slab, which is like cool, I guess. E tier. It just exists, I guess. It's just not even. I don't know. It's not even a fucking boss. Freya. Freya is an interesting boss. You know, double-headed boss. You go one on one side when she's doing an attack, then it's run to the other side. Unlike in Nightreign, you can use a torch to actually have the spiders not go near you. Or you could just kill the spiders and then actually take a long time to respawn, unlike in Nightreign that are just constantly spawning. And the hitboxes aren't like the worst thing either. Except for like the weird like biting lunging attack. That shit's super annoying. So, I don't know. She's like whatever, I guess. Cool design. Interesting mechanics of having to like run back and forth and have it be like a double-headed boss. Would have been pretty cool if there was like a different moveset depending on which side, but I don't know. And the fact that you can like cut off her head too is pretty interesting, although you can soft lock yourself by cutting off both heads because she doesn't die. I'd probably put it into the C tier. I don't like hate her, don't like her that much either. I never be like, oh, I can't wait to fight Freya. There's like never been a time like that. But like, I don't know. If for the most part, she's like more annoying than she is good. But I don't hate her. Royal Rat Vanguard is another stupid dumb boss. But, you know, I'm not going to put it at the bottom because it's funny at least. It's a room full of rats and one of them has a mohawk. That's cool. Whatever. Rodden. I actually like the Rodden. This one's kind of cool. This is a decent moveset fight. And you have to like worry about the arena as well, cause like the fire that's surrounding it too. He has some cool attacks to try and dodge, different AoEs, distinguishable animations as well. And it does have dismemberment. You can cut off his hands, and it's kind of funny to like see him like attack with 2 nubs. Although he can actually regenerate those arms too. So there's cool and interesting mechanics. I think I put him into the A tier. I think he's like right there with the Pursuer. I might like him a bit more. He does pretty well. Does pretty well. The twin dragon riders though is just like, hey, look, we're gonna have 2 dragon riders. One's gonna shoot arrows and die in 2 hits, and the other one's gonna just be another regular dragon rider. That can go into the D tier. Because like I don't know, at least they attempted to make somewhat of like a decent like duo fight, and you know, you can like break the pillar that the one's currently sitting on top, firing the arrows. Like there's something interesting there at least, and with like a breakable pillar and a projectile attack, and actually having differing health bars, and actually having them both look different too. One thing I appreciate about duo fights, if they're the same enemy, just make them look different at least. So yeah, D tier, I guess. It's not that offensive. Looking Glass Knight is actually a solid fight. I like this one too. This one's one of my favorites in the base game. Probably my second favorite, right next to the Smelter Demon. I probably put him into the A tier though, because I think the most interesting part about the fight is that obviously he does have that PvP summoning mechanic, which is pretty cool. And I think it's probably the most interesting iteration of that. Although the fight kind of just like goes pretty quickly, and like the animation of him summoning pretty much gets him killed. And by the time that they actually summons an NPC or an invader, it's basically a GG anyway. But the fight of the boss fight itself is pretty cool. The fact that the shield actually works like a shield, doesn't have to be blocking with it for it to actually mitigate damage, I think that's pretty cool and interesting. And there's still a really cool design, cool arena. I don't know, not much bad I can say about it. But it doesn't like do anything too like groundbreaking or amazing to have me put it into the S tier, I want to say. The Seaman of Dong. This one's a cool, funny looking frog. It's another goofy looking boss. Pretty jank hitboxes sometimes. Really hard hitting attacks. And just waiting for him to like pull off his foreskin so you can like whack at his face. I don't even know what the fuck to say about this boss fight half the time. I'm just going to put it into the C tier. I don't even know. Like, I don't know. It's a funny boss. That's all I'm going to say. It's funny. But like, it's nothing fun. I don't know. It's a goofy boss. Velstats is another like generic knight fight, but unlike, you know, bosses like Artorias or fucking Smelter Demon, it doesn't do anything too fancy. Pretty like mid boss room, mid OST, couple of attacks that he has, some of which you can strafe, which is cool. The second phase like makes it a bit more interesting because it incorporates some projectiles. But I don't know. He's like pretty mediocre, honestly. I probably put him into the B tier. He gets carried by his design because it's a cool like knight armor set, but he doesn't have any fancy like movesets or anything like that. I kind of like Mytha better than Velstat, honestly. Could have been cooler, but I know. Not the worst thing in the world. The Guardian Dragon is pretty mid. 9 Suho, thank you for the follow. Yeah, pretty mid. Flies around a whole bunch. Skinny ass dragon. Some weird hitboxes, but like, I don't know. Not the worst thing in the world. It has some like cool, it's a cool boss room. And the fact that it flies up and like grabs onto the cage and like breathes down the fire, I think is a cool animation. So I'll probably put him into the C tier. Maybe D tier. Like it's pretty mid, mechanically speaking, but like that's like the only interesting part about the boss is probably the arena and its interactions with it. Kind of similar to like Gwendolyn, I guess. Rapamela, thank you for the follow. Ancient Dragon, on the other hand, is a fat F tier fight. Holy shit. This one's probably the worst fight in the game. this shit has such an inflated, ridiculously high HP bar. And it has a bunch of just shitty-ass, boring-ass attacks to counter. Like a dumb stomping attack, a fire breath that goes in front of him, a fire breath that goes down, a fire breath that goes behind, and like that's basically about it. The best way to fight the boss is staying at its foot and just like constantly whacking at its foot because it just doesn't hit you there at all. And even then, you can like punish it like most of the time, but the fight still lasts so long. Even if you're swinging and hitting him throughout every second of the fight still lasts incredibly long. Yeah. Awful. Awful. The Giant's Lord is pretty much a better version of the last Giants because there's more attacks. The fight's actually okay to fight with like projectiles because you can sit at a distance to stand on that platform. But even then it's a pretty basic fight because it's going to do nothing but a bunch of overhead slam attacks. I don't know. It's free money. I think the most interesting part about it is that like, you know, you fight it in that arena. Kind of feels like more like a field boss with what's going on. That's probably the most interesting part about it. Another C tier. Maybe D tier. There's like nothing interesting about him, honestly. D tier fight. Put Covetous Demon above Giant Lord, actually. Okay, Vendrick is just another vibes fight. Vendrick is straight up just there for the... Basically, the things that people say that Gwyn actually is. Like, oh, Gwyn's supposed to be weak, even though he's not. This is Vendrick. Vendrick is basically just like... He's a good atmospheric fight, but like mechanically mid. I mean, like the interaction of having to find the Giant Lords to do respectable damage was just like, you know... It's like a story-based fight. It's kind of like, what's her name? Maiden Estrella. I kind of see it like that. Like, it's not meant to be an amazing fight mechanically. He's, like, meant to be a hollow and, like, weak and shit like that. So, I probably put him... I don't know. Probably put him into the C tier. Like, mechanically, boring as fuck, but... It's a cool atmospheric fight. Like, he gets hyped up throughout the entire game. And you finally arrive to him, and he's just like a hollow. A shell of his former self, just wondrously aiming around the undead crypt. And it's like, what the fuck happened, bro? Was this Nishandra? Type shit. Dark Lurker. Pretty cool fight. I like the Dark Lurker. Although spamming projectile attacks can be kind of cringe and having like, you know, summons and a... But I don't know. There's like something about the Dark Lurker to where like they don't attack that often. But like it's enough to keep it engaging even if when a second one spawns in. But it still can be kind of annoying. But like I don't know. I think that's like the worst part about it is that when there is multiple and when there's two bosses doing the exact same thing, sometimes it can be very jank with the RNG. And like I think that's the worst part about it is that they can keep lining up their attacks to where you just don't get an opening. That's just the nature of duo fights sometimes, especially when there's no cover. Like there's no like pillars or whatever to separate them or take the attack for you. So I think that's probably the worst part about the fight. But otherwise, like, you know, the fight's design, the way that it looks, the attacks that you can counter, the fact that you have to keep your camera moving and shit like that, I think it's a really solid concept of a duo fight. It's like the Bell Gargoyles fight, just like in probably perfected, I want to say. But as an AoE or projectile caster, pretty cool. I like Dark Lurker. Throne Watcher and Defender is a duo fight that sucks because, you know, they both just attack you and just run at you and they can be super annoying. And it's a duo fight where unlike the Dark Lurker where they kind of sit back and they attack not that often, these both can run at you at the exact same time and there's no pillars to separate them at all. So it's just like you're just running away until one of them just ends up running faster than the other one. And then you can whack at them and then it's, you know, it's like a long fight because they decided to not put any type of coverage in the arena. And none of them have like an interesting moveset at all either. They have like a couple of like attacks, like 2 combos, and that's about it. Like the second phase, having them buff makes it a bit more interesting, and the fact that they can revive each other is interesting. So I'll probably put that into the D tier just for the fact that they can revive each other. Nishandra might be the only boss, only final boss in the entire game, in the entire series that's probably worse than Gwyn. Somehow. Don't know how you can get worse than Gwyn, but here we go. At least Gwyn has a good OST. But yeah, Nashandra is incredibly boring, incredibly hyped up, cool ass cutscene, cool ass design, and then she just fucking sucks. Like the curse attack that she gets is just boring to counter, just run away. She gets like literally 3 attacks. Every single projectile that she gets is incredibly basic and easy to dodge. Her scythe attacks are just, I don't know, they all fucking suck. True Lance is worse. I mean, True Lance, I guess, is worse, yeah, but like, that one is like inoffensive because it's supposed to be just like a slug. If they just didn't put a boss health bar there, wouldn't have to be a boss. But I think they did put one there just to show who the fuck that it actually is, right? To give them a name. Old King Elan is the final boss. But yeah, Nashandra sucks. She's dog shit. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. At least like Gwyn is still like a threatening final boss and has a good OST, even though he's like mechanically awful. And completely jank and shit and terrible. But yeah. Aldia is like slightest, tiniest bit better than Nashandra because at least he's somewhat threatening. But he's still incredibly shit. But yeah, the only reasons why he's better than Nashandra is because he's more challenging and he has a good OST. Good OST, but yeah, he's still a D tier. Still a D tier. Like, how do you have a second attempt? Like, we're going to have an update that gives you a new NPC, a new quest line, and this person's going to end up being a final boss. And he's like also incredibly boring. But at least the OST is good and like the animations are pretty cool.
Why is my goat giant solo Sarge?
Skull Crusher, thank you for the 13 months. I don't know what happened over time to where people ended up liking Gwyn. I don't know. Gwyn was like widely considered a dog shit boss. Even Miyazaki said so himself. And for some reason over time, people ended up liking him and I don't know why. Yeah, Gwyn sucks. Always has. Always will. Anyway, Aldia also sucks. But at least he has cool animations. But the fact that it is like, you know, you brought in a brand new character and decided to make it a final boss, which is just egregious. Egregious to make it as boring as it was. If this was like not a final boss, it'd probably end up being like C tier or some shit. It'd still be very boring. But the fact that it was like a secret final boss and it was like, come on now. Could have done something more unique with that. I kind of want to put into the D tier because at least it was interesting. I put into the D tier. It's still boring though. Okay, DLC times. The fucking every NPC fight sucks ass cheeks. E tier. Honestly, fucking F tier. Fuck it, whatever. I mean, like, do I put it into the E tier? At least like the arena is something that you can work with and make it interesting and try and cheese them, but it's still NPCs. E tier, whatever. I don't want to talk about NPCs. Alana is actually pretty cool. Alana is a very cool DLC fight in my opinion. She's kind of like Renala. The Full Moon Queen. And then you have Alana. The Squalid Queen. That's how you say the name. I just realized they're very similar. Like, they're both like projectile users that can actually summon people throughout the fight. Right? The skeletons can be kind of annoying. Velstad can also be really annoying to fight. But I think Alana summoning the skeletons is like more of an interesting mechanic than what's his name? Nito has. Because like Nito, the skeletons are already there. Whereas Alana, she actually summons the skeletons and she has like an animation that you can actually punish. And also skeletons in Dark Souls are just like way less annoying also. So I thought that was cooler implementation of like summoning skeletons throughout the fight. Her attacks are actually pretty cool too. Like the teleporting that she gets into a combo makes the fight more engaging. I think she's neat. I think she's neat. Her summoning Velstad makes the fight more, definitely more challenging. And it's pretty interesting, I want to say. Although Velstad does have a lot of health there. So it's hard to like just focus on him, kill him, get him out the way. If they gave the Velstad like a little bit less health, I might have liked it a bit more. But I think I still put her into the A tier. Okay, Sin, on the other hand, I don't like Sin. I think I've maybe had about 2 fights with Sin that I've actually enjoyed because he's super RNG heavy for me. in that like you just gotta wait for him to just not continuously do the flying attacks. Because like unlike Calamite, how I mentioned earlier, how he doesn't have much stalling attacks, Calamite can he can give you an opening basically in every single attack, which is cool. But like when it comes to like a lot of the dragon fights in the series, they just do attacks that just don't result in openings, and it results in you having to just chase them. And Sin has like a lot of times where he can just keep jumping up and just flying away, and it's like, oh my god, please stop that. And the only times where it's actually enjoyable is when he starts to do like some of the melee attacks, which even then they're pretty basic. Some of which are actually copied directly from Calamite. And he also has some pretty jank hitboxes too. I don't know, at least it looks cool, but I honestly don't like Sin at all. He does have that durability mechanic too, yeah, where like if you hit him, that drains your durability, which just, you know, if you're using certain weapons, it just makes the fight even worse, but I don't know. It's like an instinct. I'd never liked durability in the games. But for the most part, if you're doing decent enough damage, it's not really that much of a problem with the durability draining shit, but I don't know. I'm putting him into the D tier. Don't really have many good Sin fights, I think he's one of the worst dragons. Blue Smelter Demon is not going to get that high because Smelter Demon exists and it's basically just a reskin, but it's, you know, it's more challenging, which I guess is cool. Fucking C tier, whatever. But it's a good fight, but like it's the same thing as fucking regular Smelter Demon, just like more this larger hitbox and faster. Raspberry flavored, right? Okay, we're finally getting to some fucking good shit. Fume Knight, hell yeah. S tier. S plus? No. S tier. I think it's right there with Manus. Yeah. I like Fume Knight. Fume Knight's good. I think he's my favorite fight in the game. I might put him above Manus. Yes. Very cool design. Very cool movesets. All of his attacks feel nice to dodge. Ample openings. He has plenty of attacks that you can strafe as well. And strafing attacks always feels really cool and satisfying. And they're not like easy attacks to strafe too. Like they can be pretty challenging strafes because you got to be quick and decisive. Yeah. Also, is like the mechanic of like him being able to get healed if you know, don't use the spear thingies, which is, I guess, is interesting. That kind of enhances the fight a little bit. It's a decent arena also. I know, it's like it's a very solid fucking moveset. Very good moveset. S tier fight, in my opinion. Sir Alone, the Smelter Wedges, thank you. Sir Alone, I don't like as much, but Sir Alone does have an S tier arena. But yeah, Fume Knight I think is a more engaging and more fun moveset because there's more attacks that you can strafe, and he does give you longer openings as well. Sir Alone does give you shorter openings, and a lot of his moveset is more simple. He doesn't have that much more variation of movesets compared to Fume Knight. Like Fume Knight gets like more AoEs, more different types of attacks that swing horizontally or vertically or whatever. Sir Alone does have the best OST in the game though. Yeah, good arena, good OST, good moveset. I think he's another S tier fight, but I think he's like, you know, here. But yeah, he's more easy and, you know, easy to read moveset because a lot of his attacks are pretty much the exact same thing. And it's easier to no-hit. And if you do no-hit him, you get a pretty unique interaction with a seppuku finish. So I think that's really cool. But I just don't think he's as good as Fume Knight. Fume Knight's just better. I will see how the list ends up shaking out because I might end up putting him into the S+. I think I like him more than Manus and every other Dark Souls 1 boss. I'm pretty sure I do. I think like the major downside for like DLC bosses is like they're just super tanky. Especially to like elements. And I think Fume Knight is like incredibly resistant to a lot of elements. So if you're using particular types of builds, your damage just fucking sucks. And it feels kind of shit. And, you know, Elden Ring DLC was probably going to end up being the exact same way, with like every single boss being like 80% resist to elements, but they implemented the Shadow Tree fragments instead. To counter the fact that enemies are going to be 80% resist, which was definitely a good thing, but it hurts successive playthroughs with the Shadow Tree fragments. Anyway, we're not talking about Shadow of the Earth Tree, talking about the Ivory King DLC. Ava. Cool. Whatever. It's a fucking cat, which we don't really get many cat fights. Kind of weird hitboxes. I mean, it's not like the worst moveset of all time. Somewhat engaging. They didn't jump around or run around that much. I think it's a B tier fight. It's whatever. Zalen is basically just like the cat is fine by itself. It's whatever. But when there's like a second one that comes in and shit, and after that, after the hell that you went through with the fucking run back, that is, yeah. I'm putting them into the E tier because like they can still be engaging. They're not like it's not like there's two really bad bosses put together. It's like there's two like mid bosses put together. It's like whatever. It's whatever. There's a skill check involved. I don't hate them. Do I hate them that much? Honestly, I didn't fight them that much because I never really do the run back. I've only fought them like a handful of times. But from memory, I don't really hate them that much. Put a bit of the D tier. Burnt Ivory King. Okay, now this one might ruffle some feathers because this one is a very well liked fight, but I think the first part about the Burnt Ivory King fight makes them shit. Honestly. The first part of the fight should have just been not tied to the boss fight itself because it's incredibly boring. And the enemies are so fucking annoying. The enemies that spawn there, like the Ivory King Knights, they're like so tanky, do so much damage. And the thing is, they always aggro towards you. Even if you have like the Lois Knights there to like, you know, take aggro, they still like hard focus on you. And then spam their AoEs or projectiles. And they're just so tanky with lots of poise as well. It's just super annoying. So that first part of the fight just lasts way too long. And by the time that you get to the Burnt Ivory King, S tier entrance. And the fight is pretty cool, but I still don't think it's as good of a fight as the Fume Knight, mechanically speaking, or even Sir Alone. Maybe on the same tier as Sir Alone. He has like some attacks that are pretty hard, like some mix-ups and whatnot with their poking attacks. Some can come out pretty quick, and they can get you caught. He has a pretty cool grab attack too. He's a fine fight. He has some attacks that you can strafe. Cool cinema. I think I put him into the B tier though, but I think the first fight just fucks him up way too hard for me to like him that much. But I do enjoy the arena and the entrance and the fight itself. But yeah, the first part just ruined anything that it had going for it. Okay, that's Dark Souls 2 completed. Holy shit. I'm ranking them based on how I enjoy them. It's a Yui tier list, based on how much I like them. Not based on anything else. Difficulty would even be harder to rank. Because, like, it just depends on your build and everything, you know? Cleric Beast. Okay, Bloodborne time. Okay, Bloodborne bosses are interesting in the fact that a lot of them just flail around, and like the game is balanced around you getting hits, so you can benefit off like, you know, the rally mechanic and stuff. And the game just has like a broken ass parry system to where you just, you know, you can parry enemies at a distance and get like insane damage from like a critical hit or a visceral attack. So like a lot of these enemies just have like this undistinguishable movesets that flail around a whole bunch. Because you're designed to get hit and spam. Because it's spam-based combat half the time. So it's kind of hard to judge them like the rest of the bosses across the series. But with that being said, the Cleric Beast, very much inspired by the Taurus Demon in that, you know, you fight it on a bridge and it jumps over and it has a cool entrance. Very much just as memorable as the Taurus Demon. I think the Taurus Demon is more charming in the fact that there's more things going on for it. Like the fact that you can plunging attack it, you can ledge kill it, you can ledge kill you. Whereas a Cleric Beast is just a big giant boss with a camera issue and weird hitboxes and stuff. But, you know, cool OST. It's a cool design. You can stun lock it and whatever the fuck. I think it's whatever. I don't like it as much as the Taurus Demon as an entry to the game. I feel like this game could have benefited more of like a simple tutorial boss. But the Cleric Beast kind of serves its purpose as like a nice cool first boss. Less the issue of the camera and more the arena. Yeah, I guess. The skinny ass arena has like you can't have the camera be zoomed out as much as you'd like. But yeah, probably put this bad boy into the C tier. Could have been better. Could have been better. Father Gascoigne though. This one is an S tier fight, I want to say. Even though, like, you know, because the thing is, I gotta keep an when when I play these games, Bloodborne, like especially as of late, I've been doing a lot of like runs just using a weapon, and I don't really parry much anymore. Like I think in the past like dozen Bloodborne runs that I've had, I don't think I've parried at all because I've just been strictly using a one weapon for a run, for like a challenge run or whatever. And when you're not parrying in Bloodborne, it's a completely different game. And Gascoigne can be a fight that's incredibly annoying, especially like in the first and second phase, where you just don't get able to parry him. And the fight feels a lot different for sure. But, you know, judging the fact that you can parry him, the fight's going to be much more enjoyable. Fight flows a lot better. It's super fast paced. His super cool animations, cool OST, nice arena as well. Obviously, there is that interaction with the fucking bell thingy, whatever the fuck it's called. What's that called thing again? That chime thing? I don't know. Forget the name. But that being tied behind the quest line and some story-based elements makes it very interesting. The second phase transformation is a nice, you know, segue to like or entry point to the game, being like, hey, look, everything's fucked up. He's backstabbable too, very easily in that second phase transformation. I think it's a cool fight. I think it's S tier. If I put him right about here, I think I like him the best in the base game. I think it's the best base game fight for Bloodborne. Based on like vibes alone. The music box, thank you. I'm fucking stupid. Bloodstarved Beast is basically everything that I was talking about at the beginning, how like, you know, enemies just constantly flail around and you can't see what the fuck's going on. Bloodstarved Beast is everything like that, but just 10 times worse. And added with poison too, which is super fucking cool. And like AoE poison, you just gotta stand by him to get procced with poison. This thing, I fucking hate this boss so much. I hate this fight. As much as I fought this boss, I don't even understand its moveset at all. He's got to keep getting behind it and then hope for the best that it doesn't fucking hit you. Or, you know, stack up in pungent blood cocktails and then spam them at the fucking wall. So the best, most enjoyable way to fight him is just by cheesing him. But I don't like him at all. I think it's an E tier fight. I've never once enjoyed this fight. I don't like the way that it looks. I'm pretty sure his OST is like... I forget his OST. I can't hear his OST because it's constantly screeching the entire time. Constant screaming, constant poison, constant flailing around. Getting the fuck up out of here. Okay, Vicar Amelia is a cool design of a fight, and there's some interesting mechanics going on. This is definitely one of the first fights where you get to, like, you know, understand the concept of breaking limbs. Because, you know, you can just keep breaking the limbs of Vicar Amelia, and it can be pretty cool to keep stun locking her, which is interesting. The healing mechanic makes it cool, but like I think it's another fight where you just can't tell what the fuck's going on half the time because the camera gets in the way and her like fur just covers the entire camera too, and it's hard to really understand what the fuck she's trying to do sometimes. And she has like insane AoEs with like these lingering hitboxes and stun lock potential, and she does so much fucking damage sometimes. And I don't really feel like I enjoy much of her moveset. Every single time that I fight Amelia and I'm going to dodge an attack, I'm like, please just don't somehow catch me. Please don't roll catch me. Please don't like just get me hit with counter damage. Because I try to dodge an attack that has a lingering hitbox. I spend the entire time just like flailing around, just whacking at her fucking arms, just stun locking her. I honestly don't like her that much. And she has a reskinned OST as well. Like same OST as the Cleric Beast. I put her in the C tier. I don't like Amelia. Another camera boss, just even worse than Cleric Beast. Witches of Hemwick is fucking a boss that exists as well. I just don't even know. Like, it's another, like, gimmick fight. You know, how, like, you fight the boss and halfway through, like, another boss can spawn in. There's, like, you know, the Bell Gargoyles and the Man-Eaters and shit and other bosses and whatnot. But, like, it's just, there's nothing there. Except for, like, a bunch of other random annoying enemies that spawn in throughout the fight. And then you can get hit by grab attacks and... everything that's challenging about the fight is just annoying and not even fun. And it's not even that engaging of a fight, and it's boring too. I might honestly put it into the F tier. But I want to reserve the F tier for like the worst of the worst. So I guess I'm going to go into the E tier. Dark Beast Paul. Another boss that you can just cheese like Amelia, just constantly whacking at its legs. And it's another boss that has like really weird to read movesets that can like just stun lock you. But he looks really cool. Cool animations. And I think for that reason, I like him more than Amelia because the camera is not going to be much of an issue. It's more about like just the constant flailing around. So I might put him into the B tier. But like he dies like straight away though. Like he's like pretty squishy. But I think at the point where you can fight him was when you get abducted by like those bagger guys. So that's why he probably has lower health when you end up fighting him in Yahagul. So like I don't know. I'm not sure where the fuck I put this guy. If you stun lock it, it's not a boss. If you don't, it's a visual throw up its ass, yeah. And it kind of has like the ancient dragon, like lingering hitbox swiping attacks too, like the lightning shit. I don't know. But he looks cool. What did I put into the D tier? Is this D tier worthy? Probably. Shadows of Yharnam. This is like an interesting trio fight. Like they kind of behave similar to like NPCs in that they're hard to read their movesets because I don't really have one. But it's cool to like manage the different health bars. I'm glad that that actually designs a, you know, a gank fight to where you have a big pillar in the arena so you can separate them. It's always better to have gank fights when there's a pillar in the way. That makes the fight a lot better. They're pretty easy and fun to parry. I'm just going to keep playing locked off and, I don't know. Just try managing their health bars as well to where like they don't go to the snake phase all at once and fuck you up. Keeping the guy with the candle to last is always funny too, to stun lock him, but I don't know. I probably put him into the B tier. I didn't think they're bad. I didn't think they're that good. When you die, it's kind of annoying, just like in every boss in Bloodborne, I guess. Okay, Rum. This might be an F tier fight. I just hate it so much. There's never been a time where I've enjoyed Rum. Like, I kind of want to put it into the E tier because, like, at least it's interesting. Like, the arena is interesting. Like, the concept that kind of, like, is interesting. Like, you're fighting, like, a worm that doesn't really fight back. Well, I guess it's a spider. But it looks like a fucking slug. But when he does fight back, like, in the second phase, it's, like, constant AoEs and shit. But you got to keep, like, an eye out for it while you're just whacking on the spiders. But, like, the spiders do so much damage. Like, the stun lock potential is crazy. They can shoot through the boss as well. Like, the spider has that projectile attack that can go through the boss, and it stun locks and does such insane fucking damage. I've never seen trash mobs hit so hard in my life. And, like, when they land on you, too, they can just straight up just fucking one-shot. Like, everything about the fight is just so fucking frustrating and boring. So I'm going to put it at the top of the F tier. Because at least it has a cool arena. The One Reborn is another bad boss. Like, this back-to-back bosses, oh my god. Yeah, One Reborn is terrible. It basically takes the exact same concept as the Tower Knight from Demon Souls. In that you have, like, these guys shooting projectiles at you at the top. And you're supposed to get rid of them first and go down below and just fight the boss, whack at it until it falls down. Basically the exact same thing, but just worse. So you basically take the exact same concept, kind of uninspired, and just make it worse because it's like a bunch of flailing limbs. It's hard to read the moveset, and you're just constantly running around, just stun locking them, hoping that they fall down. And there has a bunch of these AoEs that you can't even see where it's coming from half the time. I don't know. I fucking hate this shit. E tier. Has a disgusting opening cutscene too, which I guess is not like the worst thing in the world. Could be a good thing or a bad thing depending on who you ask. But it's a disgusting boss. E tier. Amygdala. It's a memorable, that's a good design, I guess. Somewhat. I don't think it's a memorable fight. I think there's a memorable design, if anything. The fight's like so much better when you end up having a large ranged weapon, or if you have like projectile attacks, because when you stay in front of it and hit it in the head, it's so much better. But like when you have dog shit range and you're constantly missing the head, it's an awful fight. But like staying in front of it, reading its like arms, attacks, and whatever, and being able to hit it in the head makes it a passable fight. But like most weapons in the game just don't have the reach. So I'm going to put him like into the C tier. Because he has like something going for him. Like a lot of his attacks are more like distinguishable and easier to read compared to like a lot of the other fights in the game. But he just has that one issue. I wish his head was just like this lower to the ground to where you could just fight him just by staying in front of them. But whatever. Mikolash, F tier. Again, this is an easy F tier. We don't have a single S+. That might change though. I want S in the S tier. Absolutely, yes. Mikolash is the second worst. Man-Eater's worse? Man-Eater's might be worse, yeah. At least Mikolash, what does Mikolash have going for it? I mean, like, the concept of having a boss that you chase throughout an arena is interesting. But, like, you know, chasing him throughout the arena isn't really anything that fun. And, like, for the first time, it's just more frustrating than anything. Because, like, it's a stupid puzzle that's not even that complicated. It's more just, like, trial and error. And then as soon as you land into the arena, he has a chance of doing a call beyond, which can just instantly fuck you up because it has dog shit hitboxes. But he's got to be aggressive, make sure he doesn't do a call beyond, and then when he doesn't do it, the fight's just incredibly easy because you're just spamming. I fucking hate his voice. I hate him so much. His head, his voice lines, his tone of voice, his fashion, his moveset, everything about him, I fucking hate him. Hate the way that he walks, the way that he talks. I hate the way that he dresses. Anyway, Celestial Emissary. Okay. I know they're funny looking, I guess. They're just enemies that they're all in there and then they just fucking die straight away, I guess. I don't fucking know, dude. D tier, get the fuck out of here. Does it even have a moveset? Like, think like the big guy has like a couple of swiping attacks. I don't know. Put him into the D tier because like at least they look funny and they can combine into one. Not combine, but they can be the big one that's hidden. It's like a shock value. It's like, what the heck? He grew into a big one. And then you just hit it 3 times and it dies. I'm like, oh, okay. Ebreedus is an interesting boss because like it has a very unique design. Really cool arena, cool lore. I want to comment on the OST for half of these fights, but I kind of forget the OSTs because everything in this game is so loud with like this screeching and shit like that. And the sound effects, it's hard to tell. But she's like a large boss, so therefore the camera has to be half the issue because you can't see what's going on half the time. So you're either staying behind her and is constantly whacking at her tentacles while she's just trying to flail around and trying to hit you and kind of trying to see what's going on half the time is kind of a hard thing to do. Or you stay in front of her where you have to deal with the charging attack, which is a fucking problem. I don't know where to fucking put her. I don't even know. Like, she's satisfying to melt when you have good damage because you can fuck her up. But when the fight lasts a long time, it's just more frustrating than anything because it's hard to see the attacks. But some of the attacks are fun to dodge and the AoEs and projectiles or whatever. I don't know. I'll probably put it into the C tier. She has enough going for her to where, like, she's not the worst thing. I don't really like her that much, though. I might put her above Amelia. Lagaris is actually cool. This one's actually a cool fight. That fuck-ass charge, yeah, that charge, yeah. That laser as well, yeah. I don't know. Lagaris is a cool fight. Interesting moveset. Actually, like, you know, somewhat easier to read moveset. Doesn't have, like, so crazy or flailing around attacks. He's parryable, backstabbable. Actually gives you like longer openings. The rooftop of which you fight him on can be super jank sometimes. I wish it was like more flat and not really as... If it was just like the Bell Gargoyles, because the Bell Gargoyles rooftop is more flat, whereas the Lagarius rooftop is like literally like... It feels like it's 45 degrees. And that can make it super jank when it comes to like the AoE attack that he has. Also, when he does spawn in that like weird sword on the ground that spews out the AoE, that one can be super jank to try and counter. Also, when he jumps up in the air, he has like an invisible like wall in front of him. So it's like there's some jank behind the fight. But like mechanically speaking, he's pretty sound. So I'll probably put him into the B tier. Very much Priscilla vibed. Like there's some things going for it. I don't hate it. Yeah, the run back kind of sucks too, yeah. Murgo's Wet Nose, I actually like. I think this one is an A tier fight. She's like super basic for the most part, but like I appreciate that. Like actually having a moveset that feels like it's like a Dark Souls 1 moveset. Even though she does have like a flailing attack where it's like a bunch of just swiping, but you can just get behind her, right? But she has like combos. And I like the vibe of the fight as well. Like the arena's cool, the design is really cool. When she does have that shadow attack where she spawns in all those clones, that does last way too long. If that lasted like 10 seconds instead of like 30 seconds, I probably would have maybe put her higher. But I think I want to put her on the top of the B tier. Because like she's too simple to be A tier. And the annoying parts of the fight are just a bit too annoying. But like I think she's solid. If she had like a couple extra attacks, melee attacks. And if that like, you know, running phase didn't last as long. German. Okay, now this one. This I was talking about earlier, how I got to separates my last runs from like how you're supposed to fight the boss. Because I haven't fought German with a gun in like the longest time. Dozens of runs ago was probably the last time I fought German with a gun. And when you fight German without a gun, that shit is hot fucking booty cheeks. That shit is so ass. It is terrible. But when you fight him with a gun, it's engaging and it's fun. And there's a cool OST, cool arena. There's cool animations. He's like limping around, but then he's like lunging at you like at insane speeds. So I think he's a good fight. When you fight him with a gun. He does have some like weird hitboxes sometimes. I don't like some of the stun locking attacks that he gets either, but he's engaging and he's meant to be like a nice back and forth. It's kind of hard to rate Bloodborne bosses because they're not really the same as the other bosses in the games. You're not really supposed to like memorize their moveset and like just dodge accordingly and attack with your openings. That is constantly attack and you're just supposed to like stagger them out. It's kind of like Sekiro bosses. Like if Sekiro bosses were like an Elden Ring and you can't like deflect them, they'd be shit. Because they'd just be constantly attacking the entire time. It's like with like Elden Ring bosses. Like say if you're fighting somebody like a Black Knife Assassin, they just constantly attack the entire time and fly around everywhere. And they feel terrible to fight. But if you fight them with like the Executor and you're deflecting the entire time, it's actually a really fun fight. So if like someone like a Black Knife Assassin was in Sekiro, that'd be like a really good fight. But in Elden Ring, it kind of sucks. So it's hard to like gauge some of these fights sometimes. The OST, yes, I mentioned the OST. It's great. Yeah, I think I like Gascoigne more. I think Gascoigne has more atmosphere and more flavor behind, more personality behind the fight, in my opinion. But German's there too. He's pretty cool. I don't think I like them as much as these bosses. Because the way that I like to play the games, in terms of like memorizing boss movesets and dodging them, it makes me not like these Bloodborne bosses as much. Because they're just balanced around spamming your gun. Which I just don't like to play that way.
No, yowie.
Doesn't feel as satisfying. Unless you're like on your first playthrough, it's really cool, but like, I don't know, after you're playing the game 1,000 fucking times. Not as fun. Moon Presence. Okay, why is the Marion Queen here? Moon Presence. Is basically the Elden Beast of this game. It's just like, here's the extra boss. But this one is actually tied behind a quest line. Like, you know, everyone really does it anyway. S tier opening cinematic. Probably the best opening cinematic in Soulsborne, in my opinion. Shit is just super fucking badass. Super haunting. The moveset itself and the boss fight itself is kind of shit. If we're gonna be real. Lots of flailing around, hard to actually read the moveset most of the time. Lots of annoying ass AoEs, like some that can just stop you from healing, some that just straight up instantly put you at 1 HP. But you can just like keep spamming your weapon and just unlock them and just stagger them and kill them pretty quickly, I guess. It's just another fight where it's just like, you're just meant to trade out with the boss and just keep whacking at it until it dies and it's gonna whack at you. And it's just it's a trading out type of fight. I might put it into the B tier just because of its opening cutscene, and that is it. I like the design of the fight, and I like the cutscene. And that's enough to carry it to the B tier. But mechanically speaking, it's probably a D tier fight at best. Thumerian Queen I haven't fought in probably years, and I kind of forget how it works. So I don't remember liking her as much from memory. I might put her into the C tier because I don't remember liking her that much. I kind of forget what she's like. Ludwig. Okay, Ludwig is a great boss, and he has probably the best OST in Soulsborne, in my opinion. His first phase is one of the phases of all time. I've grown to like it a bit more. Like, you can find your openings throughout that fight, but sometimes you can stall for a long time and you just don't get them. The animations can be somewhat hard to read and super jank and whatever. But, like, it's cool. It's a cool phase. It's still not bad. But then the second phase comes in and it has, like, the coolest, like, second phase cutscene of all time. And the moveset is actually pretty decent. It's, like, actually easier than the first phase, though. Especially when, like, by the time you do, like, as much stagger damage as you do, you just, like, stun lock him and get a critical attack and he just fucking dies instantly. But he has cool attacks, and I think, and in terms of the entrance of the Moonlight Greatsword, the design of the fights, the OST, the build-up, the screeching. Do I put it S+? Because, like, I don't think I like the first phase that much. It's like a complete different fight. It's like 2 fights back-to-back. And, like, the best part of the fight lasts not as long as I'd like. So I don't think it's perfect. So I might put it into the S tier. Because I honestly, I think I like Lady Maria more as a fight. But even then, she's not even perfect either. Living Failures is another boss fight that exists. This one's a D tier fight. This is like another like DPS check. It's kind of like the Four Kings, but like worse. Because like not even their moveset is actually fun to dodge. And you have them to dodge like hard hitting AoEs. You have to deal with counter damage and like just the constant AoEs coming from the sky. Yeah. They have way too much health. But like they have like the most insane OST of all time. For some reason, they have one of the best OSTs in the game. But shit's fucking good. But they're fucking so shit. I like Lady Maria more than I like Ludwig. She is super fun to fight. Super duper fun to fight. Whether you're powering her or not, she's like one of the bosses, like, unlike Gascoigne or German, where like if you're fighting her without parrying, it still feels like you have lots of openings and it still feels very engaging. It's just like a nice, I hate to use the word, but it does feel like a very nice dance. There's a nice, very quick back and forth with how like the pacing works of the fight. It's just like bam, 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 bam. That's fucking solid. Now the worst part about the fight, in my opinion, is the third phase. Because the third phase has these like lingering fire effects, and when you're dodging them and you're just getting hit and then like stun locks like a second afterwards and get guaranteed comboed, that sucks. And I think that's gonna stop me from putting her into the S+. That third phase is awful, but the phase transition is really cool. The OST is really good. The boss arena is pretty cool as well. Her animations are super fucking clean. Opening cutscene's great. Do I like her more than the Fume Knight? Maybe. Do I like Ludwig more than the Fume Knight? Maybe. Who the fuck am I going to put into the S+ tier? I don't even know. We'll say that for the end. Whatever. Lawrence. I actually love Lawrence. I'm going to upload this to my second channel. Lawrence is really fucking cool. One of the best OSTs in the game. He also does have a much better moveset than the Cleric Beast, in my opinion. Cleric Beast has like much more jank movesets than Lawrence. And Lawrence actually gets a more extended moveset. I wish he did look a little bit different than the Cleric Beast, because, you know, I don't really care much for reskinned enemies. But he has much more of an engaging moveset, decent openings as well. The second phase, I actually kind of like. I'm not going to lie. Now, to be fair, the second phase is pretty fucking, like, easy when you just sit to his side. Because you just sit to his side and he doesn't even hit you at all. You just, like, just slow walk while he's just doing his charging attack. Sometimes you can do, like, the quick lunge to the other side, and that can have, like, a shit lingering hitbox, kind of like the Flame Lurker, which can be kind of annoying. So the third phase, it's fine, but it's nothing too good. It's definitely the worst part about the fight. But like at that moment when he's like on the ground and he's like dying and like collapsing and he's like doing these like fire breath attacks or these lava breath attacks and is like crawling around and shit, and like the music gets all like somber like, and like the violin, oh, it's just so fucking good. I like that so much when he's like crawling around just dying and suffering. I think it's peak, but mechanically that phase isn't like as good, but I might put him into that A tier. I think it's high A tier. You know what? Like, I honestly, like, I like fighting him more than I like fighting German. But it's because, like, I don't fight German with a shield or the parry anymore. But when I'm fighting German with a parry, it's fun. I'm putting him into the S tier. Fuck German. Fuck German and Gascoigne. Better moveset with that phase 2, literally just walk left. Yeah, you can just walk straight for that attack. The charging attack, at least. He has a couple other attacks in that phase. But it's more about, like, the vibes of when he's on the ground dying. And then the music hits at the same time. Because, like, that part of the fight doesn't last that long. It's kind of like a Sif type of situation where he's, like, limping around type of thing. But it's, like, a little bit more challenging and engaging. And it lasts a little bit longer. It's kind of like that. Orphan of Kos. Honestly, don't really care for Orphan of Kos. This boss fight screeches so fucking loud, and it drowns out every bit of the OST that I don't even remember what the fucking OST is like. It is a really cool design, and very backstabbable, which is nice, and I appreciate that. But, like, that second phase, man. Fuck that second phase and everything. It's so fucking ass. Now, to be fair, I haven't fought him with parrying in a while. And the second phase, when you parry it and just, like, spam parry and get a parry, just whatever the fuck. I don't like that second phase, though. It's just constant jumping around, lunging everywhere, and it's just, like, I don't know. The lightning AoEs aren't that fun to counter either. Just super stalling type of fight. But, like, it could be a cool and engaging fight sometimes. Like, I like this first phase. And if you're parrying in the second phase, it's possible. I put him into the A tier, like lower A tier. I don't know. Still somewhat cinema. I don't know how I fucking feel about this. I might do this exact same list like tomorrow, then it looks different. I don't even know how I feel about this game. Dark Souls 3. Game that came out basically just a bit after Bloodborne. Has very similar themes to Bloodborne, but, you know, from gameplay perspective, the bosses actually have recognizable movesets. And they're not really meant for you to get hit, so you can trade out with the rally mechanic. But yeah, Gundyr. Gundyr is a boss that exists. The first phase is pretty cool, like nice entry point. The second phase is just unrecognizable and like a delayed attack slop. C tier. Vort is a much better first boss, in my opinion. Do I like Gundyr better than Cleric Beast? I might do, actually. I think Gundyr's a pretty better. Even though Cleric Beast not really a tutorial. But yeah, I don't know. Gundyr, he dies straight away. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Vort's, I kind of like Vort. He's pretty cool. Very solid OST. His moveset isn't like really anything that amazing. He has like a couple like these annoying like lunging attacks. They have like these weird hitboxes too. They can do a lot of damage also. He has a fat ass. It's pretty cool too. I don't know. For like a first boss, he's like possible. Nice OST. Pretty easy. It's fun to like dodge his like constant running back and forth attack. I don't know. I put him into the B tier. He's okay. For a first boss, he does his job. Does his job as his first boss. It definitely is better than, you know, fucking Last Giant and shit. I think he's better than Cleric Beast too. For a first boss. Yeah. Curse-Rotted Greatwood is a funny boss because, you know, he has balls that you can whack and hit. Now, is it fun to fight? No, because it's super annoying half the time because you can't like lock onto these like points. You can't lock onto like the balls and the weird eggs, which I've always hated that you can't lock onto it. And like having the enemies there in the first phase just sucks. Also, just like the weird like egg falling on the ground and slowing you down so you can't like roll, and the weird hitboxes when like he lunges down at the ground. I don't know. Like, there's something there for it to be an interesting gimmick. I'll put him into the D tier. I don't think he's like as bad for it to be like an E tier or an F tier. It's just like a bunch of just flailing around shit. I don't know. Whatever. Fuck that boss. Crystal Sage is like another pinwheel. Like another what do you call it? What's her name? What the fuck is her name? I'm forgetting her name. In Demon Souls. How am I forgetting her name? Where the fuck did I even put that bitch anyway? Fool's Idol. She's like the, original Fool's Idol. Which is like Pinwheel. But just not as good. Even then, not as good as for Fool's Idol. But just even more projectile attacks. At least this way you don't get stun locked. And you have like things that you can block as well. There's like some obstacles that you can use, but it's not that fun, honestly. And it's like another reskin, uninspired boss. D tier. Probably honestly E tier because it's the exact same concept, but just worse. Deacons of the Deep is another boss fight that exists. This one's probably the worst boss in the game. I was doing this with a randomizer the other day and like fighting it when it was like scaled very high. And I had like so much fucking health and holy shit, man. You get death blighted, you get cursed every single fucking time. Better than Fool's Idol? I hate the traps in the Fool's Idol. That's fair. But the Fool's Idol did it first. So, and Crystal Sage just doesn't feel as like fun. But the thing is, like, I like the fact that you can like hit them and they can go away. Whereas like if you hit the what do you call it? The dummies or the clones in this fight, they have their own health bars. So they like do a certain amount of damage. So like maybe mechanically speaking it's better, but like the fact that it's not the first time to do the exact same thing made it kind of stupid. But they did get more than like one projectile attack. So maybe like objectively speaking it's better, but like I might put it into the D tier because like they tried to do the same thing and they made it work a little bit better, but it's still the same thing. Like how do you attempt it 3 times and fuck up every single time? That's what I don't understand. Like how do you do Fool's Idol, Pinwheel, and Crystal Stage? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, Deacons of the Deep is this shit fight. I think do I put it into the F tier or do I put it to the E tier? I don't know. But I put it into the F tier. It kind of sucks. There's a bunch of fucking enemies there. You're getting stun locked by a bunch of like these fireballs and stuff, and it's just shit. Whatever. Is there anything that I like about it? I guess like the vibes are pretty funny. Like the arena's interesting. Like the fact that it alternates like the main one that you're supposed to hit, I guess is like a cool-ish concept. I don't know, dude. And at least it's like, it's not that, it doesn't last for the entire fight because like it does summon that really like the main guy. And you get a funny outfit afterwards. I don't know. Yeah, the OST is cool. I might put it into the E tier. It's probably still the worst fight in the game. Abyss Watchers are solid. Solid fights, very memorable fights. W, OST. First phase is funny, although mechanically speaking kind of sucks because, you know, there's like 3 fucking people in there that you got to manage. But the phase goes by pretty quickly. Yeah. And the fight itself is decent. The second phase basically just enhances the moveset and it just lasts longer because, you know, you have to deal with the other enemies, which I definitely did a good job. I'm glad that the whole fight wasn't just like a gank spank or just like a clusterfuck of shit. I'm not sure if him being backstabbable was really the correct decision because he was pretty easy to cheese with just backstabs, albeit he doesn't really have as much potential for openings anyway, and he can get stun locked very easily too. So like he's not the toughest boss by any means, and he can get cheesed very easily. But he has a pretty cool moveset, nice OST. I might put him into the... Do I put him into the S tier? I might put him into the S tier. Might put him low S tier. I think he's like Smelter Demon. Just as good as Smelter Demon. He's there. I like him. Wolnir is another pretty fucking mid-boss, another gimmick fight. Where it's just like you're just whacking at his hands. Like the fact that he doesn't have a health bar and like the bracelet is the health bar doesn't really change anything. It's just like, because really the only place that you're kind of hitting is the hands anyway. So it's just like, if there wasn't a health bar, if there was a health bar there instead of bracelets, it'd basically be the exact same fight. I don't know, but like the entrance is pretty cool, how like it lights up his face, and then, yeah, the death animation is pretty funny. But like, you're just whacking at his hands the entire time in a boss fight that has like a shit camera. But I don't know, the bracelets exploding can be satisfying. I don't know, I might put him into the D tier, because at least he has like an interesting entrance and a cool death animation, and exploding the bracelets is satisfying. But I kind of wish the bracelets had their own health bar that you could see. And I kind of wish he had a more interesting moveset. He's like too large for it to be engaging, but he has some things going for it towards, at least it's somewhat unique, you know? Old Demon King. Pretty underrated fight in my opinion. Doesn't have like that complex of a moveset. Pretty simple for the most part. Is like one of those bosses that you probably just kill like fucking first try every single time. I do like the fact that when he's about to die and he explodes in like this one like last ditch effort, like he's like the last of the demons, everyone's dead and the demons are slowly fading away. I thought it was pretty cool. Might put him high B tier because he doesn't do anything too amazing to warrant him having like a fantastic moveset. Is any of the movesets that he has annoying? Like he has like a bunch of these zoning AoEs that kind of just stall to make the fight last longer, if anything. And he doesn't have like many melee attacks. So yeah, he's okay though. Yom, I think Yom fucking sucks. I think he's like the worst Storm Ruler fight in my opinion. Because the weapon is so incredibly boring to use. Like the weapon that you're supposed to use is just so fucking boring. You just sit there charging it up while you just stand there just waiting for him to do something, and you're probably gonna get it off half the time, and he dies like in 5 hits. It's whatever. And if you don't use the fight, it sucks even worse because you're just doing nothing but just circling around his foot, hitting his hand, and then it's just a shit fight either way. Because if he's, I don't know, either way, it's honestly unironically still better with the Storm Ruler despite it being boring. Because without the Storm Ruler, it's still boring. Sigurd makes it better. Yeah, I think when you summon Sigurd, it's more enjoyable because you get to see his dialogue. I killed Yom with a bow. I mean, I've killed Yom with a bow. I've killed Yom with a dagger. Killed him with a fucking curve sword. I've killed him with the fucking spells and stuff. I've killed him with everything. I've probably killed him more times without the Storm Ruler than I have with the Storm Ruler. And every single time it sucks. Yeah. It's just hard to make these very large boss fights. I don't know. All they had to do was just make the weapon more enjoyable to use. Just give him more health and make the Storm Ruler more enjoyable to use. And then you would basically have Rykard. That's basically Rykard. So yeah, I put this into the D tier. He sucks. Okay. Pontiff. This is an S tier fight for sure, yeah. Fantastic, fun movesets. Attacks that you can strafe. He's fun to parry as well, but he's not like super cheesy when it comes to parrying him. Unlike some bosses. Really cool second phase, by the way. I think when it comes to a second phase that adds a gank, that was done extremely well. Because like it's not like RNG bullshit how you just guaranteed to get like roll caught because sometimes you have 2 of the same enemies that could do attacks at just completely random times that can fuck you up. This thing is like guaranteed to do the attacks one after the other. And it could be cool. Sometimes it's super annoying when like he like phases and teleports away. And he has a very nice complex moveset as well. So like on successive playthroughs, you can just learn more and more and memorize the fight. And it feels very good. Very good. Also a very cool aesthetic that has been emulated many times with like the fire and the blue sword. Yeah, classic. W lore as well. I think this one is a high S tier. I think Fume Knights I like a bit better. Is there anything I dislike about Pontiff? Anything I dislike about Pontiff? I don't know. I wish some more attacks gave you openings. So sometimes you can just like lunge in very far, then he just results into nothing. Maybe. Live recording a video today. It might just go on the second channel. Aldrich. What do I like about Aldrich? Do I like anything about Aldrich? Do I like the fact that he just like, basically took Gwendolyn and gave some of the same attacks and, I don't know, AoEs, random AoEs, swacking at a slug. I don't fucking know, dude. It's an interesting design, I guess, but like it's basically just Gwendolyn with a slug. So is it really interesting? I think Gwendolyn is more interesting than Aldrich. Because like the things that make Aldrich the most interesting are also the things that make him the most annoying. Like the Rain of Arrows attack. And the teleporting. Because yeah, teleports like Gwendolyn. I wish they just kind of, if you're gonna incorporate more attacks from bosses in previous games or whatever, they probably could have done. They could have done more. Positioning aspect of the pillars adds, yeah, true. You can like bait him out to like where you can spawn in particular places. I don't know. I think D tier is valid. The Dancer of the Boreal Valley. This one's a hard boss to rank because like it's not like the other cool moveset bosses in that she like constantly attacks. Because like sometimes she sits in her idle position for like so long, and then sometimes you can just keep whacking at her and she just does nothing but walk around. And then other times she just does nothing but just attack. And her timing and her like animations are super like weird as well. Which makes her like more interesting. Like her OST makes her super weird and like methodical with her movements. I don't know. She's an odd fight to rank. I think it's a cool entrance. The way that they set everything up was nice. I like the interaction, how like she uses her fire sword and it lights up the room on fire. I think that's pretty cool. Her moveset is like, I don't think it's that fun to memorize. Because like her animations can be kind of like weird roll catching attacks and whatnot. You just like spend the entire time just like walking behind her. So I don't think I like her the most out of all like the cool moveset fights. Like I think I like Pontiff better. I might put her into like the A tier. Presentation and atmosphere are some of the best. Boss isn't too hard. If you're doing her earlier on, she can definitely fuck you up. Yeah, it's just a hard one to rank. But everything surrounding the fight's pretty cool. And she has a pretty decent like second phase transition. The spinning attack is like super fucking goofy, I guess, but might fit the theme of her being a dancer, maybe? Something there. Osiris, though, is a piece of shit. I fucking hate Osiris. He can go into the E tier. This is like a Bloodborne fight just put in this game. Just nothing but flailing around, instant frame charging attacks, bullshit. Running back and forth, chasing him, screeching. He looks fucking stupid. Fucking everything about him is dumb. The voice doesn't match his fucking character. The dragon itself looks fucking stupid. It's just dumb as fuck. And they decided to reskin him and put him in Elden Ring. Yeah, fuck this fight. There's nothing that I enjoy about this fight at all. OST is cool? Maybe, yeah. Champion Gundyr. Champion Gundyr is a solid fight. Very, very solid fight. Basically takes regular Gundyr and reskins him, which I don't typically care for as much, having like reskinned bosses. The moveset's pretty cool. Very engaging. Doesn't give you like that long of an opening, but you know, you can just parry him, but he's like very easily cheesed with parries. Where like, unlike somebody like Pontiff is a boss fight that like not every single attack you can parry, and you're not going to cheese him with parries. Whereas Champion Gundyr you can, and you can just straight up fuck him up with parries. And if you don't, then you get like very small openings. So it's kind of like a weird boss with like a hard in between as to how you want to fight him. But it gets a pretty cool second phase. Nice attacks, cool animations. I think the coolest part about the fight is like his animations is like very rabid and crazy looking. I don't think I like him as much to put him into the S tier. Because I think just the movements or like the openings just don't last as long as I'd like. And like I don't know, do I put him into the S tier? Because I really like his animations. They're really fun to dodge. Like the shoulder slam or like just strafing under like the diagonal swiping attack or the strafing the downward slam attack. I don't know. There's some cool shit that he can do. I think it's fun. I'll put him into the S tier. I like him. I like him. Hello, Mia. How are you? He's like a very unique fight in how he does like work, you know? Like who else fights with like shoulder slamming attacks and like he can combo you into like kicking shit as well. Like, I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. I like him. Dragon Slayer Armor is like another fight that's just really fucking solid. Super fucking solid fight. Really clean movesets. I think he works better mechanically than Champion Gundyr because he gives you like decent openings, more attacks that you can strafe. I think like the worst part about the fight would be like the arena and like the pilgrim butterflies fucking you up with projectile attacks, which can be super annoying and inconsistent. I wish there was like more consistency to the projectiles. How like it'd be like how it lights up on the ground where the projectiles are gonna go, and then they come out. So you can like it zones you out, so you can be wary of where you are. But like it just randomly hits you with projectiles, and it's just like okay. But if you just ignore them, it's just like fine, it's whatever. But the fact that they're there kind of makes the fight worse. But it could have been a cool second phase because obviously the Dragon Slayer armor is being controlled by them. So I don't know. They could have done something more with it to where they can incorporate the projectile attacks to be part of the fight and make it more seamless. But the fact that they come like off screen and there's no tail like on the ground where they're gonna end up going, I think it was an L. And the fact that it's just like a reskinned Ornstein kind of hurts that a little bit too. But I still think I put it into the S tier. We don't have enough bosses in the A tier. This is kind of weird. I might put it into the A tier just because. Just to balance it out, I guess. But I like the fight. It's cool. But I guess the Pilgrim Butterflies and its reskin, even though it fight very different. Like it has a great axe and a great shield. Like, I don't know. It's not really much of a reskin. I think Kralag should be an A. Should be SH had a shirt on. Fuck it, I'll put it into the S tier. Actually, I like the fight. I'm just gonna base it based on my enjoyment, and I think it's an S tier fight. I like fighting it. Lothric, Twin Princes. You know what, chat? I think we're gonna have our first S plus tier. I really like this fight. Do I like it more than the rest of those? I think I do. I think it's fucking amazing. I think the only thing that I don't like about it is that it doesn't give you long openings. Like, it gives you lots of openings, so they just don't last very long to where you can use, like, a lot of different stuff. You know? So if you end up wanting to use, like, larger weapons or, like, use, like, spells that have longer openings, you can't really do that. Maybe in the first phase, but not really the second phase. But it's just fucking amazing fight. I think it's just very solid movesets, distinguished moveset, easy to read. The teleporting aspect of the fight was done so fucking well. It's like you're fighting a guy that can't really walk around, but they made him super mobile because he can teleport. And the fact that you can still hit him in his teleporting animation because it has like a lingering effect, so you can actually do more damage. Actually, it's amazing. And also, there is like that one attack where he teleports on top of you and it's like an instant attack, but you can tell because it's teleporting on top of you that it's going to come out fast. And it's still like challenging in the fact that you have to know what the animation looks like in an instant, right? So like, even though it's like, it's very easy and telegraphed attacks, the fact that it has like the teleporting in between, it has to keep you on your toes. And I think the fight just like flows and the pacing of it is fantastic. And the atmosphere is amazing. OST is really good. The boss arena is flawless. The second phase cutscene is fucking memorable and really cool. W dialogue. And then, like, the projectile attacks aren't even that obnoxious. Like, you think, like, the fight itself would be, like, super obnoxious in the second phase with, like, just spamming projectiles in between, but it just adds so much more to the fight. And it just adds more weight to the fight as well. The more that I'm talking about it, the more that I fucking like it, and the more that I definitely am correct by putting it into the S plus tier. Shit is fucking amazing. Ancient Wife. It's like, damn, that was great. Dark Souls 3 is a great game. Ancient Wyvern. Okay, like, if the Ancient Wyvern wasn't a boss, and if it was just, like, a dragon in an arena, or, like, in the level, it'd be whatever. But, like, the fact that it is a boss means that we have to judge it as such. And I did recently play with it, my bow run, and I kind of fought it how I fought, like, the fucking, what's his name? The Giant Lord in Dark Souls 2. That you're gonna sit there and just, like, bait out this projectile attacks and just keep whacking at its head. And, like, unironically, it's basically fighting, like, Yorm without the Storm Ruler and how boring it can be sometimes. But you're just running throughout the entire arena, dodging snake guys, and then just getting a plunging attack to win. It's like, I don't know. If it wasn't the boss, I feel like it'd be more interesting, but it is. So yeah, E tier, I guess. Yeah. Nothing really that good. Nameless King, though, is definitely an S tier fight. I think I like it better than all the other dogs. I think I like it better than Pontiff as well. I don't think it's S+. I don't really care much for the first phase. And I think the depth perception of the fight with the arena is kind of jank as well. And I just don't think it's as good as Lothric. But yeah, the first phase, it's okay. It's whatever, nice entrance. Second phase cutscene makes it really cool. And the fight itself, like the moveset is nice, but it's still pretty basic for the most part. It's like 3-hit combos. Has a couple of different like interesting AoEs or whatever. He's just like, it's a tough fight because he attacks quickly and hits really hard. But he does look really cool. And he has a cool looking arena. And he has a cool looking weapon. And it's super engaging to still fight as well. But I still think it's an S tier. I think Pontiff is more interesting, but I still enjoy fighting Nameless King more. It's just more enjoyable, I think. Soul of Cinder is also S tier. But it's kind of more RNG heavy because like the first phase can be really cool, but it can be super fucking annoying as well. Like the curve sword phase of the curve sword part of the first phase can be super annoying. If he constantly does like the spin to win with a spear phase, that can be annoying too. The projectiles, I don't know, it can be kind of weird, but I still think it's an S tier fight purely based on the second phase alone. Basically takes the Gwyn moveset, but actually makes it good. They slow it down. They make it like twice as slow just to make it playable. So you can actually dodge the moveset. The player class gimmick is badass and it looks cool. Yeah. It definitely enhances the fight, but like there's some annoying parts to it to make it RNG heavy. I'm trying to like think of like downsides to see exactly where I put it because it's still an amazing fight. W, one of the best OSTs in the game. Really cool design. The fact that it is like the amalgamation of like the souls, the people that linked the fire beforehand. Super cool. Yeah. Cool looking weapon that he uses as well. Badass name. I think it's a great and a fantastic fight. Also has some cool attacks that you can strafe too, which is nice. He actually has lightning attacks, which is lovely. Something that Gwyn should have had. So yeah. W fight, in my opinion. I think I actually like him better than these bosses. I might like him there. Top of the S tier. Champion Gravetender's Wolf. Honestly, Chad, I think this fight is underrated. I actually like the dog portion of this fight. Now, I'm not going to put it that high. It's probably still going to get into like the C tier or some shit. Because the NPC fucking ruins it. NPC fight is just terrible, awful, annoying, dog shit. But the dog itself was actually pretty cool. If the dog just was by itself, and if it had a bit more health, and if it looked a little bit different, didn't like look like a generic wolf, it would have been cool. I think the wolf is actually really, really solid. I don't think it's like A tier or D tier like everyone thinks it is. But the wolf has really cool animations, really cool OST, good boss room. Like that ice breath attack that he gets is like super clean and like the red eyes and stuff. And I think it's super badass. And like the lunging attacks is pretty solid. Like out of all like the dog fights, mechanically speaking, I think the champion Gravetender's wolf thingy is the best. I think the wolf is better mechanically and more engaging than Sif. Infinitely better than the fucking Red Wolf of Radagon. Yeah. NPC just ruined it. Freda. Where do I put Freda? What do I say about Freda? She is a very cool fight aesthetically speaking. A nun with a scythe is pretty badass, I guess. She is very much Priscilla coded with like the scythe fighting and the ice and the invis. Very cool. I think the things that I dislike about Freda is that she's one of those fights where you just got to bait out attacks the entire time. You just got to like run in and out. You're not really dodging the moveset. You're kind of just baiting out combos and just waiting for like specific openings. Because she can give you some very, very cool... She can give you some, like, you know, decent openings, but only for, like, very specific attacks. And the fact that you can backstab her is, like, a bait, like, almost all the fucking time. Because she's so fast and, like, jumps away instantly. It's gone on Kitsch. But I think the first phase is nice and it's cool. I think the invisibility portion of the fight is done very well, because it has like the cool like dust that goes beneath her when she like dodges in a certain direction, and I think that was a really cool mechanic. And it gives you a very decent opening. The second phase was very good as well. Very solid duo boss fight. They complement each other very nicely. You got to keep an eye on for both of them, but it's still easy enough. And the fact that you can hit the big guy can trivialize the experience, but it's still not going to be like a pushover. And obviously you have a third phase, which is like the shock factor of having a third phase is incredibly memorable. I think this the biggest downside for me is that like she just has like a really quick moveset that you can't really dodge at close range. She just has like a bunch of these attacks that are just guaranteed to roll catch you. So you're just going to keep running in and out to bait out the attack. And just hope that she does certain combos that she ends on. Because she just does not give you long openings and she moves a lot. So I might still put her into the S tier. But I think I like other fights better in this game. Because, yeah, I think everything about the fight is very much an S tier and very solid. If you're doing like level 1 runs and stuff, this shit could be awful. We don't want to judge the game just based on level 1 runs. Demon Princes, I think, is S tier, high S tier. I think this is the best duo boss fight that From Software has ever made. The only downside that I can say about the Demon Princes is that they don't look that different. I wish that both Demon Princesses looked a bit different. And maybe if they worked a little bit different as well, like with their movesets, except for just the second phase. That'd have been cool. Also, if you do get the fireball guy in the second phase, the fight just plays like shit. So that's going to stop me from putting it S+, but like the mechanics of having one person be aggroed at a time, or if they do end up aggroing at the same time, you can just wait it out, wait for one to de-aggro, and you just got to keep locked off, keep an eye out for like the projectile attacks that they spew out and stuff. But it's a fun moveset to dodge, very engaging, pretty cool design as well, and like the second phase is great. It's pretty much just like Ornstein and Smo just done... is perfected, just without the jank. Without the jank of Ornstein and Smo. That has done it better. But Ornstein and Smo is more memorable design. I like that both look differently. I think the second phase was done better with Ornstein and Smo, because you just have to kill the one, and then it absorbed the power of the other one, where like this one is just like, oh, one died, I'm now pissed off. But mechanically speaking, it was done better, for sure. S tier fight. Good job. Half-Light. Now, Half-Light is obviously going to be another divisive boss because, you know, I think the NPC portion of the fight just fucking it sucks. Half-Light is fucking terrible. NPCs is just awful to fight all the fucking time. No matter what. But I'm not going to base it just on its NPC fight because it was designed as a PvP fight. So, like, you're supposed to play it online and it's supposed to be PvP. And it can be pretty fun. Like, PvP fights are fun, obviously enough for some people. I enjoy Dark Souls 3 PvP, and I think it's enjoyable. So I think, and actually invading as the boss too can be pretty cool because you also get like those cool AoEs as a part of yourself, and you can actually use, I forgot what the item's called, but to spawn in more AoEs specifically as the boss. I'm going to put it into the B tier because like I'm going to judge it based on the way it was designed, which is as a PvP fight. Obviously, if you're playing it offline, then it's fucking F. Anyway. Midir. This is the best dragon fight ever made. This shit's fucking amazing. It's peak W, OST, fucking fantastic arena, badass fucking dragon design, amazing visuals. And it's just a fucking banging-ass moveset as well. It's like the first time where you actually fight a dragon, and it's just like, holy shit, I can stay in front of it. I can see what's actually happening. It has melee attacks, and I can just keep whacking at its head and do decent damage. Oh, shit's fucking great. You could say like one of the downsides is that like it's super tanky, but like, you know, basically like a quarter of its health is basically not there because as soon as you get a stance break and a critical attack, that's like insane damage. But it could be like just pretty tanky for some people, but like, I don't know. This shit's just fucking amazing. Really fun moveset to learn. And all like the cinema attacks that it gets aren't anything bullshit. The only downside about it is when he starts like the charging bullshit and it does like back to back to back and he can stall the fight for a long time. That's like the only downside. But he's the best dragon fight, so he gets S+. S+, and then speaking of it, we're just gonna fucking do this. That's just it. Gale is so fucking good, man. Holy shit, he's so fucking good. Holy shit. Slave Knight Gale is the absolute pinnacle of gaming. Period. Absolute pinnacle of gaming. See you, Big. You have a good man. Yeah, everything about Gale from start to finish. The build-up from Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 just to lead up to this exact moment was done fucking flawlessly. This was basically like the fucking Avengers Endgame type shit right there. It was Avengers Endgame type of build-up. I'm not even fucking lying. And then hitting that cutscene and then seeing the boss arena just be this massive fucking desert was actually insane. And seeing like Analondo and Lothric in the background all like crumbled and shit like that. And you just rock up and it's just like, who is this? Gale? Of all people, Gale was the person to make it to the end of the world. And it's just a fucking flawless S-tier moveset. Really cool animations. Great sound effects. S-tier OST. Attacks you can strafe. You can like stagger him as well. Openings all the time. And then with every single phase drop in the cutscene. First cutscene, the second cutscene, and it builds up and it just gets better with every phase transition. And the music just peaks and it's just like, oh my god. And the animations, the lightning coming down, the cape following him afterwards. He's not like the most badass looking boss in the world, but they literally made some dude that looks like a fucking garden gnome and made him into the most badass looking dude of all time. It was like his peak Dark Souls. We're just gonna take the most like random ass guy and then make him the absolute fucking pinnacle of the game. It was done so well. And then the crossbow, we have to talk about the crossbow attack. Literally front flipping in the air mid-combo, time slows down, empties the clip on the crossbow. It's so good. It's so good. And there's one of those fights where it's just as good as in your first time as it is like on your 100th attempt. It's like impossible that they actually ended up doing this. There's no way that they made it as good as it was. It's unbelievable. Like my very first time fighting Gale, when like the Ring City first came out, and I went to him and I fought him. I actually had him like almost dead, like in my first or second try. And it was like one of the only times where I was happy that I didn't kill him because I wanted to fight him again. It was like, holy shit. Because he has a moveset that's like, it's easy to read. Like on the very first time, because it's like, it's very telegraphed. So just as easy it is on your first attempt is like, you know, it could be easy on like your 100th attempts too, but like every single time it's so engaging and it's fun. And it's actually a difficult fight to actually master as well because of all the AoEs and like the winged, or the cape flying around and too. So you gotta be, yeah. This shit's fucking, yeah. This is the best fight ever made. And I don't think it'll ever be topped. And that's fine. And that is fine. This shit's so fucking good. And the fact that he says the name Dark Soul as well. Oh my god, everything just hit it. Oh, so good. Gnomes are peak. A gnome. Okay, moving on to Sekiro. Sekiro. Bro, how long has it been streaming for? Holy shit. Okay, we might ruffle some feathers with some of these opinions. Time to ruffle feathers. Gyobu Masikata Oniwa. God damn. Okay, so Gyobu Masikata Oniwa. Yeah, honestly, we can't. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? I did something. We're good. We're back. Everything's fine. Thought I fucked it up for a second. Yeah, with like Gale, this is why you kind of have a Dark Souls 4 because like the game ended perfectly. We kind of have a Dark Souls 4. Anyway, Gobu Masakata Oniwa. Honestly, I don't care for this fight. Honestly, the best parts about Sekiro was like the deflecting based combat and the fact that you can like punish enemies by them having to just constantly attack over and over again. Like that's what the deflecting playstyle offers. Is like an enemy can constantly attack and doesn't have to give you an opening, but you're benefiting the entire time. So that's what makes deflecting really good. Let's get that out the way. But the Gobu Masakata Oniwa, he doesn't really do anything that amazing to make the deflecting playstyle really stand out. Like you can actually fight him without it. And even without it, he's just like a horse that runs back and forth and runs all over the place. And you're spending a lot of time either chasing him down or waiting for him to come to you. And the moves that he does have that you can like counter and deflect aren't really that special. Has like a few hit combos. Not that challenging. I think he's pretty mediocre for the most part. Put him into the C tier. He's probably the worst fight and main fight in the game, in my opinion. Unless we're including that one. But Lady Butterfly Proto Knights Cavalry is slightly bit better than Knights Cav, I want to say. Okay. Lady Butterfly. Lady Butterfly is an interesting fight. She fights very weirdly. She definitely fights more like a ninja compared to like a lot of the other bosses in this game. And then she uses like the genjutsu and stuff in the second phase, using like the wires and shit to fly around all over the place. Incorporating kicking attacks and stuff too. I think aesthetically speaking, she's a very, very solid fight. But mechanically, she's not going to be as good as the other ones, but she's still decent and fun to deflect. Even dodging her as well, she's actually pretty cool. She's fine. I don't mind her at all. I didn't know exactly where I'd put her, though. I don't know. She's like not that engaging or they're really that powerful. And sometimes she can stall around. And like the second phase can be kind of cringe, but I don't know. You can cheese her pretty easily. I don't know, probably put into the B tier. Genichiro is S tier. S tier fight for Genichiro. This is definitely like the first fight where it's like, oh shit, deflecting playstyle? Oh, this shit is fucking good. Oh my god. Just sitting there and just like deflecting. Her AI is dumb. You can just R1 deflect. Yeah, basically. But then again, Genichiro is kind of the same way. You can just like R1 deflect every single attack that he has. But it was done very well, and his moveset is still very fun. The character's really good. The second phase transition's amazing. The introduction and like the showcase of lightning reversal is amazing as well. This shit is really fucking cool. Amazing fight. S tier. Guardian Ape. Oh boy, another S tier fight. I love this shit right here. This was like such. This fight has such personality. Like the ape animations are so fucking cool. There's never been an ape in a video game that has like worked like this. This shit was amazing. Like the sound effects, the animations, like the jumping attacks, the fact that it throws poop at you as well, it farts in your face and runs around, and it's just so cool. It's like a spectacle fight, but it's a monkey. Now, mechanically speaking, is it like the most fun thing to try and dodge? No. But it's not the worst either. It's not that bad. But the shock factor of like the second phase transition, and the second phase is better mechanically in terms of like, you know, having it work better with the deflecting based playstyle. The first phase, you kind of just fight it like a Dark Souls boss for the most part. And it's kind of just outspacing it and just keep whacking at it. It's a more fun fight in the first phase. But the second phase is like the lock-in part. I think overall, I think it's just S tier. It's super memorable. Great personality behind this fight. I think this thing is amazing. And then we had the fucking folding screen monkeys. This is going into the E tier. Like, it's funny, like, having a boss that you have to chase around and stuff, and, like, this, it's just so fucking ass, though. It's so boring, and especially, like, in your first playthrough when you just don't know where the fuck to go and how to, like, actually, you know, routes to kill them straight away. This shit's ass. But at least it's funny. Headless Ape, though. This shit is dog shit as well. This is fucking... I might put this into the F tier. Like, how you gonna go ahead and then take this great fight and they're like, you know what would be better than that if you put them both in the arena at the exact same time? Like, come on now. Get the fuck out of here. What the hell was that about? All the monkeys have gimmicks. You don't need to chase them. Yeah. There are ways to, like, cheese them and whatnot. And then there is, like, they have their own, like, type of personality and whatever. And there's, like, ways to counter them. But, like, when you're doing, like, your first playthrough and you're, like, trying to, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Because the game doesn't tell you anything. And then you spend the entire time just chasing them all over the place. I don't mind the double wipe. I don't think it's F tier, but it's probably, like, pretty E tier. Because, like, the fights mechanically are still fine or whatever. But, like, when you have, like, dog shit damage or if you're not using the mortal draw, and this fight is fucking awful. This is just a lazy, just put 2 bosses in the arena. It's like, we're going to have these be designed one-on-one fights, but we're just going to put them in the same arena for no reason. Hopefully they don't do that again. Anyway, Corrupted Monk. I don't know why this fight even exists anyway, when you have the true Corrupted Monk. But yeah, this thing has way too much fucking health. Way too much fucking health. But it's a cool moveset to learn and stuff, but like, the fight just lasts so long. I probably put it into the B tier, because I just like the true Corrupted Monk better. The existence of this one makes the other one worse. But it helps you learn the fight. Great Shinobi Owl. Do we have like we have Allfather. Snapseed Victim? Yeah, pretty much. That and Fistful of Ash. Great Shinobi Owl. S tier. There's like so many different versions of... Why the fuck is Genichiro Weight of Tomoe eating Genichiro? Oh, there's so many fucking Sekiro fights. All the exact same thing. I have to talk about this shit again. I'll put both Owls together in the S tier. I think Allfather is better, obviously. This fight also has a lot of personality. A lot of the fights in Sekiro tend to have that. They like look at the characters, like, you know, how they are and their personalities, and they just end up designing the fight to match them. And it works really well. Like, he uses underhanded tactics to try and win, and like poison and whatnot, and these smoke bombs and shit, and pretends to be like dead. It's like, oh no, don't hit me. And it's like, bam, gonna fuck you up. Super cool moveset as well. Really fun to learn. Allfather is like super cinematic and is more challenging version. Just like him better. Might as well talk the... Okay, where's the... Okay, Emma. I don't really fight Emma as much because I never really go for that ending nowadays. Emma's pretty cool. She's like another one where you can just completely cheese it with her AI. I should put her into like the A tier. I think she's kind of more like Lady Butterfly coded, but it's not as like annoying. That she might be kind of... She's not like annoying as Lady Butterfly, but she's kind of just as simple. But she has some pretty cool animations. The fact that Emma does end up like being a pretty badass fighter is pretty cool and stuff. Yeah, having it be a part of the other fight is kind of weird. Yeah, killing her was brutal, yeah. Ishin Ashina, we're just gonna... I mean, all the Ishin fights are S tier. But like... this one just wasn't as good. Like, the only reason why, like, I don't want to put it high is because, like, you have to compare it to Ishin Ashina. The Sword Saints Ishin Ashina, but, like, it just doesn't do as well. Even though it has, like, the pretty cool attacks, like, the one mine attack that he can get is pretty cool. The fire attacks and stuff, but, like, it's just not as good. But it's still an S tier fight, though. The True Corrupted Monk is a great fight. I might put this one into the A tier. Because like most of the fights, you just end up like just deflecting the exact same combos, like that continuous like sideward swipe that she gets over and over again. And you basically already fought this boss earlier into the playthrough for like 20 minutes. The second phase with like the jumping all over the place and it's end up getting the plunging attack anyway can just be mitigated. And the third phase makes it a bit more interesting with like the worm attacks and stuff, having to switch it up a little bit. But I don't know, you already fought the boss for so long the first time, then you fight him again for a very long time the second time, and they're not really that complicated. So I might put it into the B tier. But then again, I kind of like the design and I like the boss arena, so I might put it into the A tier. She's still fun to fight. I think it's still engaging enough. Just lost a bit too long. Divine Dragon. I like this fight. This one's actually my favorite gimmick fight because it's incredibly cinematic and it's fun. Like just throwing fucking big lightning in a dragon. And it has like the best OST in the game too. I think this is an A tier fight. It's not like fucking gonna be that amazing on successive playthroughs. It's not gonna be hard by any means, but it's just fun and cool. It's just a cool cinematic moment. Throwing lightning at a dragon. Fuck it, A tier. It's badass. Demon of Hatred. I fucking love Demon of Hatred. I think this one is another enjoyable and amazing fight. Only downside is like similar to the Corrupted Monk. The fight just lasts a bit too long. There's like one too many phases. If you just fight it like a Dark Souls boss, this shit is fucking amazing. Now, obviously, it's hard to fight it like a Dark Souls boss when you have kind of shitty iframes, so it makes it a bit more challenging. But, and sometimes you can stall as well, but I love the fight. I think it's really cool. Nice moveset to try and read. It's stupid hard. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, with the Sekiro, you're kind of just spamming L1 the entire time and stuff, and it's L1 where you throw the game, but you can't do that with Demon of Hatred. You actually gotta memorize the moveset. And it's a fun moveset to try and learn. I might put him into the top of the A tier, though. I think he's a very fun fight. Do I put him into the S tier? I like him a lot. I think the fight just lasts a bit too long. But I like him. I don't know. Genichiro. Why are there so many fucking Genichiros in this game? This is just the first phase for the Ishin. I don't know why that's even separated. I'm just going to put him into the B tier because he's like just cannon fodder. Inner Genichiro is just like, it's just regular Genichiro, but it's cool, I guess. It's S tier. We're going to put them next to each other. We're going to put, actually, Inner Father was going to put next to, like, I don't know, so many fucking father fights. We're going to put both Inner Ishin and Ishin together, I guess. I mean, Sword Saint Ishin is S plus tier. It's not better than Gale, but S plus tier, this is one of the best fights of all time. This shit is super fucking cool, based on its movesets, based on how fun it is to learn, based on its atmosphere in the boss room, and it's the feeling of the fight as well. The cutscene is really cool too. The phase transitions are amazing. And then it's just a fucking great fight to learn. It doesn't like overstay its welcome despite it being like a 4-phase fight technically. Because like the third phase goes over super quickly because the lightning reversal is really cool. Thought you're gonna ruffle some feathers? Yeah. People like Gyobu Masakata Oniwa, and I put that one to the C tier. And people hate Demon of Hatred, and I was probably gonna put it into the S tier. That was really the only ones. Anyway, but yeah, no, Ishin and Genichiro are great bosses. I can't fault those. And Inner Ishin, I'm just going to put it into the A tier because I don't want to have cluttered S tier, S plus tier. Basically the exact same fights. Where'd you put Orshfun? Put him into the A tier because I don't really like the second phase because he screams a lot and he flails around a lot. One of my, I don't know, he's okay though. Anyway, we got Elden Ring time. Whoopee, Elden Ring. We got the Elden Ring time. Okay, so Elden Ring, there's a lot of fights. Holy shit. Okay, Leonine Misbegotten. This is very much a Gale-coded fight. Very similar movesets. Unfortunately, got just the worst roll-catching attacks. Still a fun moveset to learn, but like the roll-catching attacks can be kind of cringe. The arena which you fight him is pretty cool. Fighting like a rabid beast. I'll probably put this bad boy into the B tier. I don't think it's that bad at all. It includes main bosses. So the Leonine Misbegotten is like the main boss in Castle, whatever the fuck it's called, in the Weeping Peninsula. Forget the name. Ancestor Spirits. There's gonna be both. There's a Regal and we're putting both together, I guess. Which one do I like more? Like, this one has a more enhanced moveset, but, like, the health regen just makes the fight just last longer than it should. And this one's just too basic for it to be good. I'm going to put them both into the B tier. I do like the designs, though, and I like the animations. Put them both into the A tier. I don't know. It's not really that amazing of a fight. Like the skinny ass legs can be super obnoxious to try and hit sometimes, but like I like the animations of it. The OST is really good, S tier OST. Yeah. Some stalling types of attacks, but it's fine. Okay, Margit. I think Margit is actually one of the worst first bosses in the series. He has so many fucking delayed attacks, and he's just so much more complicated than a lot of the other bosses in the game for some reason, and he's the first boss. Don't know why Margit is just a more complicated boss than Godric, Dragonkin, Loretta, Red Wolf, Renala, Bagworm, Elima, Moog, Godfrey. Obviously, Margit's a bit more complicated. Yeah, Margit literally has a more complex moveset than almost every single one of these bosses here. Until you get to, like, the DLC and stuff. And he's the first boss. It makes no sense. And he's not even, like, that fun to learn because he has roll-catching attacks, like that quick 3-hit combo downward slam. That one's a roll-catching attack that's basically unavoidable unless you have light roll. Yeah, it's stupid. It doesn't even serve its purpose as a gatekeeper boss because that's what the Tree Sentinel is, right? Like, Tree Sentinel is basically like, oh, here's your introduction to the game of, like, hey, look, come back later type shit. That's what it should have been. But yeah, Margit has no business being more challenging and difficult than, like, all these other bosses. Ben being the first boss and being, like, not as mechanically sound. Margit is way better. This is a C tier fight at best. C tier fights at best. Not even that fun to learn. Here's a funny arena. I think the most enjoyable part about the game is when you get, like, knocked off the ledge. I just don't like him. Godric is honestly just as boring. Kind of like similar coded to, like, what's his name? Father Gascoigne. Like, he's like the second boss technically. And then you fight him in a graveyard arena. And he has a pretty good OST. But he's not as good as Father Gascoigne because that one's a more memorable fight with more interesting mechanics. And he has, like, the music box feature. And he has a cooler, more engaging moveset because Godric also suffers from delayed attacks and just stalling AoEs and the storm whirling attack I fucking hate as well. I think Godric is a B tier fight. At best. Mainly because he has a good voice actor and a good cutscene. If it wasn't for his cutscene, it'd probably be into the S tier. C tier, I mean. Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella is a stupid-ass fucking boss because it looks stupid, and that's enough reason for me to hate it. It's a dumb-looking lizard with a dumb design. Never liked its face. Hate everything the way that it looks. Goofy-ass looking arms. I don't know. It has, like, these weird fucking hitboxes as well. Annoying AoE attacks that you can't even see half the time. When he jumps up in the air, he gets iframes for some reason. I don't know. The frost that he gets in that can look pretty cool. It doesn't even feel that engaging half the time. So this hit its ugly ass feet for most of the fight, which is disgusting. So I'm going to put this one into the C tier too. Yeah, the critical attack doesn't even work. Fuck this guy. Put it in the D tier. Loretta, the ghost Loretta. I don't know why this is here when you have regular Loretta. Holy shit. So many reskinned bosses in this game. It's another Tree Sentinel fight, just like more annoying AoEs and jumping around instead. I'm just going to put this onto the C tier because regular Loretta exists. I'm going to might as well talk about regular Loretta now. Put her into the B tier because at least she's a more complex version and she has cooler combos and whatnot. Although the constant projectile spam stops me from liking it as much. And I also don't know why all the Tree Sentinel fights don't give you a critical attack opportunity. Makes no sense. Just let me critical attack the horse. Whatever. B tier. Red Wolf of Radagon, E tier fight, just running around, input reading, dodging everywhere. It's a glass cannon, so the fight either lasts 3 seconds or 10 minutes because it runs around or dies straight away. The sword portion of the fight makes it a little bit more bearable. And I kind of wish we did actually get, like, the cool orange sword as a spell. And that makes me hate the fight even more. So Renala. I don't hate her as much. Because I pretty appreciate Renala for what she is. Like, the first phase is interesting. You get to beat up a bunch of kids, which is funny. And then you get to whack on her when she's, like, not even moving. She's not wearing shoes. The second phase transition's pretty cool. The boss arena in the second phase is really cool. But, you know, you're just dodging projectiles the entire time. Although she doesn't, like, really fly away as much. It's not like she's running away spamming projectiles as much. But when she does, like, the star shower attack, that's when the fight gets really bad. And like the summoning can definitely add a component to the game and make it more interesting. But the summons are just super annoying for the most part, especially how inconsistent they are in terms of how long they stay active. Like sometimes they can go away straight away. Even if you drain their health, they can go away, they still stick around. The summoning can just be too inconsistent for me to like it. So I'm going to put this one into the C tier. It gets probably top of the C tier because there's some things that it's like, the first phase is like, it's too boring. And then the second phase can just be too annoying. But it does enough unique things for me to not hate it as much as the others. Magworm is a dog shit fight every single day of the week. Magworms are just terrible. Constantly charging back and forth makes them fucking boring. And then the second phase, when they actually end up standing up, is just shit because you can't even see what's going on half the time. But at least you can attack them. And which sucks because they actually look really cool as well. When they're not charging around, I might put them like into the C tier, but also we'll balance it out and put it into the D tier. Because they do charge around a lot. Elemer, basically a bell-bearing hunter. Exact same moveset, nothing really different. Pretty cool fight. You can cheese it pretty easily by staying close to him. When you're further back away from the bell-bearing hunters, it can be a completely obnoxious fight. But I think they're really fun to fight, really engaging. Put them into the A tier. Pretty cool stuff. Actually fun to deflect as well, if you have a deflecting tier. Moog the Omen. Actually a really cool fight. I don't like how small the arena is. Also, kind of annoying how like they're immune to every single status effect. So like some, builds that you have might not be as good, but it's whatever. And it's also too simple as well for the most part. So when you end up fighting like regular Moog a bunch of times, like Moog the Omen just ends up being way too basic. But I think the arena is too small for me to enjoy it that much. And like we already fight like a better version of this boss. So it doesn't make me like it as much. So we're just going to go B tier. Godfrey, kind of the exact same thing as Godfrey in Horror, but like, it's a nice way to learn the boss before you actually end up getting there. It's cool. Basically cut from the same cloth as Moog the Omen. Put him into the B tier. It's whatever. The fight goes by pretty quickly. Doesn't really do too much. It's just a nice precursor. Morgoths. We finally got our first S tier. Holy shit. It took a while, but we got there. Morgoth's a fantastic fight. I like him. This one is one of those fights where it's just like you have to really memorize the fight to get there. To really like actually enjoy the fight at its peak because it's super complicated. Just like Margit, there's like so many different mix-ups that are based on your group positioning, like, how far you are, depending on what attack you're doing, what attack he's doing. And Margit can definitely be like that, but you can like manipulate the fight in a way to where you can just get lots of openings and even like longer openings too. And the fight can be really good. Obviously at the point when you get to Lendel, you can be like super overpowered and like fuck him up in 3 hits, but especially have like the Morgoth's, what's it called? The Margit Shackle or whatever the fuck. So you can make the fight as easy or as challenging as you'd like. But I think it's really cool. Although not as engaging or as fun of a moveset to learn as some other bosses in this game, I think is pretty solid. Godskin Noble is a fat fucker that I never liked. We're going to put this bad boy into the C tier. Because this Godskin Noble is in an arena where, like, if he's doing the spinning attack, you just gotta run around and just hope for the best. So it's like stalling ass attacks. Don't even like the Noble like that. I don't know. Most of my playtime fighting the Godskin is in the duo fight, where like I have like such a bad opinion of both of them. It's hard to separate them anymore and see how they fight one-on-one. But like, I don't know. They're like okay, I guess, but it's hard to rate them anymore separately. So I was gonna put this one into the C tier. Rykard is another gimmick fight. Just like Yorm, but at least the weapon is actually fun to use in the Serpent Hunter. That makes it a lot more enjoyable. Cool cutscene. Terrible voice acting. I fucking hate his voice so much. That's definitely a hot take, but I fucking hate his voice. It's grating. Terrible. But yeah, it's pretty cool cinema. Meme dialogue, pretty much, yeah. It's cool or whatever. I don't mind it. Probably B tier. It's not going to be as fun as the other bosses, like, you know, sitting there memorizing its moveset, but, you know, it's just meant to be like a cinema a fight for your first playthrough. Fun using the Serpent Hunter, and that's about it. Put him in the top of the B tier. It does okay. Godskin Apostle is just like a Godskin Noble, but it's probably even worse because it's more jank attacks, more roll catching attacks, and you spend the entire time just like baiting out attacks, running in and out, which makes it even worse. So another C tier fight, honestly. Star Scourge Radahn. I think this one is solid. I think this one's an A tier fight. You spend like a lot of time just like standing underneath him and like not even like dodging his moveset. And every type of combo fight that he has, any combo that it has, you can stand directly underneath him. But the cinema is great. Summoning for the fight makes it really funny as well. Kind of makes it feel like a raid boss, which is pretty cool. The second phase transition is super memorable. OST is really good. Yeah, arena is pretty cool. I think it's fine. I think it's just mechanically speaking, it's not as cool. Some of the delayed attacks can be kind of cringe. The AoEs can come out at weird times as well, make it super inconsistent, but he's a fun fight. He's fun. Mimic tier. Hell yeah, Mimic tier. This one is a fucking, just a fucking NPC. We don't care. D tier. We don't care about NPCs at all. But like, it's funny though. It literally copies your build. It makes it somewhat memorable. I might put it into the C tier because it's a funny fight. Especially if you both strip yourself naked. Go naked before the Mimic tier fight. Valiant Gargoyle. F tier. Yuck. Disgusting. Awful. Disgusting. Awful dog shit piece of fucking trash boss. Okay, first of all, a singular gargoyle by itself is already kind of mid. Because the gargoyles are so skinny that like half the fucking shit that you use just ends up whiffing their fucking skinny ass legs. And they jump around so fucking much as well. They have these stupid ass wind attacks too that make it super inconsistent to dodge. No, yowie. Hitboxes are kind of fucking jank also. But for the most part, they could be, if they were like a bit smaller, they'd be more manageable. Like the gargoyles in the previous games are kind of, you know, more thick. And they're smaller to the ground, so you can hit them more reliably. But then you put two of them in the exact same fucking arena. Which, and to give them, they're both slightly different gargoyles, not the exact same, but like, they're basically the exact same thing. They can both get projectile attacks and whatever the fuck. But the gargoyles by themselves, mid, don't really like them that much, but you put two of them in the same room. Holy shit, they have no business being in the same room together. Doesn't matter how big the room is, being that they have so much reach. They both have like, some people have the projectile attacks, like the vacuum slice guy. And then, they decided to give them poison zoning AoEs. And they're not just like poison buildup. It actually does damage as well, which is the stupidest fucking thing. It's like, cool, here's an opening. I might get an opening. Nope, poison AoE. Who the fuck's idea was that? Like, the only redeeming factor of this fight is that it's optional and it's mid-game. So you can come back later in the game and just fuck them up. That is literally the only reason. Other than that, dog shit. Give me the fuck out of my face. Let's go on AP. How things? Astel. I didn't know how to even rate this boss. This shit's kind of mid. It looks kind of cool. I mean, not really cool. It's like a collection of like anal beads. But it's an interesting boss room and interesting design. It's hard to really see what he's doing half the time if you're staying like underneath him, and it's kind of hard to hit some of his skinny ass arms. So I'm gonna put him into the B tier because like it's kind of more of like a cinematic weird fight. More than a mechanically sound one. NPCs, don't care what to talk about them at all. Fuck NPCs. Although this one is kind of like a... This one probably should have been like an NPC invasion fight, and then it wasn't. It was like, oh, you can take the builds if you're online. Well, other people, but I don't know. Whatever. Fortis Axe is actually pretty cool. Definitely the best OST in the entire game, in my opinion. W Skybox. Really cool cinematic attacks. Like, all the cinematic attacks are pretty... It's probably the coolest looking dragon in the game, in my opinion. But it's still an ancient dragon. Skinny ass legs. Impossible to stance break. Continuously stalling. Has no HP. I mean, he's scaled for mid game. Most of the people that end up doing, by the time you do Fierce questline, most people end up doing it way later in the game. So they end up coming back to Fortisax when you should be fighting him before Morgoth. But yeah, Ancient Dragons are just terrible to fight. So I might put him into the B tier because he gets carried by his OST and the Skybox and the Cinema. Maybe a high A tier, but like it's still an Ancient Dragon. Oh my god, the Fire Giant. F tier as well. Fucking dog shit boss. Holy shit. Yeah, the Fire Giant is awful for basically every single reason that makes a boss fight bad. It looks fucking stupid. It's big ass giant, so therefore camera is going to be an issue. It takes one step and you have to go chase it across the entire arena because it's so fucking big. Speaking of the arena, it's the worst boss arena of all time because it's stupid, dumb, hilly terrain. So, like, he takes one step and you might be standing on a little rock and you have to go climb up on the fucking rock and there's no clambering like there is in fucking Nightreign. And also, when he does a fire breath attack, it bounces off the fucking trees and hits you. That's fucking bullshit. If it was the flat ground, it would have been, like, a little bit better. But it's still a completely boring fight. And the second phase happens and you're just, like, tickling its fucking toenail or its fingernails the entire time. While you just constantly keeps rolling away and hits you with these stalling, zoning AoEs. It's so fucking bad. There's nothing positive I can say about the Fire Giant. Dumb fucking boss. What's even his OST? I don't even know what his OST is like. It's probably shit too. Speaking of dog shit, Godskin Duo, probably the only boss in the game worse than this fucking piece of shit thing. For all the exact same reasons about the Valley and Gargoyles, and they're like, why the fuck are these two guys in the exact same room together? Absolutely no idea. The reason why the Godskin Duo is worse than the Valley and Gargoyles is because that this is a mandatory boss. Why is it a mandatory boss? We already fought this boss 4 times each. And you're putting them in the same room together. Like, what the fuck? You could have put any original boss in this room, but they decided to put the Godskin Duo. Hello? And like, and they try to get the same, you know, charm as Ornstein and Smurf. It's like, hey, look, here's a fat guy and a skinny guy in an arena full of pillars. You like that shit, don't you? It's like, yeah, we liked Ornstein and Smurf because they complemented each other and there was like a unique second phase. You killed one and then, you know, that was the fight for the first phase and then it had a second phase and one was like slow, hit hard, the other one was like quick, had projectiles, but like both of them are quick, both of them hit hard, both of them have projectiles, and then when you kill one, they just fucking revive each other. It's stupid. Absolutely stupid. And you know the funniest thing is, like, you can like cheese them easily with like sleep pots and stuff. They actually have an animation to where they can wake each other up, but it bugged out and it didn't actually end up making it to the game. And thank God for that. Yeah, fucking awful boss fight. Yeah. And if, like, even them individually, like, the Godskin Apostle has stupid roll catching attacks. The spinning attack of the Noble is super inconsistent. Didn't know that. Actually, I think Vardy ended up including it in one of his videos. I forget where it was. But, like, they have an animation where, like, they yell and they roll. And it wakes up the other person. It's, like, in the game's files. And then for some reason, it wasn't there for the fight. And I don't know why. Anyway, Dragon Lord Placidusax. Placy. This one is a very cinematic fight. A very big cinema. Unlike the other dragons, he actually can be hit, doesn't have skinny ass legs. Mr. Flaccid Sex Man. Now, on successive playthroughs, I've hated this boss more and more and more. All the hate that the Elden Beast gets for stalling and running around should be everything that people should hate about this boss too. This boss just runs around and teleports so often. Do you know when he turns into a cloud and comes crashing to the ground? That should only happen once. The fact that it happens like 4 times in a fight sometimes makes it so annoying. It's like, oh my god, he does it again. The first time you fight him, it's like, this is so cinematic. But like, he just keeps doing that stupid cloud attack and he keeps doing the teleporting. And it's just like, come on now. And it's like a bunch of those AoEs. He doesn't even have like many melee attacks because he's like a slow, fat dragon. So he just does like a bunch of these AoEs all the time. But the fight is cinematic, so I'm just gonna judge it based on that. And my first time playing and fighting Plassi, it was fun. I was like, damn, this shit's so cinematic. So I put it into like the lower A tier because it's cinematic. It looks cool. But like, bruh, mechanically speaking, especially on multiple playthroughs, the fight is really bad. I honestly think he's like a D tier fight nowadays. But I'll put him into the A tier because it's cinema. And that's it. And sometimes it can be fun to melt him with like really like, you know, some spells that can do well against larger bosses because he's really fat. Like Shard Spiral or like Pest Threads. Malekith. Okay, we got another S tier boss. Hell fucking yeah. I like Malekith. Malekith is cool. Beast Clergyman, kind of okay-ish, I guess. Pretty easy to like bait out like overhead slam strats, which can make it kind of boring and repetitive. But yeah, probably the coolest cutscene in the entire game is the Malekith cutscene. And the animations that he gets, him bouncing off the fucking pillars and shit, makes it super cool. Plenty of attacks that you can strafe and jump over. I think Malekith has like a super high like ceiling when it comes to dodging attacks and the straight up aura farming. Shit is fucking lit. One of the downsides when it comes to fights like this is like when the first phase and the second phase are completely different, it's kind of hard to like memorize the second phase by the time that you get there. And that can be kind of annoying sometimes, where it's like, oh shit, by the time you get to the second phase and you're getting hit straight away, and it's like you're memorizing two different fights. I kind of wish there was some overlap, but it's whatever. I still think it's a great fight. It's still fun to learn. Commander Niall. Commander fight is pretty basic. There's nothing but the exact same, just like fucking AoE attack over and over again that he does, and then you're fighting Banished Knights as well. Like, who gives a fuck? Put you in the D tier. Small ass room, just running backwards, killing Banished Knights, and he does like 3 attacks. It's like whatever. Moog. The Omen. I've actually went back and forth with this guy, putting him into the A tier, S tier, A tier, S tier. And I honestly don't know where to put him still. Because like I still hate the fact that the blood flame is all over the arena. And every time that you take a step, then you just lose your fucking ritual sword talisman. But you know, like the fucking OST is great. The cinema is there. The knee heal attacks, I think it's kind of stupid still. I don't know, I think it's dumb. But the moveset is fun to memorize and learn. But the blood flame and like the stalling attacks that you can do. Sometimes you can just go like 20 seconds without getting an opening. Like a respectable opening. And then you could be like littering with blood flame everywhere. It's kind of similar coded to like, you know, Quelaag, where it leaves like the lava on the ground and stuff. But like it's a much slower paced game. And the lava is not going to be everywhere all at the same time. So I think maybe I guess like lower S tier because like it still like is a great fight. Really cool design. It's fun to learn and stuff. And it has like some strafing attacks too. Yeah, it has attacks that you can strafe. S tier. There you go. Simple as that. Millennia, the Blade of Mikola. This is another fight that is an S tier fight because it's a fun one to learn. But it's one of the more complicated fights, if not the most complicated fight in the game. And then the more that you fight it, the more that you learn it, and the more satisfying it is when you just end up countering it. Just one of those fights, you know? So it's just going to be dependent on person to person. Someone with thousands of hours in the game is probably going to be like, damn, this shit's S tier. After your first playthrough, you'd be like, this shit is fucking trash. But I like Millennia probably more than Pontiff. Probably put it there. Probably rearrange this later. I think she's super fun. I think she's an incredibly bullshit fight. Not designed to be balanced, but I'm just gonna go. I mean, then again, if I'm ranking her based on the enjoyment that I have of her now, why would I put Plassi? But then again, I've actually never hated Millennia, so I think this is fine. Whereas, like, I think I've once put Plassi as the S tier, but like, I don't know. Should I put him into the B tier? Yeah, fuck you, Plassi. Fuck you, Plassi. Put you on the B tier. Anyway, Gideon. Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. Fuck you, F tier. Dog shit fucking spamming awful NPC fight, inserting himself in the middle of amazing bosses. Like, hey, look, we're gonna fight Malekith, and then there's Godfrey, and then Radagon, and in the middle of all that shit is fucking Gideon's ugly ass, stupid ass bum. NPC spamming fight. Literally sits there and just like starts yapping and lets you just whack him in the fucking head. Literally the smartest guy of all time brings one healing flask to the fight, tries to drink out of an empty flask. Very intelligent, very good all-knowing guy. It's like, hey, look, you just killed Malekith and you got the destined death. Wow. Perfect time to fight you. Idiot.
Now I
Hey, Frosty, how are you, bud?
Horrorloo. Warrior.
Fucking bum. Like, if you were smart, you would be, like, ambushing us and setting up traps or, like, you know, sitting on top and spamming projectiles or, like, gank us when we're fighting Godfrey. No, he's just a dumbass. Just, like, risk his own life for no reason. Deserved to die. What a bum. Okay, anyway. Godfrey and Horrorloo is another S-tier fight. Kind of similar to, like, how Malekith and Beast Clergyman. It's kind of annoying how, like, both phases are very different.
And hard.
And you have to, like, learn two separate fights, basically. But, like, you know, once you do, it's, like, it's very fun. Godfrey is extremely satisfying to learn because there's plenty of attacks you can strafe, you can jump over. Basically, everything that you learn in a fight throughout your time playing Elden Ring, you can, like, implement all those skills here. Dodging, strafing, jumping. All good stuff. Decent hitboxes as well. Ample openings. The second phase with Horrorloo I like less, but it's more like... it's a more fun fight in terms of... like watching him move and stuff. It's like a rabid beast running around, all bloodied up and shit like that. Almost butt naked, where she was. But he does give you a lot less openings in this phase. You only really get openings for the grab attacks, and like the grab attacks can be hard to memorize because there's like 5 different grab attacks that have very similar animations, but like slightly different timings, and it can be tough to learn. But I think it's a good mixture of cinema and moveset. Why am I getting, what did I say? Radagon. I'm glad they separated these two. Hell yeah. Radagon S tier. This is my favorite fight in the base game. He looks fucking cool as hell. I'll put him higher. Fuck this. Badass weapon. Red head, chiseled body, nice abs. I'm not sure if you guys have seen, but when you actually declothe him, with some mods or whatever, he has a nice ass as well. So that's pretty cool too. What was I saying? He's a good moveset as well. He has a good moveset. That also helps him as a boss fight. He has a good mixture of like delayed attacks. He has like the delayed attacks that Radagon has are like more intuitive and not just like delayed attacks to where it's like, fuck, am I gonna get roll caught? Am I gonna get roll caught? It's like a delayed attack to where you can actually punish the opening as well, which is like super cool. And you have a good mixture of attacks that you can jump over, you can strafe, and it's just like a super cool. And every single attack that he gets as well is just like super cinematic. He's just like just swinging his weapon one time, but it just looks badass and is like aura farming every single time. Slams a hammer on the ground, boom, fucking holy shattered AoE. It's just like cool animations upon cool animations on a cool ass fucking moveset that you can learn. The more that I'm talking about it, the more I want to put it into the S+ tier. But it's just missing an actual like good second phase because it's like a little bit too basic for the most part. Ends when he gets like towards the end of the fight. He does like a lot of teleporting nonsense. And sometimes he can stall for a long time. That's probably the worst part about it, was that he can do like teleport, AoE in the ground, teleport, projectile, teleport. But he has like so much flavor to the fight, so many things that he can do. That the grab attack, he can parry projectiles as well, which makes it very interesting. But yeah. And like the teleport does add an extra element to the fight too. Like you can't, when he teleports on top of you, it actually does an AoE. Yeah, it is straight up aura farming king. That's what he is, and he just looks badass. I might put him S+ tier. I fucking like Radagon a lot, actually. We'll see. We'll see. I might come back to that one. Elden Beast, though, not as good as Radagon, but I don't hate the Elden Beast. I actually have liked the Elden Beast a lot more over time. I wish it was like an actual second phase and of Radagon instead of the Elden Beast, and I wish the Elden Beast was like a hidden boss fight like Moon Presence was. I've always said that, and I'll continue to say that. But Elden Base, really cool. Cinema. All of his like attacks are really cool. If you guys have ever seen that grab attack that he gets, that's like probably the coolest grab attack in the entire game. Boss Arena is super cool. And he does have actually more melee attacks than somebody like Plassi. Plassi gets a bunch of AoEs. Elden Base actually gets melee attacks. He gets like the downward slam combo. He gets obviously the sideward swipe combos. He gets like the hand slamming attack. And he has like a bunch of other like zoning AoEs as well. And some of which can just be counteracted by just like running in a certain direction. You can meet up exactly where he is and get an opening. And for a lot of his other combos, he has like so many combos, I'm just realizing. Even like the projectile beast part combos, the wave of gold attack that he gets as well is super important based on your positioning. Lots of flavor to the fight. But he can be in a situation where he does nothing but swim around all the time, and you can chase him down now with a horse, but there can be some RNG moments in the fight where he just does nothing but swim away and do stalling attacks. Thankfully, he only does like the 2 of like the onion ring attack, where he like jumps up in the sky and does like the big AoE. Thankfully, he only does it twice. If he did it any more than that, it would be really annoying. Because that move just lasts for so long, and it's not even that cinematic either. Elden Stars is annoying, but like it doesn't do much damage, so you can just ignore it for the most part unless you're doing like a level 1 run. And in either way, you can just use the horse to get away from it, but it is still like an annoying attack that it exists. It's nothing really that amazing. Or it doesn't really add to the fight. If anything, it just takes away. But I think it's a solid like lower A tier fight. I think if he wasn't the final boss, I'd like him more. And I probably would put him into the S tier. Yeah, him being 80% resistance to holy damage kind of sucks. I think if you're 80% resist to anything, it kind of sucks. But then I gotta put Midir into the S tier, and he's like 70% resist to dark damage. And same thing as Lothric, he's like 70 or 80% resist to dark damage. Anyway, DLC time. Okay, Divine Beast, the Dancing Lion. I honestly don't like as much. His movesets are kind of weird to read. Because like the headbutting attacks are just not distinguishable or telegraphed at all. And some of the combos can just be annoying as fuck. The lightning phase is god tier awful. It just, yeah, fucking terrible phase. Music is really good. You can like jump over some of the attacks, which can be pretty fun. It does move around a whole bunch too. But yeah, it's the lightning phase, the weird headbutt animations. But it's a unique fight. I might put him into the B tier. I've liked him more over time. But I think the B tier or C tier. Put in B tier. Rolana Twin Moon Knight. This one's a fun fight to learn. Because there's plenty of attacks that you can like strafe, jump over, even fucking like crouch and shit like that. This one's a fun fight. You can even parry her too, and parrying her is actually pretty fun. There's plenty of ways to fight her. I think she's solid. Solid S tier. What don't I like about Rolana? Some of her, like, I don't know, some of her zoning AoEs can be kind of annoying. Some stalling attacks. Like the fact that when she starts her second phase, if she does the attack once, it's fine, but sometimes you can do the attack multiple times throughout the fight, and it can stall for too long. That's what it feels like a lot of Elden Ring bosses are. Like, I'm just going to do some cool-ass fucking attacks that are not going to give you any openings, but at least they look cool. So that always hurt him a bit mechanically speaking, but it's still a solid fight. Really fun to memorize. Definitely probably the most complicated boss in the DLC as well. So it's very rewarding when you keep fighting her. Golden Hippo is some pretty mid. Pretty mid. None of its moves feels that satisfying to learn or dodge. The fucking every single pin attack that he gets can just be RNG heavy. You can like dodge them pretty consistently still, but like there's still a chance that you still get hit by it, which is just dumb. Like the fact that it's not like 100% consistency makes it annoying. And yeah, if he's like just big and ugly, fucking camera gets to be a problem, and he's a stupid fucking D tier. Commander Gaius, I like a lot actually. He's pretty cool. But I definitely liked him more over time, but now that I know his moveset and stuff. And he's definitely one of the easier bosses in the DLC. once you like learn him, because his moveset is not that complicated. He has some strafing attacks that you can jump over. Pretty easy to stance break as well. The only downsides, or the major downsides of Gaius, would obviously still be the charging attack at a distance, because it's shit hitboxes, and he can still hit you twice as well. Like his charging attack or like the kicking attack can just hit you twice. So his hitboxes are fucking jank and broken. But he's still fine. He doesn't run away that much, so I might put him into like the A tier, because like, I think it's a fun fight for the most part. It's a fun one to learn. Pretty cool design as well. Nice open arena too. Oh, and then we have absolute fucking cinema. Holy shit. Holy shit. And then we have fucking cinema that is Mesmer the Impaler. Yeah, Mesmer is fucking best fight in the game, obviously. W opening cutscene, W dialogue, W second phase cutscene. The fact that both the first, as I was talking about with like Godfrey and Malekith, how like the first phase and the second phase, there's no, I like to when the first phase has a nice carryover to the second phase, which is part of the reason why I probably didn't put Ludwig into the S+ tier. And the Mesmer does have a nice segue. There's a carryover there. Like the first phase is a nice entryway into the second phase, because they have very similar movesets, but it's like an enhanced version with like added snakes and shit. But yeah, his moveset is very fun to learn, very fun to memorize. I wish there was like a couple more attacks that you could strafe, because some of them aren't as consistent, but you can actually bait out certain types of attacks based on your positioning, and you can like bait out ones that you can strafe every single time. That could be very cool. He's not like that resistant to any particular element, honestly, so you could do well with basically any single build. Gives you decent openings. The openings don't last as long sometimes, so maybe for particular types of builds it can be pretty tough. But in the second phase, he actually gets longer openings. And yeah, the second phase is just definitely enhances the fights. I'm glad that it wasn't like the entire fight just with the snake attacks. It was just the second phase, because I think the snake attacks can make the fight just like last a bit longer than it needs to be sometimes. But having it just be tied behind one phase, I think is enough. And yeah, it definitely just adds more to the cinema of the fight. And definitely adds a lot more personality. Just have it be a serpent type of dude. Great fights. Good transition. That's just fantastic. Great design. This is a fantastic fight. Anyway, a Skibbity Avatar. This is an example of a fight that just lasts too long and nothing but stalling attacks and then like annoying ass fucking AoEs. And yeah. It's a funny fight. Like, it's a big sunflower, which is funny. And like some of the attacks feel okay to dodge, but like, I don't know, some of the AoEs are so inconsistent in trying to dodge, and I wish you could like jump over them. Wish you could just jump over a lot of these AoEs, and you just can't. And like trying to hit the fucking head as well, where you actually want to do most of your damage, just fucking sucks too. Might put him into the C tier. I think it gets carried by his design. And the boss room is pretty cool. And like when you kill the boss, then like the arena or like the water in the grounds gets its yellow tinge removed. Putrescent Knights, I don't like at all. I think I thought those bosses I was gonna like more over time, but nah, he just keeps running away. He has really awkward animations as well. Has that dumb fucking roaring attack that he gets to. The combo that he gets with the horse and like the spinning attack is just stalling for no reason. But he has a cool arena. He's a very unique design. I'm still annoyed that our weapon that we got of him isn't as good, but, you know. I don't like this guy. Might put him into the C tier. There's never been a time... I don't know. It doesn't have many attacks that you can strafe or, like, jump over either. And, like, a lot of the ghost slamming attacks that he gets is just nothing but stalling. Doesn't result in any openings. There's not really much positive I can say about this guy. Bale, on the other hand, is really good. S tier. Definitely one of the best fights in the game. Great cinema. I don't like him as much as Midir, obviously. But yeah, probably the most cinematic fight in the game. Really amazing OST. The fact that it like matches up perfectly with that second phase transition, it just hits so hard. I just wish that his head was a bit lower to the ground and a bit bigger sometimes, and I wish that he just gave you a bit longer openings, because like the openings don't last as long, and a lot of the fight He does have like weak point on his leg as well. So like most of the fight, you're better off just standing directly underneath him, but you can't really see what's going on. Whereas Medea is balanced around his head and you can stay in front of him where you can see what's going on. So I like that more when it comes to mechanically speaking in the fight. But the moveset that he has is really cool. Attacks that you can jump over as well with some of the AoEs. They're not really too impossible to counter. Sometimes that weird AoE combo that he gets where he like jumps into the sky and does like the big fucking one, that can be annoying. Fighting him with Egon just makes the fight even funnier and more cinematic. Pretty cool. I think it's an S tier fight. Anyway. Romina. I've liked this boss more over time, for sure. Definitely a lot of attacks that you can strafe and jump over, which definitely helps. One of the things that I don't like about Romina is like the instant fucking second phase transition. Obviously, you can predict when it happens. I still don't like it though. And the RNG aspect of like the butterflies can be kind of annoying. And some of the attacks I wish you could just punish a bit more. But for the most part, pretty good. Also, using projectile attacks can be super cringe against her as well because it locks onto her head or her body and she just moves around too much and like a lot of your projectiles just fucking miss and that sucks. So I might put her into the A tier because she's a fun fight to memorize and learn and she gives you decent openings. Did pretty well. Cool design too. Nice OST. Next, Midra. Midra. I guess we'll talk about Jory, whatever. I guess we'll talk about Jory. No, we're not. We're not going to talk about Jory. Midra. Okay, Midra is a really cool fight on your first playthrough. Because it's a very simple fight. So it's very telegraphed attacks, very easy to learn. So when it comes to your first playthrough, Shadow of the Erdtree, Midra is going to be one of the best ones. With successive playthroughs, it's going to be a bit easy because he doesn't have many different types of combos. Like even when the second phase happens, it's basically the exact same moveset. Might get like an extra added AoE or something. But like his animations are really clean. Him being skinny wasn't really that big of a deal when it came to using projectiles. He does close in the gap really quickly, so he doesn't even let you use them that often anyway. It is pretty funny crouching under the entire like spinning combo. That's pretty cool too. The cutscene is great. OST is great. I might put him into like a lower S tier. I think it's like same as like Moog type of thingy. I think is just he could have had a cooler second phase in my honest and humble opinion. And I wish he had like just longer openings. I wish it wasn't such a much like, hey, look, he's like a boss that doesn't have long openings, but he has like no health. And he's simple. I wish it had like just like a bit more complicated moveset, slightly longer openings sometimes. Meteor. Okay, Meteor has a cool like second phase transition, a cool cutscene, cool death cutscene, cool arena, cool death animation, and it's a very interesting design. And I think that is enough positive things I'm gonna say about it. I mean, it's mainly just the laser attack that fucking sucks. The laser attack is just awful, like the worst attack in the entire game. It's literally unavoidable. But like the rest of the moveset's okay. She doesn't stall for that long. Has some like okay mix-ups. Some of like the weird like body blocking hitbox that she gets when she's doing like the downward slam attacks kind of sucks, but she gets decent openings as long as you're staying in front of her. But it's still an E-tier fight. I don't know. I think the laser just hurts her so much. And just the weird hitboxes. And it's like it's a big collection of fingers. I don't think I like the design that much. Why the fuck is Ymira fight? I don't even know. It's an NPC. Who cares? Miquella followers, Miquella and friends. Is there anything positive I can say about this shit? Is there anything positive I can say about Miquella? Don't you dare approach Miquella the Kind. Needle Knight letter. Don't leave Dan and our allies will never allow this. I'm gonna put Gaius, A tier, I think. Miquella. I mean, like, it's cool when you have multiple people on your side and you're fighting them on their side, and it's like, it's a funny thing, but like, bruh. NPCs are so fucking ass, bro. They're just terrible fucking fights. And the fact that they triple down on having like 1,000 NPCs in this DLC. Like, oh my god. Like, I don't know. I guess it's funny when you're having a bunch of people on your side, like having summons against summons. It's just terrible. I don't know. Put it into the E tier. I have too many bosses in the F tier right now. The lore, yeah, there's something behind it. It's not like as stupid or as offensive as Gideon, because like Gideon just like inserts himself for no fucking reason. Whereas like Miquella's followers, it makes sense for them to be there. It's just NPCs suck. We're so alone. He's in the S tier. Consort Radahn. Consort Radahn. The 2 status resist. Yeah, I mean, mechanically that does fucking suck. Who cares? They're terrible. Consort Radahn, mechanically speaking, is an S tier fight. I like him definitely a lot better since his nerf, even though I've no hit him plenty of times pre-nerf, but also like a shit fight because you have to constantly keep the sprinting to the left the entire time. I think he's a better boss now. Less blinding. More openings. Or longer openings, not more openings. Actually, no, more and longer. Which definitely helps. Definitely a fun one to learn. My biggest problems with the fight, mechanically speaking, is that like there's some attacks that you just feel like you should be able to jump over and you can't, or some that you can strafe and you can't as well. Definitely missing some strafing and jumping types of attacks, but I think it's a bullshit fight with like insane difficulty, so it kind of makes sense why you couldn't really do some of those things. His openings are still really small. Yeah, even though some of them have been increased, he still gets small openings. So a lot of the stuff that you want to use, like that have longer animations, pretty much impossible against Radahn. Anything that has a slightest bit longer animation is, yeah, you're not going to be able to use it against him. And I don't like the fact that he is Radahn as well. Never liked it. I think Radahn as the final boss was fucking stupid. Openings were pretty generous. Yeah, maybe for the first phase, not for the second phase. Like if you go ahead and try to use like a fucking fully charged, like, Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike or a Knight's Lightning Spear or like a charged heavy attack of a Giant Crusher, maybe like one of the openings out of the 20 might let you do it. And even then, pretty inconsistent. And, some openings, like, only give you, like, enough time for doing, like, one light attack for, like, a quick weapon anyway. The fight's definitely a lot better with smaller weapons or quick weapons. But yeah, I don't like the fact that it was Radahn. I thought that was fucking stupid. Never liked it. Kind of ruined the moment a little bit. The cutscenes were cool. Just ruined by the fact that it was Radahn. And also, I don't like the arena. The arena fucking sucks, and it can be super inconsistent, especially when there's like the stomping attack as well. The stomping attack is super cringe because it's just so RNG heavy. But mechanically speaking, I think it was a fantastic fight, and I enjoyed it, and it was cool, and it was great, and I might put it into the A tier. Right above Style Scored Radahn. I like console better. But yeah, arena, having it be Radahn and not as fun with many builds makes it not really be as fun. But if I'm using like, do I have Moog above Radahn? Ah, fuck that, I'm putting in the S tier. I'll put him into the S tier. Because like I was thinking about it, like I actually enjoy fighting Radahn more than I like fighting some of these bosses here. I like fighting Radahn more than I like fighting Midra too. Anyway, we got Nightreign time. Nightreign. Oh boy, finally, Nightreign. Holy. This is the main reason why we're doing this fucking thing. We're being here for 4 hours? Oh my god. Okay, Gladius, Beast of Night. This is this regular bitch-ass Gladius. Pretty easy. It's kind of hard to rate these bosses because, they're designed for trios. And, like, I like solo play a lot. So I don't know how I'm supposed to rank them. Because, like, when you're playing solo and they get separated and stuff, it can be kind of annoying and RNG heavy when they get roll caught or whatever. The fight is pretty easy for the most part. For regular Gladius. What can I say about him? It's a cool looking fight. Cool arena as well. I guess cool skybox. They'll have the exact same arena. They'll have cool skyboxes. But he's fine. It's just a cool looking dog. But it's pretty basic for the most part. As like a lot of Nightreign bosses are. They don't have to have too complicated of a moveset because there's no quick run back. Can't just kill them, fight them straight away. So I might put him into like the B tier. It's like it's inoffensive. It's the first boss. It's whatever. Adele, Baron of Night. I honestly don't like that much. He just runs around way too much. Honestly, also attacks your PC a lot too, with its lightning AoEs. Also, his hitboxes are kind of jank. Sometimes trying to hit him with certain types of weapons just ends up whiffing. I just don't like how much he runs around too. I just don't like it. I don't honestly don't care for his design. Also, it looks kind of fucking stupid. Yeah, C tier fight. This one's kind of mid, in my honest opinion. Noster, Wisdom of Knights. This one is kind of shit for the most part. It's a stupid couple of fucking bugs, and the gank aspect kind of fucking sucks, especially in solo play when like the stupid moth can just hit you from random locations, and then when the second phase starts, it's just nothing but stalling attacks with the charge back and forth and the roaring and shit like that. Yeah, the OST is pretty cool. That's about it. Another C tier fight in my opinion. Maris, Fathom of Night. Oh my god, we're getting worse and worse. I like Adele better than Noster. Maris. Sarthor, thank you for the 16-month Prime subscription. Appreciate it, man. Moth duty is boring and the stone bug just stick to its ass. Yeah, it's kind of just boring, honestly, for both parts of it. And in solo, it just feels frustrating more than anything. Because like the zoning that the moth AoE gets with the poison is super cringe. Maris, Fathom of Nights. This shit is boring as fuck. Awful. Most enjoyable part about the fight is if you have like an AoE attack that can destroy all like the bubbles and shit. To where you can just damage them with the bubbles. And that's about it. Otherwise, you're just waiting for it to land so you can hit it. And if you're using melee, it's fucking terrible and boring and shit. This is an A tier fight. Awful, 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 and boring. Do not care at all. Okay, we're not going to incorporate Deep of Night, by the way. We're just going to talk about regular. Because like Deep of Night, these fights are not balanced for Deep of Night. Deep of Night is like cock and ball torture. Because that's what we like. Regular Libra is an S tier fight. Finally, holy shit. Okay. We've got a good one. This one is a really cool fight for many reasons. His animations are super fucking cool. The design is amazing. The different mechanics and stuff. In terms of like the bubble AoEs or whatnot, I think those are really cool. I think this is an S tier fight. Not like the most complicated moveset of all time. But yeah, this shit is great. And a banging ass OST. Yeah, this is a fantastic fight, in my honest opinion. High S tier. Fulgore. Another banging ass fight. This one kind of gets a bit overshadowed because of like Everdark Fulgore being just like, you know, cooler animations and bigger spectacle. But Fulgore is really cool. The second phase, honestly, don't really care for as much, but it definitely enhances the fight. It makes it a bit more complicated. Not bringing lightning damage to the fight. If you don't have lightning damage, the fight fucking sucks. Like, it actually is like a terrible fight without lightning damage. Or if you just don't stance break him at least, because like the constant AoEs all the time when he does it, it feels awful. But if you bring lightning damage, it's definitely a passable fight. Using projectiles kind of sucks because you can never hit him. I think it's a solid A tier. He gets overshadowed by the Everdark version. He's a very cool design, cool fight. Pretty simple for the most part. Pretty telegraphed attacks, but I don't mind him. He's a solid. Right there with Radon. Caligo, just regular Caligo. This one I like. This one's a very cinematic fight. Very cool looking dragon. Very unique compared to what they normally make with their dragons. This one feels like a more like fantasy. Like, I don't know, it feels like more fantasy than the other dragons that they make for some reason. I don't know why. Feels more like a Final Fantasy dragon, actually. It's probably why it feels more fantasy. Yeah, there's a dragon, so it's obviously going to have a lots of stalling attacks and you have to chase it around and stuff. But like, you know, for a cinematic fight, this one is really good. The OST is amazing. It probably has the coolest skybox too because it's a cool like eye in the background. And like, the really cool like ice attack on the ceiling that crashes down to the ground is like one of the coolest attacks in the game. That shit looks badass as hell. The sound design is flawless also. But mechanically speaking, it's not the most fun fight of all time. So skinny ass legs that you're whacking at almost always. You can't really see what's happening when you're underneath the fight. So I probably put this bad boy into a higher B tier. Honestly, I like it better than Plasy because it's better in continuous successive playthroughs. Honestly, I'll put it into the A tier. It was a cool fight. I think my first playthrough with this shit was really cool. All the skyboxes are eyes? Yeah, they kind of are, yeah. This one actually has like an iris pupil, whatever the fuck you call it. I don't know. I'll put it into the A tier. I like it. Oh, my peak. Holy. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Give me. S plus tier. Holy shit. This shit is so fucking good. I love me some Hjelster. This shit is fucking amazing. Hjelster is just straight up fucking cinema. Cut from the same cloth as Slave Knight Gale. Just like, you know, an old man just trudging through the whole like desolate desert wasteland with his sword that's broken down. But then the fight just progressively gets more badass and more badass. And the second phase transition. I wish it was a cutscene, but you know, that probably wouldn't suit the game as much. But that shit was cool as hell. Just like seeing it, just the background, the skybox, as soon as you spawn in and see him hold like the moon like greatsword. And like all the attacks and the music comes in as well. And then like the opening up the skybox, like, oh my, how can something be so cinema and actually have like a really cool fucking moveset as well? The sky shit, the ground stuff is cringe. Oh yeah. It's not as bad if you know where to dodge. Like, you just keep dodging in towards him. And I know the geysers. The geysers are the worst ones. But, like, the projectiles he leaves on the ground is fine if you just keep dodging forwards or dodging to the right, basically. The geysers are the worst part of the fight, for sure. I don't know why a lot of these fucking fights have to have geysers. But either way, I think just purely based on the cinema and, like, the really cool-to-learn moveset. And my first time fighting Kjolster was so fucking fun. It was like, thingy. It's not hard to dodge, but it's cringe. I think it's fine. It's not like it's fucking Lord of Blood fucking Moog all over the ground and shit like that. Anyway, Everdark bosses. Everdark Gladius. I think this shit is really cool. Definitely just takes regular Gladius and just adds more cinema to it. It makes the fight look, actually makes the dog look a lot cooler as well. It's kind of like they're Super Saiyan dogs. Just badass as hell. Yeah, just gives it a most fucking sick moveset. It does have that gimmick of like making it do more damage when it's like, you know, doing its slow walk aura farm. And that just adds a little bit more to the fight as well, which I appreciate. Just having a lot of these Everdark fights have like these cool particular gimmicks. So I think this one's a S tier fight in my opinion. The only thing that I don't like about the fight would be like the weird downward slam that he gets with that stupid fucking AoE. That's like a guaranteed roll catch. It's fucking disgusting. And also sometimes he does like this spinning chain attack and it has like a lingering fire effect too. Some of the lingering fire effects kind of suck. So I put it to the lower S tier for that reason. But actually, you know what? Fuck it. I put it to the A tier. I don't like the first phase either. First phase is so fucking cringe. Because you have to get through it. You can't just wait it out. You have to actually get through it with damage. And you can just get roll caught and just hit bullshit RNG. Because, you know, they're always going to aggro all at once. Even if you're playing solo. And it just sucks that way. So I might put it high A tier. Because the first phase cringe and some of the hitboxes cringe. Adele, Everdark Adele is not that much better, honestly. It's just more stalling. But there's more cinema involved because of the tornado. So I think I like it better than regular Adele. Because there's another added element that like shrinks the arena. And I thought that was pretty cool. And I don't really get sick of it that much, despite it like wasting a lot of time. But it's cool. He still stalls a lot. But I might put him into the B tier. I don't like him as much because I still just don't really like fighting Adele. with how much he just runs around all the time. It feels like that's all he does, just run. It's kind of annoying. He's much more fun when you use projectiles. That's why like almost every single like Adele expedition, I just like to bring fucking the Recluse. But he's a B tier fight for me. Everdark Pest. I hate this shit so fucking much. Especially in solo. Solo, this is like the hardest fight in the game because like the moth just like fucks you up all the time. Hate this stupid fucking bug so much. Yeah. Moth 30 is boring. And the Scorpion and stuff. Like, it's more interesting. I think it's better than the regular version. Regular Pest. Because, like, the Animus just adds more to the fight, I want to say. Just more types of AoEs. It's more of a threat. Makes it more engaging. But, like, when you're fighting it by yourself, it's fucking terrible. So I put it into the C tier. But I like it better than regular. Regular Pest. Everdark Augur. Okay, now Everdark Augur I actually like better than regular Augur because at least we can hit the fucking thing, you know? At least we can hit the fucking thing. Obviously, we're not taking Deep of Night into account, so that's whatever. At least we can hit it, you know? And I think it was pretty cool, like, seeing the Stormroller when it came back. Yeah. When, like, the Stormroller dropped, like, oh, shit, the Stormroller. Now, I wish that the Stormroller was, like, a little bit more fun to play with. Like how the Serpent Hunter is kind of fun to play with Rykard. I kind of wish it was like that. And at least it is more fun than the Dark Souls 3 Stormroller. Yeah. Rules all the getting a good weapon and build up. Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, it's still fine. It's whatever. I don't mind it. That's what makes it suck about Deep of Night. Because when you're doing Deep of Night, you just don't know. And that's what makes it shitty. But if you're picking the boss and going into it, then you already know what you're getting into, and it's fine. But I don't mind it. It's more interesting. It doesn't work like the other bosses, and I can appreciate that. Like some of these other Everdarks, they just don't really work that much differently. So it's probably still going to be like a lower B tier. It's not as good as like, you know, Rykard gimmick Stormroller fight, but you know. Everdark Libra. Oh boy. Fucking witnessing peak, chat. Holy shit. I'm gonna do it. I'm fucking doing it. Everdark Libra is an S tier fight, and I'll stand by that. Everyone can disagree with me. It's my favorite Everdark fight in the game. Saba, she's sleeping. She agrees with me there. It's my favorite Everdark fight in the game. It's so fucking fun. I only really like it in trios. In solo, it's kind of mid. But Everdark Libra is so fucking engaging and so fun. I love this shit so much. It's so fun. I hate NPCs with a passion as well, which is the funny thing. I thoroughly despise NPCs so much. But like all the extra added like modifiers that can happen and all like the different, you know, mechanics that are involved with it and having to like know which mechanics you're getting. There's so much RNG. Every single Everdark Libra fight is like so different. That is so like, it's really enjoyable. And like all like the bullshit that can happen just adds to the fight. Now, if it didn't have NPCs and it had like regular like unique enemies instead, I'd probably like it more because like I don't like fighting NPCs. And some of the NPCs that can spawn in are just terrible, like the Wilder Reign of Arrows guy is just dog shit. But yeah, it's fun. It's just a fun fucking time. Just like managing all like the NPCs running around and stuff and managing all the different modifiers, keeping your camera moving 24/7. The fact that you can get zoned out by all these four walls. Sometimes you can get like the madness buff and be like, this is my time to get some big damage. It's just fun. It's a fun fucking time. It's like cock and ball torture, but it's just fun. Super engaging. I love it. I love it. Anyway, Everdark Fulgor. I think this one's just the better version. Just the better version. It's more cinema, more easier to read attacks Then there's the regular Fulgor. But yeah, the big AoE attack that he gets is super fucking amazing. The weapon that he uses is fucking lit as well. OST is pretty banging too. This is an S tier fight. Not as good as Everdark Libra, but it's good. S tier fight. This is great. Good stuff. I think it's a little bit too easy. I kind of wish there was another added attack onto it, but you know, it's kind of hard to make a really challenging moveset fight in a game like this one. But they kind of did it again for some later bosses. Caligo, Everdark Caligo is an interesting one because I just don't like it as regular. Because like I know, because with Caligo, it's not really that fun of a fight, mechanically speaking. And you kind of just want to appreciate the cinema. And regular Caligo was more cinematic because like it had the more added AoE attacks and shit like that. That were just more cinema. Whereas Everdark Caligo is just like, hey, look, this shit is it's the same thing as regular Caligo, but he has ice armor and shit. Yeah. Is there like any other attacks that are just more cool? I guess I don't know. Like it feels like all the attacks that Everdark Caligo gets just like adds like an extra AoE explosion afterwards. That's all that really happens. It like just hits a bit harder. Also like the frost part of it. If you don't have someone that can stagger them out of it, that frost part of the fight can just be so annoying. And he just stalls for longer, I want to say. Maybe. I probably put him into like the C tier. Maybe a low B tier. I think it's that bad. Nameless King, not an S. It is an S tier. Nameless King is S tier. Where is he? Right here. Right next to Fume Knights and Millennia. This is S plus. This is like my top 5 or top 6 or whatever I guess it is right now. I wanted it to be top 5, but I had to put Hjelster in there. Maybe I put Midir a bit down just so I can have a top 5. Anyway, balances. Regular balances. Okay, judging it not based on Everdark. I still don't like it. Still don't like balances as much. A lot of teleporting around. Like, I think it's it's an interesting type of fight. Lots of, like, really managed. But, like, the fact that, like, most of them kind of just work the exact same way. And the fight just lasts a long time as well. Because, like, they'll have to do constantly, like, you know, rebuffing and shit like that. Which can be annoying. And then with the fact that they keep teleporting away from you sometimes and you're chasing them down, this makes the fight last too long. And it's like the movesets that they have are that complicated. The only times that you're really getting fucked up is when you're just getting bad RNG and they just hit you at the exact same time. That's really the only part about it. But it's still cinematic. They look really cool. I know I might put them into the B tier. But I just don't like the balances though. The Dreggy boy though, good old Dreglord on the other hand, is a straight up S tier fight. High S tier. I'm already not going to put it S+. I don't like it as much as Hjelster. Because the worst part about Hjelster is the geysers. And this motherfucker has a lot of them geysers. And the first phase can be a little bit cringe with the worm faces and the fucking mummies and the geysers and the AoEs and shit. And the second phase of the geysers and shit. But the music is probably the best OST in the game. W Skybox. The transition for the second phase is cinema. Every single amazing cinematic attack that he has is probably the best and the coolest in the game too. Outside of Hjelster's sky opening attack. So yeah. Hjelster has worse AoEs? I don't think so. I think the geysers are worse in the Dragalord fight, in my opinion. But you know, Dragalord has a really cool moveset. Nice really cool animations when you like destroy his like fucking body parts or whatever, they explode. That's pretty cool. I don't know, it's a solid S tier fight. Guardian Ape S tier? Hell yeah. Guardian Ape S tier every day of the week. Everdark balances. Do I like it more than regular balances? We're not taking into account Deep of Night, so there's like regular shit. It was a very... I think I like it more than regular. I haven't fought regular Everdark balances in a while. So I kind of forget what if I actually like them. I remember getting fucked up by them. Like, optimally speaking, you gotta keep running away and stuff. The worm phase can be kind of cringe and whatever. I think it was definitely meant for like a fun first playthrough, like first runs, like what the hell is going on type of experience. Unsuccessive in multiple attempts, it's definitely worse. But I'm gonna put it low B tier because I enjoyed the fight the first time, but I haven't enjoyed it since. And it was definitely a unique experience. Actually, I don't remember even liking the fight that much my first playthrough. I remember just getting like, just what the fuck is happening? It's a unique fight, but I don't think it's as engaging. But like the second, I know the worm is not fun to counter at all. Because it does like the exact same thing like multiple times in the fight. Yeah. I don't know. I might just leave it there. It's fine. Maybe fuck a C tier, whatever. C tier, whatever. Okay, do I put anything else into the S plus tier? It's scripted. Yeah. F. I mean, and Deep of Night is definitely an F tier, yeah. I kind of want to put Radagon into the S tier, S plus tier, because I love Radagon a lot, and I probably will. And that's about it. These are my favorite fights. Like, when I think of, like, hey, look, Yui, what's your favorite fights? These are the ones that I bring to the table. Every time. Do I have, like, mid-tier that much? Probably not. I'm putting mid-tier down again. Too much Dark Souls 3 in the top. Too much Dark Souls 3 up there. Bye-bye, mid-tier. Man, I do like him a lot. I like fighting him. I don't know. We'll leave him there. Whatever. So what do I think is the best fight in Nightreign? So Hylster, then Dreglord, then Libra. And then Everdark Libra. And then Everdark Fulgur. That kind of tracks, yeah. Then Everdark Gladius. Not enough Dark Souls 3. We got Freda, Pontiff, Nameless, Demon Princess, Solo Cinder, Gundyr, Dragon Slayer, Armor, Abyss Watchers. Abyss Watchers I don't like as much as these bosses. German can get lower as well. Nah, German can get... Ishin Ashina can get lower too. Smelter Demon can go at the bottom. But I still want to put him into the S tier, just to have some Dark Souls 2 representation. Sarah Lauren can get lower. Actually above Lawrence. Guardian Ape can get a bit lower too. That's just Inner Ishin, who cares? Querylite can go a bit lower. It's fine like that. Willie, thank you for the $2 donation. How long did we yap for? 4.5 hours. I was not expecting that. I thought this was going to be like a couple hours. Lawrence is the S tier. I love Lawrence. I think he has a fantastic OST, and I think he has a pretty fun to learn a moveset. And that's enough reason for him to be into the S tier. Probably lower S tier there. It's too high. Yeah. Because like the second phase is not as, amazing. Too much Lawrence Glaze of that phase 2. That phase 2 is like, it's fine. I like it. I don't mind it. It's cool slow walking right next to him while he's crawling around. I mean, if you just look at it like Sif's final phase or like the old Demon King's final phase, but just more challenging. If you think of it like that. Can you save this list and put it on the Discord? Maybe. Oh, that's a lot though. Why the Guardian Ape is S tier? It has this fantastic animations and it's a really... lots of character behind the fight. That's the main reasons. Like, he literally throws poop. Yeah, I love Lawrence. I think it's cool. Fun to counter. I think it's just a better... Maybe the OST does a little bit of heavy carrying. Maybe he gets into the A tier instead. But I like him a lot. We'll see. Maybe next Bloodborne playthrough he gets into the fucking... I hate him. Who knows? We'll see. I like this list, though. This is great. Good shit. W list, Yui. I agree with everything that you said. Throw shits and farts is peak. Yep, it is. For an ape fight, name one ape fight that had more character than that one in any game ever. Well, why explain my S plus tier? These are just my favorite fights. These are the fights that I just enjoy the most when I play a game. Like, this is the fight that I like the most when I play them. It's simple as that. What's harder, Lawrence first phase or second phase? Oh, the first phase, yeah. Second phase is pretty... And it's easy to counter when you just stand next to him. Although sometimes you could do, like, the quick attack with his hand on the other side, and that could be kind of hard to counter. You gotta still be locked in. What's the best thing about Hjelster? The cinema. Like, opening up the fucking skybox and slamming down to the ground and absorbing the power of another Night Lord boss and using that is badass as hell. Low battery on my Razer Basilisk V3 Pro. Let's go do some night raining. We're gonna do a game or two, I guess. I don't know. I was streaming for way longer than I thought it was. Way longer than I thought I was gonna be streaming for. Who wants to play some Nightreign with me? That was fun, though. Thank you guys for being there. Like, that's the fun thing about the bosses in these games. You know, you guys can all have your own different list, and everyone can look at everybody's list and be like, what the heck is that list? Everyone's gonna disagree, you know?
Warrior.
But I guarantee you can make your list right now.
Long and hard.
Go play all the games again, multiple times, and make the list again next year, and it'll be completely different. You'll be looking at your old tier list and be like, why the fuck did I put that boss that high? Why did I put that boss so low? Thank you for giving me my opinions on all the bosses. You are very welcome. I need to go pee, but we'll go let up a game first. Controller connect. Why isn't controller connecting? That sucks. I have to plug it in now. Okay, password Yui all caps if you guys want to get in here. Tell me put some respect on my boy Bed of Chaos. Somebody ban that guy. Get him out of here. Get this Grady guy out of here. Pew, 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 pew. He amended it, so I'll let him live. Okay. I suppose we can let him live. What if I played some, say some bestial gaming. That'd be pretty fun. Okay, I'm gonna PI back. I'm back. I have returned. What did I miss? Sekiro was a Souls-like? Yeah, it's like a game that's like a Souls game. Okay. How's everybody going? I can't believe I yapped for so long. Holy shit. I can't believe that, actually. That's definitely believable. It's all up to you, buddy. I got you up. This is fine. Pretty happy with where you placed all the Sekiro bosses, and I didn't care about the rest. You okay, Sabo? Cute little girl. Rank every boss in Elden Ring, including the side dungeon and field bosses. Cemetery Shade and Skeletons, Z tier. Deserved, fuck you. Continuous HP loss, wow, amazing. Okay, I need to find Bestial Sling. If you guys find a Bestial Sling, let your boy know. That's okay, it's not a big deal. No, Saba, where are you going? Getting Yui'd every time he gets grabbed by a cemetery shade. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Let's go to Zeppo. How things, man? I'm so tired now. I yapped for so long. There's so much yippity yapping and yippity yippiting. Yippity yippiting. Oh, Saba's left us. God damn, they're getting cooked. Give me the bestial. What the fuck is this? Doesn't make any sense at all. Great EP. Think about this last game? Maybe, we'll see. I'm pretty tired. He's using a bell. For some reason I thought I was playing Duchess. Kill him, die. He found a bestial sling, holy shit. And it had dragon maw? Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat, you don't understand how fucking huge that is. Holy. That is ginormous. That is massive. Reduced maximum FP, kind of cringe, but that's whatever. Gargantuan even? It's huge. All you need is a... Bruh. We're not gonna use Beast Claw, I want to use Bestial Sling. I want to use Bestial Sling. Even though Beast Claw would be more efficient, but whatever. Bestial Sling is the more funner option. It's the funnerest option. It's in the shop anyway, but I have my dragon more, so it's fine. Starlight Shard for me? You shouldn't have. Saba. Give me a sec, chat. Okay, I'm back. Am I getting killed by a fucking crab? What the hell is that about? Imagine if I died to a crab. Die, die, die. Big boy damage. That crab wanted to bite my ass. Chat, would you guys bite the Undertaker's ass? Type 1 if you guys would like to bite the Undertaker's ass. What is Bozo selling? Rite of Blood. Sure. Have I played Sifu? No. I haven't. But it looks pretty interesting. That was pretty tough. I think I have the game on my PlayStation. I think I got it from PlayStation Plus like years ago or some shit. Actually, it was on my list of games to play when I was gonna do a variety stream and stuff, and yeah. Given your view of Sekiro, I think you might like it. Don't tell me what I'm gonna like or not like. What do you know about me, huh, buddy? We'll see. Maybe one day. Breaks the one key. Oh, he's like one shot. Oh, that's a good thing. What am I doing? Where are we going? Why are we here? What's going on? Let's go kill some more trolls. Where did I put Ishin? C tier. I don't really like that fight that much. I think it's overrated. You fucking whore. Hit him with the dragon more. How much damage is this gonna do? Oh yeah. Look at those bestial slings popping off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't touch me. I'm a little girl. Everything's fine. Stamina recovery is cool. You guys want to go down there? We can go down there. Missed like the whole stream? Yeah, you missed me just yippity yapping the entire time. That's what I was doing. If I don't have teeth, can I eat it instead? Sure. If that's what you want to do. I don't want that. And I'll just hold on to this. Level 8. Bestial Vitality. Hit him with this bad boy. Get the stagger and the damage proc. Another damage proc. Oh yeah, look at that. Chunkin' damage. We're hitting yellow with this bad boy. Surely it's not gonna aim for me. It aimed for me, it aimed for me, it aimed for me! Why was I the one to have that happen to? That's not even fair. That's not even fair. FP on successive, whatever. Kinda midi. Where are we going? Can we quickly kill this madness troll? Do you think we have time to kill it? Maybe. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. There's some rises on the top of the map that I'd like to visit, because I'd like to have some FP for this build. That's pretty, you know. FP Reliance. Person on YouTube thought you were being for real about Ishin being overrated. I'm lying. I think Ishin is a fantastic fighter. In fact, put him at the tippity top. I wish he would top me as well. That's how good I think he is. Huge. I got the stamina. Is the build viable for Deepenizer too consistent? Yeah, if you don't find Bestial Incants, you're kind of screwed. Because they use the Faith Relic, and when you use the Faith Relic, it lowers your strength. Which, if you don't... Because I have, like, physical attack up, so if you don't end up finding Bestial Incantations, you could just use, like, a physical damaging weapon, but it's still not going to be doing that much damage. Kind of tough. So if you don't find a physical damaging spell, it's kind of screwed a little bit. Just a little bit. But it is fun when you do find it, though. Because I love being able to just use Bestial Sling and keep spamming it. And when I'm about to run out of stamina, I use my skill and I get all my stamina back, then I keep spamming it. And when I get like a weapon buff or any type of buff, and I have the physical attack boost when I use a buff, it just all synergizes nicely. And you get lots of damage and it's super cool. Oh, we're chunking with this. So I pop the skill, get my stamina back so I can just keep spamming. Shit's cool. Don't touch me. I went for an extra attack when I shouldn't have. Got a little bit greedy. Hello, Yuno. Are you doing well? Use Dragon was a bit expensive right now. Once I get some more FP, then I'll start using it. Dragon Communion grants anti-dragon effect. I could use Dragon more than I could buff my weapon. If I wanted to. Let's go do that. Instead of sudden enemy deaths. That'll be fun. When do we ever get to use it, you know? Uplifting aromatic. Can't sleep, so you get Luna now. Really? When did they open up this ever, Joe? I'm sorry you can't sleep. Anything on your mind? I had Flame grant me strength or Golden Vow, be even better. Be huge. I kind of fucked up his parry, I'm sorry. It's fine, it's okay. My bad. Don't touch me! What'd that do? Oh, that helps. Need some more incant buffs, that'd be lit. Brazil loves you? Well, I love Brazil. Blah, blah, blah. Bro, that yapping took so much out of me. My throat kind of hurts now. I'm in pain. Gotta do some yapping today for a video also. Maybe just for a short. Might just do like a YouTube short today. I think my next video is probably gonna be like top 10 coolest Dark Souls 1 weapons. You should be quiet for the rest of the stream then. What? You don't like it when I talk? You want me to shut up for the rest of my life? You think I'm stupid and you want me to die? Is that what you said? What did I do? How's my back? It's feeling better now. 65%. I said all that. Yes. You're so mean to me. See what you did, Kari? It turned me off completely. I'm completely turned off right now. Old Lord's Talisman, that could be cool. Physical attack power, I'm doing that. We don't have a scuba command. Hello, Larry. How are you, buddy pal? Hope things are well with the champ. Sorry if I've like missed 1,000 messages. I was kind of yapping on my tier list. So if anybody actually asked me a question, feel free to ask me again. Oh boy, he's got all the goods. Holy shit. That kind of sucks. I was doing it at the same time as him. That's okay. I shouldn't have been so aggressive, but I'm like, I want to be aggressive here. Now I'm cooked. Thank God for the iframes. Although... Okay, we're good. Good job. Can you say hi? Hello, Kashi, how are you? Dragon communion effects. Wow. Wish I could use that. I just used it already. You could use that one, buddy. Are you using spells? If you're using spells, go ahead and pick it up. He's using spells. What the hell is down there? Is that a meteor? Did I miss a meteor? I missed one. I missed an event. Does the king respond? I sometimes doobity-doo. Doobity-doobity-doo. Don't touch me. Oh, fucking grave birds are the worst on my life. They are. They're terrible. Actually, huge W Duchess ult. Is a melee attack power. Don't. Skill attack power. We lit. Should we go back down to the basement? Because Ahsoka's probably gonna end at the top here, right? Let's go down to the basement. Let's go, gang. What talismans would you run for a heavy infused Great Mace? That's a very good question. Probably a two-handed talisman. Are you going to be using some skills? If so, Shard of Alexander. Because you could use, like, I don't know, Lion's Claw or Wild Strikes if you wanted to. Just want to go, like, you know, Crag Blade and just charged heavy attack spam. That could be an option too. We'll go to the rooftop first and go to the basement since we're already here, I guess. I don't know. Hello. I have arrived. Are we hitting yellow with this one? No, come back. Okay. Our team is doing some big damage. %93 stinky. Yuck, yuck. What that do? Incantations, repeated evasions. Sure. Yeah, do you want to run like skills on your Great Mace or no? 20% and 80%, you guys complete each other. You can make a full head of hair. Oh my god, why would you guys go ahead and die like that? It didn't give me the grab attack. This is so sad. I'm gonna Dragon Ball his ass. Wham! And now I've got my weapon buffed. Huge. Made no difference. W damage negation on the skill. Give me the grab attack. Huge. Wham! Sorceries. More dragon communion. Here's an improved sorceries. Do you know the stance damage of the ultimate art? I actually do not know the stance damage of the ultimate art. Kindred or Rot Exaltation? I don't know if anyone said. Sure, we can go there. Why not? If I had to guess the stance damage of the ultimate art, it'd probably be around about like 30, 40. Somewhere like that. If I had to guess. Fake Noah? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm the worst person of all time. I need to get rid of the sub cam. Remove that. The sub is no longer here. She left us. She doesn't want to be with us anymore. Just trade out and phase tank through everything. Amazing stuff. No healing, no dodging. We just spam, and it works every single time. I meant to go drop the purifying tier, but whatever. We venture north. $60, probably $70. Wait a minute. Did you just say the 6 or 7? Where are they going? They're marked up here. We can kill the 2 bosses over. The circle's probably gonna start closing in soon, right? Surely it is. Surely it is. I'm so drained and tired. Oh my god, that yapping. It sucked up my soul. Oh my god, it sucked me so hard. Wha-bam, wha-bam. Oh, we're hitting some big boy damage. Look at these. Look at this yellow. Surely we're gonna stance break right about now. My teammate didn't want to commit. That's fine though. He made the correct play. Because if we both died, that would have been tragic. What the fuck did I get hit by? Yeah, grab me. No, you silly goofball. Huge. Damage negation at full or 9% physical attack power. Yeah, we want 9% physical attack power. We don't need damage negation. We need damage. That is in fact what we need. Nothing else matters. Stay still, puppy. Ow! The fuck was that? Dragon Maw. Stay still. I killed one random due to that. I can't hit. Aha, we bit him. We did it. We're in day 2 already. What happened to the time? Not staying still, motherfucker. I ever knew you. He does not stay still. I'm getting tired. Then go read a book. Nah, I don't want to trade out. I just want damage. You know I can't read? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say something so insensitive. I apologize. Please forgive me. Do you guys know how to read? I can't believe you guys let him hit me like that. I'm not hitting yellow with this one. What if I use my ult and then use the... I should use Bestial Vitality. Oh, now we're hitting yellow. Oh yeah, now we're hitting the yellow. Oh yeah, I love pivoting. I love pivoting. Why are you aiming at me for? Aim at him. I'm gonna do my buffing. I completely forgot about my shit. I had to kill anyway. Die, 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 die. Let's go heal up. Wow. Okay, they cleared out that side, that's fine. Good job. Pop this Wilder passive. Die, die, die. I'm committing. Oh. That's handy. My iframe did an iframe. Well, make sure you do the iframes better next time, bozo. I'm sorry, that was mean. I apologize. I kind of want to grab Exalted Flesh, but like I feel like I need more Starlight Shards. Okay, someone hold this. Wending fucking Grace thingy. Cancel UI? Like me? Yui is a dictator and a bully. He just keeps adding to his resume. Yes. That is in fact me. I like to bully people. But you just know, if I bully you, it's because that's how I flirt. Because I don't know how to flirt with people properly. So I just be mean to them instead. And then they get upset with me. And I'm like, wait, I've loved you the entire time. Middle school activities. And let's go on Chucker. How things? Cancel Yui's UI. No. Have I tried therapy? I haven't actually. Why should I go to therapy? I'm perfect the way that I am. I hate myself. Kidding, everything's fine. I'm alive. It's fine. Okay, what if I line them all up and hit them all like this? Whoop I am! Oh, that's some big that's big damage. Big damage. Big damage. Well, that was a pretty quick way to kill all the balances. I hate it here. If anybody needs fucking therapy, it's these bitches right here. What the fuck's wrong with them? Gaz, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. You're doing great, bud. Let's go hit him with the Bestial Vitality. Weapon buffed now. Huge. I have 6 Starlight Shards, which is plenty. I'm gonna hit him with this bad boy. What? Already? I didn't even notice the health. What the hell? I wasted an Exalted Flesh. God damn it. We just got here. That critical attack must have fucked him up. How much? Oh, he's got a... Oh, I see. This is not good. If it charges towards me, I'm cooked because it's a wall right next to me. It didn't charge next to me. My guy Moog survived. That's cool. The fuck? Random geyser. But am I gonna survive that? Oh my god. I was on the complete wrong side. Yeah, look at that fucking damage you go with the crit. That's crazy. It does like so much overkill damage, holy. Well, I'm doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, that's insane. And just restage that shit too. Let's go hit him with a Dragon Ball. Well, at least I tried. But because I died, he spawned all the way over there this time. All a part of my plan. How many critical attack weapon passes did he get? 1, 2, 3, 4. And he has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 critical attack buffs and a bunch of physical attack ups. I'm kinda cooking. How am I always at the edge of the arena? What the fuck is this, man? Get him up! He's our damaging guy. Go get him. Oh. Sag. That's okay. I'm with ya. Are you gonna invis? He might be invising. He's probably gonna go invis. I'm gonna stick with him. I almost fucking died there. It was like his one tap. I was gonna finish him off before he fucks up my Wilder. Anyway, GG. Well, the crit damage basically did everything for us. Fantastic. And really good RNG with those relics. And Night Invader too, wow. Okay. I'm tired. We got a thing. Resistance is down though, kind of sucks. I could use that for the build that I just used. I got a thing. Cool. Why is an executor? I was in fact not playing the executor. That is correct. Fantastic assumption. Okay, what are we doing right now? We should go give somebody a raid. Whom should we go raid? Should we go raid Nyx? Nyx is doing some Dark Souls 1 Deathless randomizer, and he's gonna be doing some Nightreign later. Go raid some good old Nixon. Nixon Fitzpatrick. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Here's the raid message if you guys are not a sub, and here's the raid message if you guys are a sub. I appreciate everybody for being here. Sorry that we didn't stream for as long as I would have liked. I was just tired from all that yapping. But I hope you guys enjoyed the tier list. I'm going to post it on my second channel on the UE Extra. Yeah, but hope everyone has a wonderful night, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. I haven't figured it out yet. Anyway, Joel, Dakota, E-Man, Choco, Dank Souls, Violo, Kara, Grady, Mo, Fabricius, Zakika, Bussy, Justin, Shy. Hope you guys have wonderful nights. Nazrolf, thank you for being here. Zeno, OS, thank you as well. Shinobi, what's good? Anyway, see you all. Bye bye now. Have a good one. Go say what's up to Nyx. Go spam the raid message and be nice to him. I'll see you, Fish. Thanks for being here. Bye bye, all.